Uh, okay, so I'll read the thread. This is just a preface. Twitter files: how Twitter rigged the COVID debate. That is the preface. Okay. By censoring information that was true but inconvenient to the US government policy, and by discrediting doctors and other experts who disagreed, and by suppressing ordinary users, including some sharing the CDC's own data. That's the preface. So number two will be, so far the Twitter files have focused on evidence of Twitter's secret blacklists, how the company functioned as a kind of subsidiary for the FBI, and how the executives rewrote the platform's rules to accommodate their own political desires. What we have yet to cover is COVID. This reporting for the Free Press is one of that important story. The United States government pressured Twitter and other social media platforms to elevate certain content and suppress other content about COVID-19. Uh, well, okay, he's dropped new ones. Internal files at Twitter that I viewed while on assignment. This is David Zweig, right? That I viewed while on assignment showed that both Trump and Biden administrations directly pressed Twitter executives to moderate the platform's pandemic content according to their wishes. Yeah, so if people think it was just Biden doing it, no, Trump was also doing it, and uh, it's anyone's guess as to whether he was personally telling people to do that, but he was, Operation Warp Speed is Trump's baby, and I don't think he liked the fact that people are speaking out against it. That's just a fact. So this is a uniparty effort to suppress the truth. At the onset of the pandemic, according to the meeting notes, the Trump administration was especially concerned about panic buying. They came up with looking for help from the tech companies to combat misinformation about runs on grocery stores. But there were runs on grocery stores. People were panic buying and stuff. Yeah. Despite this, Trump wanted to suppress this information, it seems. So this is an email thing. It says here the Trump White House, especially Michael Kratsios, led the Trump administration's calls for help from tech companies to combat misinformation. Areas focused include conspiracies around 5G cell towers, runs on grocery stores, and misinformation that could stoke panic buying and other behaviors. It wasn't just Twitter. The meetings with the Trump White House were also attended by Google, Facebook, Microsoft, and others. Activities, and this is an email. Activities included standing weekly call to share general trends and hosting a shared Microsoft Teams group. Some of the companies, not Twitter, this is the other companies, gathered open source information from researchers, and our teams, meaning Twitter, fed this information to the Twitter policy enforcement teams. Boy, number 8. When the Biden administration took over, one of their first meeting requests with Twitter executives was on COVID. The focus was on anti-vaxxer accounts, specifically Alex Berenson. And this is the note here from a screenshot. It says, one of the first meeting requests on the Biden White House was about COVID misinformation. Per regular process, public policy took the meeting. Biden's staff focused on vaccines and high-profile anti-vaxxer accounts, including Alex Berenson. In the summer of 2021, and this is David again, says President Biden said social media companies were killing people for allowing vaccine misinformation. Berenson was suspended hours after Biden's comments and kicked off the platform the following month. So that's where we are at so far. Fun times.
Nothing about calming the public when they had concerns during the initial outbreak.
Correct. Yeah, nothing about that so far. I mean, it goes back quite a ways, right? I mean, I'm personally interested to see what kind of suppression they did of the COVID origins. I don't think there's going to be a single drop. I think, guys, I think this is going to be several drops. This looks more like the, um, you know, it's setting things up, right? So I'm sure there's going to be more stuff about how
I
Fauci's
think
did.
the
And
I think
COVID
the,
the
the
COVID
COVID the
censorship was
COVID
probably
censorship was probably, oh shit, sorry, I don't know if it echoed now. Is it? I'm not sure if it's better now.
it's
But
better now.
You're
the
good.
censorship, the censorship during COVID, I think it's probably one of the biggest um censorship campaigns we've seen in our lifetime. I just don't think any other event compares to what happened in 2020. Do you agree or disagree, Ian?
I agree.
I
It's
just don't.
bigger
I just
than
don't.
Hunter Biden's laptop.
I think so. It's it's an event that will probably never happen again in any lifetime to that level. People compared it to world wars. That's how massive it was. It was all over the news. It impacted all the economies, all the governments around the world. I just don't think anything else will compare to the level of censorship. So we might see a few drops relating to this. But I'm not sure what they will cover either. I know you talked about the origins, for example, and I've been researching the lab leak theory. Um, that if that, for example, if that was censored, that would be a step too far.
Yeah, it
Because it
was
just doesn't.
censored.
So that's already confirmed, not in this drop.
Not
Was
in
that
the
confirmed
files, but
previously?
yeah, they were censoring people for even talking about it back then. Yeah, they would ban people, and Zero Hedge, the website Zero Hedge, uh, it was among one of the first websites to be banned because they raised their concerns about the lab leak theory. You had a
How long
whistleblower.
was
How
Zero
long
Hedge
was Zero
banned
Hedge
for? Do you know?
banned for? Do you know?
Several months. Several months.
That's insane.
That's insane.
Yeah,
And
it
also,
makes no sense.
YouTube took a video of Tucker Carlson down where it had some lady. She worked in the Wuhan lab, and essentially came out and said, "Yeah, this thing was man-made."
Yeah, that was Dr. Li Ming. And
Yeah,
That's the one,
yeah,
yeah.
and let's
she's so
not
banned.
forget
She has a second account.
under Trump, Biden and Kamala came out and said, "I wouldn't take that shot." Quote.
Yeah, that was funny.
One of the interesting things that I'm going to be curious to see is if over the whole hydroxychloroquine issue, I mean, the the Trump administration, obviously, as he's saying, was involved with this, but I'm just curious to what extent the hydroxychloroquine issue was also attacked here. And while the president of the United States was promoting it, the president of the United States at the time was promoting it. That'll be an interesting little dynamic as well, I think.
Yeah, I mean, what's clear is that
Um,
Trump wasn't really in control of his COVID response team. They were just kind of operating on their own. And he just, you just spent time on Twitter not really doing anything. Like, I know people like Trump, but man, the guy really sucked when it came to like leadership.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends who were in key positions in the White House and at the time, and it's still, even with discussions I've had with them, both in the vice president's office and in the White House, hard to figure out. Um, I agree with you what you just said, Ian. By the way, I supported Trump twice, but there was always a degree of reluctance in it for me. And I think that there's that dynamic is we're going to see some of that play out here if he's got the right stuff, because there really is an odd way that Trump connects with people and turns them off, both internally in the White House and externally. And I think it's going to be interesting if that plays out in this dump.
Yeah, I'm interested to see that. I mean, I'm not going to go too much into the politics right now and my personal feelings aside. I mean, I think he's a good man, just in general, right? But how he led the country, I don't feel like he was in control most of the time. And you can make the argument that the deep state was against him, and it was, but there were people. I mean, there were issues that were under his direct control that he just wasn't concerned about, and he would make really bad decisions once in a while.
I think he was in control in a lot of things, but he was also naive about some things. I'll tell you,
Yeah,
the guy that was running the the office in the White House that hired all the staff, including
yeah,
processing these appointments, was a total John Boehner hack. I knew him very well when I worked on Capitol Hill. It was the worst hire that he made, and I think that one of the untold stories of that debacle is
yeah.
that this guy injected a lot of people who caused the very things that you're talking about.
Yep. Okay, so we'll get into that in a bit later. There's more drops now. Number 10. Alex Berenson, sued and then settled with Twitter. In the legal process, Twitter was compelled to release certain internal communications, which showed direct White House pressure on the company to take action on Berenson. So this particular part is not news, but I'll read the thing. I think the email is actually quite new. Channel DM, channel Slack, channel private, whatever. This is through Slack, and somebody says, how was White House, crossed fingers, skin tone 3? Oh, he's just using an emoji. Overall pretty good. They had a really tough question about why Alex Berenson hasn't been kicked off the platform. Otherwise, questions were pointed but fair. and mercifully we had answers. So I'm like the name is blacked out, but I think that's Yuval Roth talking, and he's responding to somebody else. Um, Nope, that's my hunch. Number 11, a December 2022 summary of meetings with the White House by Lauren Culbertson, Twitter's head of U.S. public policy, adds new evidence that of the White House's pressure campaign and cements that it repeatedly attempted to directly influence the platform. So, guys, like a few days ago, a few drops ago, someone, like people kept insisting, oh, there's no evidence the White House ever forced Twitter to do anything or compelled them to do anything. It was always, just a campaign, and it's not illegal for the campaign to do yada yada yada. Well, here we have evidence that the White House directly pressured Twitter to censor people. Okay, so shut the fuck up with that sort of claim that the White House didn't do any of that. This is evidence right here, and if journalists, who are covering this right now, if you don't cover this and you're calling it a nothing burger, then, well, I mean, just stop calling yourself journalists, okay? Simple as that. Number 12. Culbertson wrote that the Biden team was very angry that Twitter had not been more aggressive in deplatforming multiple accounts. They wanted Twitter to do more. And this is the note that he attached. He said the Biden team was not satisfied with Twitter's enforcement approach as they wanted Twitter to do more and deplatform several accounts. Because of this dissatisfaction, we are asked to join several other calls. They were very angry in nature. Here's the presentation the Twitter team used. Okay, he doesn't really share that part. Number 13. Twitter executives did not fully capitulate to the Biden team's wishes. An extensive review of internal communications at the company revealed that employees often debating moderation cases in great detail and with more care than was shown by the government towards free speech. So it's funny, like they were hesitant to suppress people on this. I mean, ultimately they did, but they were still hesitant to do so in comparison to the previous conversations in which they were more than eager to just ban people. Okay, number 14. But Twitter did suppress views. Yeah, like I just said, they did suppress people. Regardless of the little debates that they had in the office, they just did it anyway. Many from doctors and scientific experts. So they suppressed doctors and scientific experts who had views that conflicted with official positions at the White House. As a result, legitimate findings and questions that would have expanded the public debate went missing. It's funny is it went missing, more like were suppressed, right? The wording here is not perfect, but I should say that they actually censored these conversations, the origins of COVID and things like that. Number 15, there were three serious problems with Twitter's process. First, much of the content moderation was conducted by bots trained on machine learning and AI. It's not really AI, but whatever. Impressive in their engineering, yet still crude for such nuanced work. So yeah, just even talking about it get you suppressed. Number 16, second, contractors in places like the Philippines also moderated content. They were given decision trees to aid in the process, but tasking non-experts to adjudicate on tweets on complex topics like myocarditis and mask efficacy data was destined to for a significant error rate. So essentially, you had people in a third world country deciding that they were going to censor doctors. Right? That's what Twitter outsourced its moderation to. A bunch of uneducated people in a third world country banning other users for saying that masks don't work. And by the way, masks don't work. So go ahead and ban me on that one. It's like, if masks work, why do you think scientists, when they enter a laboratory, wear a full hazmat suit? Wouldn't they just wear a simple mask?
Well, and keep in
Think
mind here, what's the impetus for the blocking that's taking place? The impetus here is what the CDC is saying, what the government is
Yeah,
saying, because
it's to
there are
support the
so
Biden narrative.
many excellent doctors who had such great information on this, and Bhattacharya among them, but many others, McCullough, and they had great information that they were talking about here, and yet they're just crassly just pushing doctors out that didn't toe the government line.
That's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
anyone
yeah.
spoke
I
out of
mean,
the state.
I think
This
that
censorship,
I think the
just real quick,
solution
this
here. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tracy.
no, I mean, I just want to say, like, the bottom line is that this censorship killed people. It was responsible for the death of untold numbers of human beings, and that's just the truth. This is not just,
Yeah.
oh, we're going to censor somebody on Twitter. This is information that could have saved lives, countless lives,
100%.
that they banned at the
Which
behest of the government.
I
which
think
Go ahead, Ed.
I think ultimately the solution here, instead of banning and deleting and stuff, would be something like community notes where people can post the actual scientific studies and let other people read it. Is this study peer reviewed? Is it, double blind study? Is it, so people can actually see for themselves the actual studies behind some of these things rather than just blocking people. And, just because a doctor says something, that doesn't mean it's true if it's not backed by a study. But I think people should be able to see that, have that transparency.
But Ed, they don't want that. They don't want you like
I'm
knowing the actual truth.
not only that,
Yeah,
but they,
well, I
you
mean,
know, if you look at back,
I think that's the solution is, community notes, as long as they're done in a non-biased way and the rest of the community can kind of
Yeah, and I think that's
validate
what
it.
Elon. I think that's what Elon's doing as well now.
the,
Like
the,
his
the
solution.
Committee note.
scientific journals were censoring contrary studies. They were censoring studies. The Lancet took down peer-reviewed studies that countered the institutional line of thinking. So that wouldn't even have worked back then if we wanted it to. More and more are coming out now, but we couldn't get our hands on a study. They were all pulled down, peer-reviewed studies by very, high-level, well-respected in their field doctors, epidemiologists, scientists. Those were all pulled down by the Lancet, the New England Journal of Medicine, like all of these other very, formerly well-respected publications. So that may have worked. It's a great concept in theory, but it wouldn't have worked back then.
They knew
Well,
too.
at the
They knew
same
that the
time,
studies they were pulling were real, right? And also they were boosting fake nonsense because, and this is we only know about this due to the FOIA requests that were sent by Judicial Watch, right? So I recommend looking at those. They found that in email chains from Fauci and Dr. Redford at the CDC, they were literally silencing studies or just refusing to talk about the origins of COVID despite knowing what we now know, right? Because it didn't look good for them.
And also public officials who spoke out about it. So I
Yep.
mean, the director of my lab, when this thing first came to the news, he was essentially not really concerned about it. Not just because, I mean, he knows about it. You shouldn't cause panic in people because that can be very damaging to your immune system. So stress, things like cortisol, things like adrenaline, they can be incredibly damaging, causing hypertension and also stunning the immune system. So if there's a pandemic going around, the last thing you want to do is just debilitate your body's mechanism of defense. That's
Yeah,
number
you
one.
want to say, oh my God, we're all gonna die.
Exactly. And there were
I
people saying that this was the most deadly disease like in the history of mankind. I mean, if you really want to talk about deadly diseases, we could talk about Ebola, which has a 90% mortality rate, or we could talk about the Spanish flu that targeted people within the demographic of young, young adults that normally wouldn't die of just a flu like this.
But how many? So if you look
I
at
talked to
Ebola,
somebody very high up in Health and Human Services
testing.
during
Can
the
you hear me?
pandemic, and there was political,
Test.
I don't know, I guess malfeasance going on between the CDC and Health and Human Services about the reporting of number of cases. The CDC was trying to inflate the number of cases by blaming an antiquated way of accepting that information from hospitals, double
Yep.
and triple counting cases on purpose, and the HHS blew the whistle on that via some reporters. But it was an entirely politicized weapon at that point as well.
And they changed
So
their
They also
stance.
used that against Florida, to make Florida look bad. They because Florida counts weekly, right? Because that's the only way to really make sense of things. If you count daily, you're gonna get days where zero numbers are counted, and we saw this in other countries like Sweden, where they wouldn't count weekends, so Mondays would seem like it spiked or something, right? And it just alarms people, so they were like, no, we're just gonna do weekly things. And people opposed to Governor DeSantis were attacking him based on that. They were saying that he was covering it up. People like that Rebecca Jones person. She's insane, by the way. Were claiming that DeSantis and his administration were covering up the actual numbers of COVID deaths. And that they were, making, like releasing lower numbers than there actually were. And the Democrats just pushed that, right? Because they don't like DeSantis, and she's some quote unquote whistleblower. She wasn't a whistleblower, by the way. She never applied for whistleblower protections. She was actually a felon. She's a felon. But yeah, they made this into this whole big deal. She was on TV, talking shit about DeSantis, and it was all politicized, and they made him look bad, right? But the truth is, reality does not reflect these these alarming statistics that were being put out, right? They were trying to inflate the numbers.
And
So
also, do you
just
remember? Oh, go ahead,
before,
Mario.
just to get now that my mic is working, and before we go to Wall Street Silver, so question for you, Ian, because I was just
They were also
organizing the
double
room
and triple
from what
counting the
we.
same test. Like
Uh,
one.
so Tracy, I think she can't hear me now. I know what's happening.
Yeah, I think she can't
So
hear
let
you.
me,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
let me
Anyway,
just.
what was your question? What was your question, Mario?
Yeah, I'll ask you the question. Let me just re-invite Tracy. So I
Yeah,
wanna
kick it down and then get it back up. Yeah.
yeah, I'm doing that now. So what do we from the drop so far? You said two things. So both the Biden and the Trump White House were
Yep.
involved in the censoring. Okay, so that's number one. And then number
That's correct.
two, did they tell us exactly what is being censored or not yet? Have they started
We're
disclosing
getting
that
into it.
information?
We're getting into it.
Okay,
We're getting into it.
okay,
Yeah. So far,
okay.
the censorship. Only two things I mentioned so far. It's myocarditis and mask efficacy data.
And Alex Berenson.
And Alex Berenson, yes, there's three things. But we already knew about the Alex Berenson thing. That case is public, right? That case is already it's already a public case. So the two things that they are censoring people for is myocarditis, which is the heart problems that the inflammation of the heart that can be caused by vaccines, quite possibly in certain people of certain age groups and certain demographics. We don't actually have hard data on it, and the reason why is because no one's allowed to talk about it. So no one really knows the numbers, right? That's why a lot of us are curious. We're asking these questions now because I mean, if they're going to keep giving out these vaccines, shouldn't we have a right to know if it has side effects or who it affects? Because I mean, I know a lot of people who took the jab and they're fine, right? It doesn't mean it's fine for everybody.
Yeah, and to get so the problem here is that these are pretty technical, pretty polarizing debates. But the issue is that we never had the opportunity to have them. Like we're going to do a big debate
Yeah,
with all sides represented in 2 days. And the only reason
exactly.
we're able to have that debate is because censoring stopped. But otherwise, when you start censoring, whatever side you start censoring, that
Yeah.
side will start feeling, first it's not going to allow for a fair debate. And second, that side will just start feeling very,
Yep.
very, very negatively. Wall Street Silver, do you want to jump in, man, before we continue with the drop?
One of the things I just wanted to chime in on was a good friend of mine runs a blood lab, and he told me back in the middle of let's call it the mass fear period, the government sets the level of the PCR test, the sensitivity level of that test, and I was told at the time that the government set the numbers, the sensitivity levels ridiculously low. And basically the setting of the testing was, I'm sorry, I got a dog barking here. I'll chime in later. Bye.
Yeah, all good. Is there any more drops in before we go to Harrison
Yes.
Protocol?
Yeah. A
All right, go
couple.
ahead.
Couple
I'll
more.
let you go through them. Yep, let me
Okay.
open them up. And the thread is pinned above for everyone. I think Ian pinned it above, so you can have
Yeah.
a look above to go through the points with us. What are we up to?
Okay, we're up to 17 so far. So
All right.
I'll reread 16. So this, in case anybody missed it, contractors in places like the Philippines, the third world countries, also moderated content. They were given decision trees to aid in their process, but they were essentially non-experts tasked to adjudicate tweets on complex topics like myocarditis and mask efficacy data. So they were, you just get a bunch of uneducated people and tell them to go censor doctors because you don't like what the doctor is saying about how masks don't work, which, by the way, they don't. And so David Zweit continues to number 17. He says, third, most importantly, the buck stopped with higher level Twitter employees who chose the inputs for the bots and decision trees and subjectively decided escalated cases and suspensions. As it is with all people and institutions, there was individual and collective bias. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter if they were in a third world country or if they were in San Francisco. The fact is they were biased as fuck. And any sort of questioning of the narrative of masks work, lockdowns work. We have to have lockdowns all the time and stand 6 feet apart. If you said that standing 6 feet apart didn't actually do anything, they would ban you for it. And this is still the case on YouTube, I believe, right? If you say that standing 6 feet apart is just a made up nonsense, they'll ban you, even though the CDC did admit later on, quite actually like very recently, like maybe 6 months ago, they said that the 6 feet rule was just made up of thin air. They thought it sounded good. It made people
And,
less
and
scared.
even if the CDC did not admit this is a discussion worth having. I think censorship is not the solution.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. So number 18. With COVID, the bias bent heavily towards establishment dogmas, as I just said. Inevitably, in 19, inevitably dissident yet legitimate content was labeled misinformation, such as the whole mask thing not working, or the 6 feet rule being nonsense, or that lockdowns actually killing more people than they're helping. They don't help. They killed so many people in China because of this by accident. I'm not saying the Chinese government did that on purpose; it did not. And now they lifted it, and guess what? It's better, right? So lockdowns are stupid, and they force people to congregate in very small spaces for like a period of 2 hours, which is insane. And then all you're doing is actually spreading the disease, which is exactly what happened when you did lockdowns. Grocery stores are only open for what, 3 hours a day or some bullshit, and people all went there and they queued up and they got in this densely packed situations where they were coughing on each other. So yeah, lockdowns backfired.
And we also
Very
did
dumb.
lockdowns right away when there was like 5 cases of COVID in the entire nation. So like,
Yeah. So what's the point?
I think back to this year, we'll have like a few thousand cases in my city, no lockdowns. But when we had 1 case in my city, full on lockdown in March of 2020.
Yep, made no sense. 19, inevitably, dissident yet legitimate content was labeled misinformation, and the accounts of doctors and others were suspended, both for tweeting opinions and demonstrably true information. Like, I was locked twice for speaking out against lockdowns, because I said they made no sense, and I pointed out how they made no sense, and oh yeah, that's COVID misinformation, Ian, we're gonna ban you for now. 7 days. So, Exhibit A. Here's an example. Dr. Martin Kulldorff, an epidemiologist at Harvard Medical School, tweeted views at odds with the US public health authorities and the American left. So, this is a very much a political thing, right? Because the American left is the ones pushing for lockdowns and jabs and all this crap. Uh, Political affiliation of nearly the entire staff of Twitter. And here's what he tweeted. He said, he was responding to somebody named Endemic Equilibrium, who tweeted at him, who said to him, this is not him, this is somebody who said to him, saying, Dr. Kulldorff, do you think younger age groups and or people who already had the virus need to be vaccinated? Question mark. I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but I'm vaccine hesitant about this one. It seems to be a religious mantra that now everybody must be vaccinated. So he was responding to this person, and he said, no. Right, you don't have to be vaccinated. He said, thinking that everyone must be vaccinated is as scientifically flawed as thinking that nobody should. COVID vaccines are important for older, high-risk folks and their caretakers. Those with prior natural infection do not need it, nor children. So he said kids do not need the vaccine. This is a doctor at Harvard Medical School. He's an epidemiologist. He, better than almost anybody else on the planet, would know how to deal with the virus. And certainly he said that, hey, no, kids don't need this stuff. It's not, you don't need it. So number 21, internal emails show an intent to action by a moderator. A moderator was actually going to, actually blocked him, right? So saying that Kulldorff's tweet violated the company's COVID-19 misinformation policy and claimed that he shared false information. So nothing about that was false, but the moderator decided, no, it's false. Sorry, false. Sorry, you're a doctor and you're an epidemiologist, but guess what? I'm a leftist who works at Twitter and I'm going to suspend you. So this is the email that was sent. It says, hi team, sending a heads up that we will take action on Martin Kulldorff for violating our COVID-19 misinformation policy, specifically by sharing false information regarding the efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines, which goes against the CDC guidelines. Ooh, scary. CDC guidelines.
Hey, by the way, note there, these 17, 20, 25-year-olds said specifically that we're going to block the Harvard medical professor. I mean, that's just pretty arrogant.
It is arrogant, yeah, and that's exactly what they did, right? Despite the fact that Kulldorff is a expert, like a legitimate expert, not just some guy on Twitter or guy on YouTube has some ideas. No, he's literally saying, hey, teenagers, kids, they don't need the vaccine. Never have, never will, right? So this idea that everybody needs a jab, well, that's bullshit. That's a Fauci thing. So, number 22, Kulldorff's statement was an expert's opinion, but it happened to be one to be in line with vaccine policies in numerous other countries, right? So many countries actually follow this policy, like Sweden, for instance. Yet it was deemed false information by Twitter moderators because it differed from CDC guidelines. So CDC could say you need to eat your own shit, and they'll be like, yes, we all must eat our own shit. No, we must eat our own poo poo caca because that is what CDC says, and we will not question the man, right? Not question anything. After Twitter took action, yeah, they banned him temporarily, I guess. Coulter's tweet was slipped as a misinformation label, and all replies and likes were shut off, throttling the tweet's ability to be seen and shared by many people. The ostensible core function of the platform. So they essentially blocked it, right? You can't see it. In my review of the Twitter files, I found countless instances of tweets being labeled as misleading or taken down entirely, sometimes triggering account suspensions simply because they veered away from the CDC guidance or deferred from the establishment views. A tweet by Kelly KGA, a self-proclaimed public health fact checker with 18,000 followers, was flagged as misleading and replies and likes disabled, even though it was displaying the CDC's own data. So this person was sharing CDC data, and they still got her. She tweeted, "What an excellent example of cherry picking. If you narrow it down to only specific months, you specify which can include the largest COVID waves seen across the world, and you ignore all non-disease deaths, and you ignore cancer, heart disease, SIDS, etc. Then COVID is leading." So she was actually citing the CDC's own data and correcting people who were claiming that COVID was the number one leading cause of death in the world, which it never was. It never was, right? And she even cited the CDC, and they struck her for it. They hit her account and they put a misleading thing on it, and the warning label says, "Learn why health officials consider COVID-19 vaccines safe for most people." Like, okay, I don't think she even said anything about COVID, the vaccines. Number 26. Internal records showed that a bot had flagged a tweet and that it received many tattles, which what the system amusingly calls reports from users. So if you report to Twitter, you're tattling, right? That's what they call it internally. That triggered a manual review by a human who, despite the tweet showing actual CDC data, nevertheless blocked it, labeled it misleading. So, tellingly, the tweet by Kelly KGA was labeled misleading and was a reply to a tweet that actually contained misinformation, like real misinformation. COVID, the original person claimed that COVID was the number one leading disease of death in children. Now, it wasn't, right? It is very far from being the number one death in children. That has never been the case, and yet that tweet is fine. That tweet is still available right now, but Kelly's tweet there is taken down because she said no, it's not.
And
Incredible.
was that and was that taken down by a senior person? What was the process like?
It was a senior person, yeah. A person reviewed it and they were like, "Yep, we're gonna block this because
So
it speaks out against nonsense."
it wasn't the Philippines team, because we saw earlier
No,
that
this was
okay.
somebody inside of the San Francisco office, from what it looks like. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So go figure. Whether by humans or algorithms, content was contrarian, but true, was still subject to getting flagged or suppressed, getting censored, right? Anything that was true, that if they didn't like the sound of it, you were getting censored. This tweet, for example, was labeled misleading, even though the account of the owner is a physician, a doctor, and was referring to the results of a published study. In this tweet, by Infectious Disease Ethics, it says here, below the first study I've seen showing that mRNA vaccines in young people ages 16 to 19 are associated with cardiac arrests, not just myocarditis. So, man, this is scary shit, okay? Like, guys, if you look at I'm going to link to this, it's number 28. My goodness, this is scary stuff, right? And this is what we've not been allowed to talk about. So, apparently, the study shows that if you take a one vaccine dose and the second vaccine dose, your chances of having a cardiac arrest go up like tremendously. They go up. It's tied to it in young people. Like a 20-year-old should not be dying suddenly from a heart attack. That just never happens, right? Until now, that is. And this was an actual study that was shared by this guy. And guess what Twitter did? They censored him. They prevented him from even talking about the actual study. And by the way, this is a doctor who published the study. This is a doctor. It's a peer-reviewed study. It's a very important thing. I think nowadays you can share it. But my God, they were literally censoring people for sharing legitimate studies about how the vaccine causes heart attacks in children. My God. And so when Tracy earlier said that, what they're doing is costing lives, untold numbers of lives, that's not false. That's true. So, Andrew Bostom, number 29, Andrew Bostom, a Rhode Island physician, was permanently banned from Twitter after receiving multiple strikes for misinformation. One of his strikes was for a tweet referring to the results of a peer reviewed study on mRNA vaccines. Huh. Well, imagine that. Here's what he tweeted. So, primary COVID-19 BNT162b mRNA vaccination temporarily impairs semen concentration and the motile count among semen donors, which apparently rebound by 5 months. But there's no data on the boostering effect. Does boostering yield another decline? Followed by question mark. So he's just asking a question. He's linking to an actual study. It's a peer-reviewed study. It's it basically counts how the vaccine actually causes your sperm count to drop. This is a well-known fact, but simply questioning it, even though this is legitimate and everybody acknowledges it, you're not allowed to question it. You're not allowed to even talk about it because yeah, they banned him for that. So yeah, review number
It's
30.
not a well-known fact because there have been countering studies that have shown that it doesn't reduce it.
Well, we
So
don't know, right? I mean, we need to have these discussions, right? I mean,
Yeah,
that's the issue.
I was gonna say something similar, like whether that's true or not, and that's for a discussion for another day, or any of those things. Like this is it's a peer-reviewed study. It's not like someone. So for me, if you wanna argue against misinformation, you could say like getting a study and then altering it to fit your theory. Okay, that's misinformation. We can talk about censoring it or putting some notice, but to link to a peer-reviewed study, whether proven or not, um, it's at least worth a discussion. And when you start censoring those things, then people start tiptoeing, and that's what could get out of control. We do have Dr. Li Meng as well, and she will be joining us shortly. She was from, I was just reading about her, and she was.
Yep.
Do you know the story of Dr. Li Meng? She was censored in
Yeah.
China. Yeah, so
That's
we'll be
right.
having her join in a bit once the job finishes. But I'll
Right,
let you
of
keep
course,
reading,
yeah.
Ian.
Yeah, I'm going to keep reading it. So, number 30. A review of Twitter log files revealed that an internal audit conducted after Boston's discovery, that's the guy who got banned, conducted after Boston's attorney contacted Twitter, found that only one of Boston's 5 violations valid. So, they suspended him multiple times, and they found that only one of those bans was actually legitimate. So this is an email. It says, we have re-reviewed each of the strikes and collaborated with the site integrity to validate our findings. Of the 5 findings, 4 of them are not invalid and are not in violation. So yeah, 4 times they get tweeted, they got suspended for it. That was just nonsense that they did on their part. And only this tweet in violation is of misinformation. As a result, we have now unsuspended the user and responded to their appeal to let them know that we have rescinded their suspension. Also, we have left a pinned note on the account to ensure that before any enforcement action will be taken against the account, it will be subject to review by site integrity. That's basically the executives. We'll also remove the annotations on the tweets we have marked as no no violation. The one Boston tweet found to be in violation cited data that was legitimate, but inconvenient to the public health establishment narrative about the risks of the flu versus COVID in children. So, wow, even for the thing that they did decide to hit him on afterwards, he happens to be right. And this is a tweet that was banned, right? This is a tweet that they deleted. They claimed this is misinformation. He tweeted, US and local Rhode Island data, influenza is more lethal than COVID-19 in children, while COVID-19 vaccination causes serious morbidity than influenza vaccination in children. So, yeah, so if you take the flu vaccine, which has been available for years and years and years, you're fine. It does not have any comorbidity of anything, right? It's no side effects really. But you take the COVID vaccine, and suddenly you've got a lot of fucking problems, right? Especially if you're a kid. And
Well, the
this
flu
I don't
vaccine.
know. I think the flu vaccine has some side effects too, and some of them can be deadly at
mild.
times, but they're super rare. Just like myocarditis has been rare in kids who
But not
get
to
the
the same
COVID vaccine.
extent. Not to the same extent, because the issue is
Well,
the
I think there's
statistics.
been like 1 or 2 myocarditis deaths. It's like 50 to 128 cases per
That's still a lot
million.
of people. That's still a lot of people. Like the point
Well,
is
it's not deaths, that's
the
cases,
point is
and
it's
most people don't die from it.
myocarditis is a lot higher in instances with the COVID vaccine, and there's no myocarditis caused
Well,
by
but it's
the
also a
flu
lot
vaccine.
higher than the COVID vaccine if you get COVID.
Well, part of the thing people
Well,
are complaining about was that the risk of myocarditis seemed more dangerous than the risk of COVID in children itself, because we barely
yeah.
saw any children COVID deaths, but we were seeing children myocarditis deaths.
Yeah, and the issue with that is like Fauci, right? When it turned out that kids were who got COVID were not suffering from any serious side effects or anything like that. Well, serious effects since it's a virus. he decided to go and blow up the whole thing about that rare syndrome, right? The one that I forget what the hell it's called, but he, like the media was all over it, right? They were claiming that kids were suddenly, getting this weird sickness, and millions, billions of children are gonna die, and it's gonna be so tragic. We all need to get jabbed. Right, that was what they scared people. That's how they scared kids into taking the vaccine. Right, they scared parents into giving their kids a vaccine, making their kids wear masks indoors, in the house, in bed. Insanity.
Can I
Keep,
just
keep
also
it.
add, before COVID, the typical like it took anywhere between 8 to 10 years for the clinical stages and for clinical testing of vaccine development. This COVID vaccine was developed in 8 months. That's almost
Yep.
unheard of. So that's definitely not enough time to study any side effects of it.
But it's Trump's greatest accomplishment. He got it done,
That's
and
arguable.
he loves to talk about it. He loves it. That's the reason why he doesn't speak out against Pfizer, because it makes him look bad. Yeah.
But by the way, keep in mind, myocarditis is not just a death risk, because it is that. It's a risk for a lot of heart problems throughout life.
Yep.
And so, just to counter what Ed's saying there, which I'm not saying he's wrong in what he said, but let's keep in mind, myocarditis is a bad thing when you're living, and it can kill you. It's a very serious issue.
It's
Yep.
almost chronic, pretty much.
And on top
isn't
of
it?
that, I just looked up the only
It
real
is
deaths
chronic.
of COVID among children were people with multiple conditions and a lot of comorbidities to go along with that. So not healthy
Severe
children.
obesity with cancer. Severe obesity, kids with cancer. Yep.
And I do want to mention just one thing for the audience before we go to Joanna. She's been waiting very nicely, and then we'll continue with reading the drop. Anyone in the audience who is a doctor or who has knowledge on any of the points being mentioned, do request to speak. Send me a DM. The team is checking my DMs, just because we don't have any doctors scheduled for today. They're all coming in 2 days. But if you do want to come up and offer clarity on any of the points, please do DM me, and then we can bring you up. But Joanna, you've been waiting for a while before Ian continues with the drop. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, Ian. So just a little bit about my background. I am an anesthesiologist and then became a surgical intensivist. I was actually training at Harvard Hospital in 2019 to 2020, and experienced a lot of the same fears that we all did early on in the pandemic. And we were very conservative in how we were intubating these patients and approaching them, for our own safety and the safeties of our families, certainly. But as time went on, it became very apparent that these patients, and when I say time went on, I mean in the scale of weeks to months, really, it probably started to clear up around May to June, I would say, of 2020. These patients were just incidentally COVID positive, and how these deaths were being reported, how we were still approaching these patients was kind of uncomfortable to a lot of people that I worked alongside. I ended up taking a job out here in New York City between the summer and fall of 2020, actually. And that's kind of when the mandate for vaccination became necessary, I guess, per different hospital administrations, if you recall. And there was a lot of discomfort, again, and I myself, was banned from Reddit, and I practice data-driven medicine. I'm not somebody who I don't consider myself a conspiracy theorist, but really a concerned physician in the interest of the safety of my patients. And so I'm just very grateful that we have this forum to be able to talk honestly about what some of those concerns were and what the science really does point toward. And I will say, some physicians, we weren't just reprimanded or banned. Some physicians actually lost their license to practice. I think specifically of Peter McCullough, who was a cardiologist who published a study on myocarditis, I believe in adult populations actually, but he lost his board certification. So there was a threat to your career. if you came out
So,
about
so
any.
essentially, when it came to COVID, censorship was beyond social media platforms, which is
Absolutely.
fascinating to see. And we do
Oh,
have Peter
definitely.
coming on. We do have Peter that's going to be coming on to the COVID debates that we'll be doing over the next few days. And what we're gonna before I give the mic back to Ian, what we're gonna do, Joanna, is have all opinions. Given the right to discuss their points and mention their concerns for the audience to decide, something we haven't had the opportunity to do, on Twitter or any other social media beforehand. But we will have, people debate pretty much all the different points instead of having different echo chambers discussing certain points. So that's the goal we're going to achieve. And again, the only reason we're going to be able to have those debates and we're not going to be able to stream them on YouTube is that YouTube is censoring and Twitter is not anymore. So just would be worth mentioning. But Ian, I'll let you continue going through the drop. Scott,
Yep.
I did send you an invite, Scott, who's in the audience, to come up. I know you DM'd us, so it'll be good to have you on the panel. Go ahead, Ian.
Okay, 32. This tweet, the one I read about earlier, was not only flagged by a bot, but also manually confirmed by a staff member that is telling of both the algorithmic and human bias at play. Bosum's account was suspended for months and finally restored on Christmas Day. He only restored him on Christmas. Yeah, thank you, Elon Musk. Another example of human bias was running amok was the reaction to this tweet by Trump. Many Trump tweets led to extensive internal debates, and this one is no different. And this tweet was where he said, "I will be leaving the great Walter Reed Medical Center at 6:30 p.m. feeling really good. Don't be afraid of COVID. Don't let it dominate your life. We have developed under the Trump admin some really great drugs and knowledge. I feel better than I did 20 years ago." That's what.
So that was so what happened to that tweet?
Well, I mean, they were having conversations about it. They never banned it or anything,
Okay.
but they had conversations, yeah. So, in a surreal exchange, Jim Baker, who was at the time Twitter's deputy general counsel, asks why telling people to not be afraid wasn't a violation of Twitter's COVID-19 misinformation policy. So, Jim Baker wanted to ban Trump for this. He was offended that Trump would say that you should not be afraid of the virus.
What number are you up to, Ian?
34.
So hold on. He wanted to ban or just delete the tweet? Jim Baker.
Well, I
asked
mean,
why
he to act on the COVID violation policy, right? To censor it. Yeah. So
Okay.
that would mean either censoring Trump or like just deleting it or something. Yeah, take action basically. And so,
Another example that we've seen time and time again. It's just human bias going above policy. I think it even goes above the Twitter's policy. It overrides the policy they had because this is not considered misinformation. At least from what I'm reading the tweet again, I just don't see any misinformation there. It's just an opinion
yeah,
being shared.
but just saying it is misinformation. You're not allowed to say you shouldn't be afraid of the virus. You shouldn't be afraid of the Reaper. Don't fear the Reaper. That is misinformation. You must absolutely be terrified that you're going to die. Oh my God, put on a mask. Put on 10 masks. Okay, put your kids in masks. Driving a car alone, put on a mask. Okay, put on a mask and stand 50 feet apart from other people. Otherwise, you're going to die horribly because COVID is the worst thing ever. See, that's misinformation. What I just did there, that's misinformation.
Kyle,
ban me
I
now.
appreciate you coming on. Kyle, I'll let you jump in before we continue reading the drop.
Yep.
Yeah, fair enough. Hey, so there's a couple things that have occurred to me as we're listening to this. I think it's really relevant to say that this was a information campaign. There was a concerted effort. You can see in this case that President Trump was tweeting something that was against that narrative, which was be very afraid. For those of us that have a keen memory of what was going on right then, I was traveling all over the country in a government role. So I was literally I think I was in 120 nights away from home in that particular year. So there was this like weird concerted effort to push this narrative of fear. They were putting out facts there was no way they could be facts. Like the death rates they weren't knowable at that time because we didn't have enough time to actually to see. They weren't confirmed. But all these things were a concerted effort to remove what I would call informed consent, which is a requirement when you go out and you decide to go get any medical treatment. You're supposed to understand what it is you're getting, what the risks are, and whether or not you're on board with it. And that wasn't available to most people. And the people that were saying something other than, the fixed narrative were getting censored, including don't be afraid of COVID, which is insane. It's an insane position. You can see where the, we had a big discussion about sort of the deep state the other day. But this kind of, Jim Baker is like, he's got the DOJ position 100% in line. And as someone who worked for DOJ or under DOJ and the FBI, I experienced that because they were 100% on board with this thing. We had insane quarantine things for people who take fitness tests every single year and that take, like a cardiology assessment every 2 years. Under 40, we're still doing that stuff. So we weren't even at risk, and they were quarantining, whole offices. My entire counterintelligence unit shut down. They literally had 2 people coming in out of like maybe a couple hundred, on any given day. They would do half hours. So this whole process was to remove informed consent. That's my belief on it. And we're seeing some of this stuff, but I mean, it wasn't just Twitter, obviously. It was all the way across the spectrum, and the mainstream media was all involved in this. Because if you watch CNN, which is on every skiff, like that's what they were pushing every single day. Anyway, I'll duck out.
Well, think back to May of 2020, where their entire narrative broke, where it was lockdowns, don't go out, everybody's going to die of COVID. And all of a sudden, it's okay to protest for George Floyd. That won't transmit COVID, but anything else you do will. And I remember back during the George Floyd protests and riots, those were crowds of hundreds of thousands of people. And Fauci came out, said that won't be bad for COVID. All these doctors came out, protested with it. And that's really when their entire narrative just shattered.
So
And
Kyle,
also,
I wanna ask you a quick question, Kyle. Why? So we saw the censorship earlier, and I want to ask the same question to Ian. But Kyle, we saw the censorship earlier in the previous files that was more politically motivated. Here you've got people censoring, deferring opinions. Is that so? I'm not talking about the Trump tweet because that is likely more, bias could be more politically motivated. But the other tweets that have nothing to do with politics, is that just people? The moderators were just too confused, and they assumed that was misinformation because they were guided accordingly, even though we didn't have enough information to make such decisions. It was way too early. And the moderation processes, like having people in the Philippines decide what to moderate. So it was fear, uncertainty, and lack of, proper process led to, bad moderation, and we had a bit too, and the solution will be less censorship because we are not good as a species. We're just not good at censoring information. Would you say that's the reason, or would you have another explanation for it?
I think that there was a predetermined answer to what was going to happen right now, and they pursued that path. I mean, it was pretty obvious. Like I said,
protest of the virus.
Do protests increase the spread of the virus? I think I can make a general statement.
Well, 500,000 protesters on June 6th alone.
Yeah.
I'm just asking that number of
No.
people. Does
Yeah.
it increase the spread of the virus?
Crowding together, particularly when you're not wearing a mask, contributes to the spread of the virus.
Should we limit the protesting?
I'm not sure what you mean. How do we say limit the protesting?
Should government limit the protesting?
I don't think that's relevant to.
Well, you just said if it increases the spread of the virus. I'm just asking, should we limit it?
Well, I'm not in a position to determine what the government can do in a forceful way.
Well, you make all kinds of recommendations. You make comments on dating, on baseball, on everything you can imagine. I'm just asking you. Just said that protests increase the spread. I'm just asking you, should we try to limit the protests?
No, I think I would leave that to people who have more of a position to do that.
It's a simple question, doctor. Should we limit the protests? Government is obviously limiting people going to church. And look, there's been no violence that I can see at church. I haven't seen people during a church service go out and harm police officers or burn buildings. But we know that, I mean, for 63 days, 9 weeks, it's been happening in Portland.
Right.
I haven't seen one hairstylist who, between haircuts, goes out and attacks police or sets something on fire. But we've seen all kinds of that stuff during protests, and we know the protests actually increase the spread of the virus. You've said that.
I said crowds. I didn't say specifically. I didn't say protests do anything.
So the protests don't increase the spread of the virus?
I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth.
No, I just want an answer to the question. Do the protests increase the spread of the virus?
I don't have any scientific evidence that anything. I can tell you that crowds are known, particularly when you don't have a mask, to increase the acquisition and transmission.
That I was all over the country I watched the lockdowns happen in Virginia when I was out in New Mexico, working on a case out there, and we watched it roll across the country. This would have been in maybe March or beginning of April. And so there was a predetermined answer that was coming down the line, right? They continued to push this thing. If you guys can remember back, and I know that like a lot of things have happened and so many crazy things have happened since that time, but there were rolling death counts that were happening on the side of all these, news media organizations. They were saying like how many people were dying. It looked like the national debt counter. And there was no way that those numbers were knowable, and they weren't confirmed COVID cases. And as Joanna had said earlier, there were a lot of these that were sort of incidental that people were getting. But we had false accounting, which was pushing the exact same narrative as every single thing that was being stated. And it was all about fear. It was all about popping the amygdala and having these people have a very emotional reaction. So that even people who are otherwise reasonable would make unreasonable decisions. Because the reasonable answer is, like, if you looked at the numbers of who was dying and roughly what they were dying, they also weren't telling us that most people had comorbidities, that there were a lot of people that were obese, that they were generally speaking over a certain age, that we weren't seeing it in children, which is really, really important. Because when you talk about the so-called immune compromised, and you're going to deal, and everyone became a freaking virologist over 2020, but when you think about the people that are immune compromised, like what takes people down when we have flu season is that we see very, very young, we see pregnant women, and we see the old. Those are kind of the people that die. I see that as, I've been a paramedic for, like I said, about a decade. So I would see these on the front line. You'd see these people dropping off. But what you don't see,
a paramedic.
Who's sassing?
Adam.
Hi, Adam. How's it going? Yes. So paramedics move people in the space that go.
Immunologist? Or...
Yeah, I want to hear from everybody. But my point is that the immune compromised that die, we see them at the young and the old spectrum. And so when that wasn't happening, there should have been a pause. The same way that, this looked to me immediately like thalidomide, where we just rushed into a great idea because it sounded good. And then people started taking these things on. And then you're like, well, was there even a risk? Like, what was the solution? And the solution ends up being more questionable, in my opinion, than the actual disease that was coming down.
So before I give the mic to Adam, Ian, can we go through more points in the job?
Is going to get worse.
Yeah. Let me see. Let me go back to it.
By the way, while you're doing that, it was Dr. Li Meng. Was she censored on Twitter?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, number 38. Information that challenged that view, such as showing harms of vaccines, or could be received as downplaying the risks of COVID, especially to children, was subject to moderation and even suppression, no matter whether such views are correct or adopted abroad. What might this pandemic and its aftermath look like if there had been more open debate on Twitter and other social media platforms, not to mention the mainstream press, about the origins of COVID, about lockdowns, about the true risks of COVID in kids, and much more. Okay, so that's where we're at so far. Yeah. Number 40. Thanks to Schellenberger and his team for help reporting on this story. That's the drop so far. We really do need more on this, though. This is very thin.
Adam, I saw you respond to Kyle, man. I appreciate coming up. I'll give you the mic.
I appreciate that, and I think definitely all views, and I am both. I follow data, multiple data points. There are outliers for sure, but we have to let data lead us, for the most part. And I would say this. I have a friend that ran a hospital in New York City, so of course, very close quarters. I'm not even going to say the borough, but a very
Okay, you're checked in.
Yeah, thank you.
Here's your AIDS ribbon.
No thanks.
You don't want to wear an AIDS ribbon?
No.
He was not.
But you have to wear an AIDS ribbon.
I have to?
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't want to.
But everyone wears the ribbon. You must wear the ribbon.
What you are? You're a ribbon bully.
Hey, you, come back here. Come back here and put this on.
In terms of having Hey,
where's your ribbon?
Data
Oh, I don't wear
and following data.
You don't wear the ribbon? Aren't you against AIDS?
To it as well, like
Yeah,
in
I'm
the early
against
days of
AIDS.
COVID, we didn't have
I'm
that
walking
data.
on it.
So we just didn't have it.
Don't wear the ribbon.
Who
do you think you are?
Put the ribbon on.
Hey, Cedric, Bob, this guy won't wear a ribbon.
Like, you know, I'll play devil's advocate.
Who?
Who
doesn't want to wear the ribbon? So, what's it going to be?
I want to play
Are you
devil's
going to wear the
advocate
ribbon?
here. So
No.
going
Yeah, you
back
don't have to do that.
But I'm wearing the ribbon. He's wearing the ribbon. We are all wearing the ribbon. So why are you going to wear the ribbon?
This is America. I don't have to wear anything I don't want to wear.
So
What are we going to do with him?
I guess
COVID was
we're
a
just
very
going to have to
uncertain
teach him
time.
to wear the ribbon.
We just didn't know what was going on. There was a lot of fear. Hindsight is 2020. So would you give, let's say, employees in Twitter tried to push back? For example, we saw Yoel push back against Jim. I think it was Jim Baker for the Trump tweets. Like, hey man, like there's nothing to censor here. Would you agree with if we say that due to the uncertainty and lack of proper protocol for what is considered misinformation, a mix of these two led to the result of censoring people that shouldn't be censored and preventing very legitimate debates? What do you think of that argument, guys?
So the censoring in general is wrong regardless of what the misinformation was, because there's really no big piece of misinformation that really changed the way people think about COVID or anything there. The one interesting thing that we all did experience in the real world that had something to do with COVID, but not really, was the runs on grocery stores and for supplies. Because if you remember how stupid April of 2020 was, when toilet paper was all sold out and you couldn't get it anywhere. I'm wondering what people's thoughts are on censoring that information, because yeah, it's stupid information that won't really hurt anybody. It was also a real problem that we were all facing with all these runs on grocery stores.
So we just saw censorship get out of control. You know, in this case, for example, they're trying to prevent fear, but censoring really didn't help that much. Tracy, I'll let you jump in.
Thanks so much. There's a lot of folks saying we didn't have data, but we absolutely did have data. We had data on all of this. No one was able to see it. That's the problem. We knew what the percentages of people that were passing away from COVID and what their comorbidities were. But my major point that I wanted to make is why? Why all the censoring? Why the misinformation labels? Why? Well, if you guys remember, this is in the lead up into the 2020 election, and it was absolutely politicized. This COVID ushered in this era of widespread mail-in voting. End of story. Widespread mail-in voting, people too afraid to go out to vote. It was a ballot. It was a way for them to control how the United States of America conducted their elections. And outside of that, it was a further global means of control over people that they couldn't have before. You know, nothing had ever sufficiently scared people to the extent that this did, where you're looking at some of your neighbors like they're absolutely insane. I mean, this has ripped apart families. It has caused the trust between, you know, husbands and wives to disintegrate, grandmothers and grandkids. And to the George Floyd point from before, there were people losing their loved ones all over.
I think Tracy just dropped out. Brian, I'll let you jump in. I think you probably is a good time for you to jump in after what Tracy just said.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few takeaways I have from today's release. Also, a lot of questions. I think both the current and past administrations did similar things in that Trump was trying to request the monitoring and removal of information that could harm the economy, food scarcity, stuff like that.
I will say this. I did not write this, but somebody did. Susan, if it's you, this should be holding down a place in every textbook in the world in the future. And I'm going to read to you what I think is one of the most eloquently stated statements about what we have just been through and what we must all recognize is now the truth. And for those of you who've been watching the High Wire, this one's for you. Let this sink in. An opinion piece from a vaccinated Australian writer is what it's called. If COVID was a battlefield, it would still be worn with the bodies of the unvaccinated. Thankfully, the mandates are letting up and both sides of the war stumble back to the new normal. The unvaccinated are the heroes of the last 2 2 years,
to
as
it
they
being
allowed us all to
illegal
have a
anyway,
control
like I've
group
said
in the
before.
great experiment and highlight the
I think that
shortcoming of the
it all
COVID
depends on
vaccines.
somebody's
The
viewpoint. I
unvaccinated
think there's
carry many battle
many
scars and
doctors
injuries,
that
as they are the
agree with
people
Biden
we tried to
administration. I'd say
mentally
way
break.
more than
Yet no
agree
one
with
wants to
some of
talk
those
about what we
countering the
did to
Biden
them
administration.
and what they
But at the
forced
same
the
time,
science
there
to
is a gray
unveil.
area, and
We knew
there's
that the waning
also
immunity of the fully vaccinated had the same
countering
risk
studies that
profile
show
as others
different
within
things. So I
society
think it's
as the
important to remember
minority
that.
of the
I think Twitter
unvaccinated, yet we marked them for special
did things that
persecution. You see, we said that they had not done the right thing for the greater good by handing their bodies and medical autonomy over to the state. Many of the so-called health experts and political leaders in Australia admitted the goal was to make life almost unlivable for the unvaccinated, which was multiplied many times by the collective mob, with the fight taken into workplaces, friendships, and family gatherings. Today, the hard truth is none of it was justified as we took a quick slide from righteousness to absolute cruelty. We might lay the blame on our leaders and health experts for the push, but each individual within society must be held accountable for stepping into the well-laid-out trap. We did this despite knowing full well that principled opposition is priceless when it comes to what goes inside our bodies, and we let ourselves be tricked into believing that going into another ineffective lockdown would be the fault of the unvaccinated and not the fault of the toxic policy of ineffective vaccines. We took pleasure in scapegoating the unvaccinated because after months of engineered lockdowns by political leaders blinded by power, having someone to blame and turn to burn at the stake felt good. We believed we had logic, love, and truth on our side, so it was easy to wish death upon the unvaccinated. Those of us who ridiculed and mocked the non-compliant did it because we were embarrassed by their courage and principles and didn't think the unvaccinated would make it through unbroken. And we turned the holdouts into punching bags. Lambie, Carr, Chant, Andrews, McGowan, Gunner, and the other cast of hundreds in prominent roles. And we here in America, we could add Fauci and the rest of them, and Biden in prominent roles need to be held to account for vilifying the unvaccinated in public and fueling angry social media mobs. The mobs, the masked Nazis, and the vaccine disciples have been embarrassed by betting against the unvaccinated because mandates only had the power we gave them. It was not compliance that ended domination by big pharma companies, Bill Gates and his many organizations, and the World Economic Forum. It was thanks to the people we tried to embarrass, ridicule, mock, and tear down. We should all try and find some inner gratitude for the unvaccinated as we took the bait by hating them, because their perseverance and courage bought us the time to see we were wrong. So if mandates ever return for COVID or any other disease or virus, hopefully more of us will be awake and see the rising authoritarianism that has no concern for our well-being and is more about power and control. The war of the unvaccinated was lost, on the unvaccinated was lost, and we should all be very thankful for that. I will say this, I did not write this.
They shouldn't have, but I also think that they were in a situation that they never expected to be in, and they were rushed. They wanted to make sure they did the right thing. I think they overreacted probably in some cases, but I think we need more information to see like just what some of these conversations were.
Can we hear from Joanna, who threw a thumbs down on that one? I'm kind of curious what her take is.
Yeah, no, it may have been a little bit delayed. I think, you know, obviously, and this is in part in response to Tracy as well. At the beginning of the pandemic, the reality is we did not have data. We did not have information. And so we really were in the dark. That is the reality. I'm not disagreeing. I think that this became a heavily political issue, and doctors did take positions. I don't mean to suggest otherwise, but I think the majority of physicians and healthcare workers really just experienced frustration around this. I don't think that I have many friends or colleagues that that are thinking so politically. I think
Project Veritas has obtained never-before-seen military documents regarding the origins of COVID-19, gain-of-function research, vaccines, potential treatments which have been suppressed, and the government's effort to conceal all of this. Dr. Anthony Fauci has testified many times before Congress stating that the U.S. government was never involved in gain-of-function research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
They gained in lethality. It's a new virus. That's not gain of function?
According to the definition that is currently operable,
We're not going to get anywhere close to trying to prevent another lab leak of this dangerous sort of experiment. You won't admit that it's dangerous, and for that lack of judgment, I think it's time that you resign.
That assertion is based on the NIH's definition of gain of function. However, the documents we've obtained refute that. The documents in question stem from a report at the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, better known as DARPA, which were hidden in a top-secret share drive. But what is DARPA? They are an agency under the U.S. Department of Defense, which facilitates research and technology with potential military applications. Project Veritas has obtained a separate report to the Inspector General of the Department of Defense, written by the U.S. Marine Corps Major Joseph Murphy, a former DARPA fellow. Major Murphy makes claims in his report to the Inspector General that, if true, could be damning to the official narrative that has been played out to the world over the past 2 years. Major Murphy's report states that EcoHealth Alliance approached DARPA in March 2018, seeking funding to conduct gain-of-function research of bat-borne coronaviruses. DARPA rejected the proposal because the work was too dangerous and could violate the gain-of-function moratorium, despite EcoHealth's position that it would not. According to the documents, the NIAID, under the direction of Dr. Fauci, did not reject the proposal. They went ahead with the research at Wuhan and several sites across the U.S. So here's the question. If the Department of Defense, the same people who make our nuclear arsenal, felt this research was too dangerous to proceed with, why in the world did the NIH, NIAID, and EcoHealth Alliance recklessly disregard the risks involved?
I think that doctors fundamentally, and of course there are exceptions, but we take a vow, an oath, to protect our patients and to do no harm. And part of me is disturbed just fundamentally to hear some of these things, because I do think that we were, at least in the beginning, acting really in good faith, and anything subsequent to that that was ruled by administration, we don't have a choice. We wouldn't keep our jobs. I, for instance, had to get the vaccine or I would not be permitted to work anymore. And those decisions don't come from doctors. Those are coming from, upper administration. So that's the only point that I wanted to make.
Joanna, do you mind giving us kind of an insight into if, when you were having these discussions, and people may not know that the anesthesiologist has an awful lot going on when you're doing the intubation, are you guys having these discussions like when you're looking at a patient and discussing what's going on as far as current data that's either publicized in the news or that's coming out on TV? Like, what do those discussions look like in your room?
Just to reiterate for anybody who's new to the conversation, I was in fellowship doing my critical care fellowship at a Harvard hospital amidst 2019 and 2020. I became an intensivist and anesthesiologist out here at another leading hospital in New York City. But at Harvard, we are the hospital people look to. So insofar as what does the data say, we are looking to each other as professionals, as colleagues, as physicians, and trying to in part use what China was suggesting. There was some data coming out, that may or may not have been reliable, but how we practiced intubations, for instance, did evolve very significantly and rapidly. And in retrospect, some of those things feel really silly. For instance, coating a patient prior to intubation with a plastic sheet over the face to protect the people in the room. These sorts of things, when we didn't even really know the utility of we had the N95, and then we kind of escalated to people would use a P100 in the actual ICU. But it was really kind of trying to hit a moving target. It's not fair to say during the first month or two there was no really good data. We didn't have those double-blinded studies. We didn't have peer-reviewed articles to review. We're just practicing medicine at its most basic form, which is what seems to work. And you had these different hospitals, some of them were using ivermectin, some were using steroids, some were using combinations of these treatment modalities, and communicating together to see what our morbidity and mortality rates were. But that's really how it worked in Boston.
Right now in the United States, people should not be walking around with masks.
You're sure of it? Because people are listening really closely to this.
Right now, people should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is. Right now in the United States,
before we go to Lisa, I'll let Jim and Jason jump in.
Thank you, guys. This is Jason here. Hey, I just want to say that time, right, early on where we knew so little is the exact time that the censorship is most dangerous. By preventing data from rising to the top efficiently, from preventing, right, that sort of competitive, freewheeling information environment, all of us were worse off. Theoretically, you could argue people died because of the censorship. And so I just want to kind of take that moment so we can all understand the gravity of what's happened here. This was a Washington-driven, Twitter, Facebook, right, these tech wonder kind that we all marvel at. They just wanted to keep making money on ads. It was Congress who was threatening them, dragging them into hearings during this era. 2022 Biden administration still chastising these people for allowing these opinions to be heard. The crudity of these censorship mechanisms is something that I think is still shocking to people. The thousands of subcontractors, the diagram trees. I think Facebook has like 4,500, maybe it's more at this point, content moderators who sit in office buildings or work remote outside of Austin. There's another big cohort for Facebook, I think, in Arizona. It is diagram trees. It is specialists trying to trace internet lingo on individual trends. It is that crew, right? Jim Baker is a minor.
So now we have two vaccines that are really quite effective. The mRNA vaccine, highly effective, extraordinarily efficacious, 94 to 95% for mild to moderate disease, and virtually 100% efficacious. Because the real world effectiveness is even more impressive than the results of the clinical trial. Shot. We've got to make sure we clarify that with people. It has nothing to do whether or not it's effective. We know it's highly effective. highly effective.
I want us all to understand this is ongoing, and it is a major, this degree of widespread viewpoint discrimination, which is what this is really dangerous. We are accumulating blind spots, and we don't even know yet what those blind spots are. Thanks.
I also just add.
Just quickly, I want to just agree with one thing you said, Jason, is that when at a time when we don't have the data, as Joanna mentioned, others mentioned, is the worst time to censor. We just don't have enough data to be able to censor. So that's, for me, that's the highlight. I'll let
one of them in your body, okay? So, and with PCR, if you do it well, you can find almost anything in anybody. It starts making you believe in the sort of Buddhist notion that everything is contained in everything else, right? I mean, because if you can amplify one single molecule up to something that you can really measure, which PCR can do, then there's just very few molecules that you don't have at least one single one of them in your body, okay? So that could be thought of as a misuse of it, just to claim that it's meaningful.
The PCR test can potentially find anything you are looking for, depending on how high you turn it up. And this is exactly what has been done. The official protocol given for the PCR testing of COVID-19 created a floodgate of false positives to skew the results. They call it asymptomatic because it's a lie. These people don't have symptoms because they don't have COVID-19. They do it today because they've done it in the past and always gotten away with it. 30 years ago, Anthony Fauci, head of the NIH, made a name for himself by pushing for higher doses of the deadly drug AZT, an old cancer chemotherapy too dangerous for approval, onto AIDS patients. Kary Mullis was hired to measure HIV in people's blood samples with his PCR. He was working under the premise that HIV was the probable cause of AIDS. But when he went looking for the proof, he found there was none. They just made it up.
What is that paper? Who do I go to for that? And I looked around, I asked a couple of virologists at that company, and they said, no, you don't have to reference. I said, I have to reference that because I don't know where that came from. How do I know that? And it turned out that nobody knew it. And I was getting really freaked about that. That's when I first started saying, they don't know. Nobody really knows. This whole thing is a big sham.
Mullis pointed out how the CDC was losing money and how the HIV-AIDS connection brought their profits back in the black, and how the men at the highest levels were all in on it. Kary Mullis knew these men were dangerous.
They don't want people like me walking up and asking them those kind of questions, and they're willing to go to great lengths.
Jim and Viva jump in. Jim, do you want to jump in? Viva, how are you? Good to have you back.
Good. Thank you for having me. These spaces are amazing. Just a question for Joanna.
Is highly effective and safe and has saved literally millions of lives. The Commonwealth Fund has come out with a report just this past week that vaccinations that have been administered over this period of time, this last year and a half to 2 years, has saved 3.2 million lives, 18 million hospitalizations, and approximately $1 trillion in costs. So what's the problem with vaccines?
This thing has now been cited by, well, apparently Anthony Fauci himself. This research is now the biggest news in how amazing the COVID vaccines are. This is literally a blog post. This is from the same category of people, the same class of people who throughout COVID, when many of us have been talking about papers on preprint servers that haven't yet been peer-reviewed, oh, you can't talk about that because until it's been peer-reviewed, it's not real science. This is a blog post. There aren't even any references. It's not even that they didn't include the references, but they clearly have them. There aren't even any references, okay? So this ain't research.
So even if you are vaccinated, you should wear a mask. If in fact you are vaccinated, fully vaccinated, you are protected, and you do not need to wear a mask outdoors or indoors.
Are you a double masker, Dr. Fauci? It looked like you are.
So I wanted to ask, are you still confident that it developed naturally?
No, actually, that's the point that I said. No, I'm not convinced because I represent science. That's dangerous. To me, that's more dangerous. Masks. Let me just state for the record that masks are not theater. So even if you are vaccinated, you should wear a mask. If in fact you are vaccinated, fully vaccinated, you are protected, and you do not need to wear a mask outdoors.
Because I don't know if it's been answered, so my apologies if it has. I was told by someone who's a doctor who seems to know that their understanding was in the beginning people were being intubated not out of necessity to help them breathe, but partially, or if not totally, in order to what they thought was prevent the spread of the virus in the hospitals. You mentioned the sheet on the face. Were people being intubated at the beginning in order to prevent the spread within hospitals, or was it seen as potentially useful treatment?
Yeah, and I will say the practice may have varied from, and did vary actually, I know that, from hospital to hospital. For instance, out here in New York, they were doing early ECMO, which is extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, which some people may be familiar with. They were basically preemptively doing these things. And certainly at my hospital, as far as early intubation, I think it did become anticipatory. You know, we saw that a patient was becoming critical and would require intubation, and for the safety of everyone, and really the safety of the patient, you know, we would elect to intubate them. I would say, you know, these are not, when you think about like passing the eyeball test, you know, you know, these were patients that were obviously struggling. They were maintaining, you know, their heart rate, their blood pressure, their pulse ox may have varied somewhat. When you look at their labs, it may have suggested.
But she's had the flu for 14 days. Should she get a flu shot?
Well, no. If she got the flu for 14 days, she's as protected as anybody can be, because the best vaccination is to get infected yourself.
And
so
she should not get it?
If she really has the flu, she definitely doesn't need a flu vaccine. If she really has the flu,
she should not get it again.
No, she doesn't need it, because it's the most potent vaccination is getting infected yourself.
All those times I said that I
But she's had the flu for 14 days.
That they're struggling, but we would, in those patients, preemptively intubate, where otherwise, if this was a patient who, for instance, had pneumonia, you know, you may give them just a little bit more time to see if antibiotics or antivirals are able to kick in, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, but let me just clarify. Was it at least a factor of consideration that intubation was done to partially prevent, or thought to prevent the spread in the hospital to caretakers and others?
I would say patients were kept intubated for longer periods of time in an effort to protect staff members. I don't think that the decision necessarily to intubate or not to intubate was, at least in my hospital, made in consideration of the staff, but certainly keeping a patient intubated for a longer period of time just to ensure that they would fly, that they would do well once they were extubated. There was that practice certainly enlisted.
And by the
For
way,
those who don't know
Dr.
what
Lee,
intubation is, oh,
yeah,
go ahead.
please, yeah, no, explain it, man. Explain. I was actually going to ask that question to Viva to explain it to the audience, but I'll let you explain it more order.
Oh, real simple. It's where you stick a tube down someone's airway to allow them to breathe. And I don't know if it's, they also use they don't have the aid of a machine to help respire, do they?
So yeah, when you are intubated, usually it's a plastic tube. It can also be metal. Is placed down the airway, down the vocal cords, into the windpipe, the trachea, and that's where it sits. We can either ventilate a patient short term using a bag, or more traditionally, when a patient is especially going, I mean, if they are intubated, they are almost certainly going to require a ventilator. So those patients are mechanically ventilated. And it's way more common than I think people realize. If you've ever been under general anesthesia, for instance, and you have had any type of surgery, it's very likely that you have been intubated, and it's performed typically by an anesthesiologist.
Are you also aware of any, oh God, I forgot what the name is, where it's where they slit the throat open, and bypass the nasopharyngeus?
So there's urgent cricothyrotomy, and there's also tracheostomy, and these are performed sometimes electively, sometimes urgently, and sometimes emergently. And typically, you don't have to necessarily undergo this procedure, although during COVID, early trachs were performed at some hospitals, and it's a temporizing measure. Usually you don't, just because you have a tracheostomy for some period of time does not commit you to a trach your entire life, if that makes sense.
And was that also, I'm sorry, but was that also used to, quote, prevent the spread, unquote?
So as long as a patient is breathing along a closed circuit, or a ventilator, yes, a patient may have a tracheostomy and be connected to a ventilator safely without potentiating an infection to staff, if that answers your question. But again, we would not do this unless we really needed to. And sometimes for patients in which we anticipated long-term ventilation, we would elect to do trachs, because you can only have that plastic airway in your mouth, in your throat, in the windpipe for a period of about 2 weeks is kind of the number that we usually go by.
So has anybody brought any ethical concerns before maybe the American Medical Association of doing this for the strict purpose of preventing COVID?
I don't think that it was done to prevent COVID. I'm sure that, I mean, so many different ethical considerations were brought up, and I think that a lot of people, paramedics, nurses, doctors, everybody struggled a lot, with some of the practices that went on. For instance, while family members were unable to say goodbye to their loved ones, simultaneously there were protests going on in the street with people who were unmasked, and it just didn't really exist all so congruently. But I don't think that physicians were intubating or placing tracheostomies, in patients at my hospital anyway, that were not warranted. These were patients who did need to be intubated.
Lisa, I'll let you jump in as well, Lisa. I know you had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, so I concur with the last speaker. I think that physicians got really caught up in just managing this epidemic, and in different places, there were different realities. So for example, in New York, you have 9 million people crossing 30 square miles, living on top of each other, and in subways. So there was no way to be social distanced. Whereas in the Midwest, you had, people who are naturally in cars and further away from each other. So I think you saw a very different epidemic depending on where your location was. And I think that there was a disconnect between what people in the Midwest were seeing and what people in a lot of our hospitals had COVID patients, but it was nowhere near the same number of people that were in New York that were severely affected. And I think that a lot of doctors got stuck in the middle of this debate. We were watching science unfold in real time and having disagreements with it, and people were panicking on both sides. Now, when you start layering in politicization of this, then you start really getting into trouble. And that's where we saw some of the medical journals like The Lancet really start playing into some misinformation. For example, The Lancet is actually the journal that, so it's the top tier medical journal in the world. And it's the journal that was really at the root of the initiation of the anti-vaccine movement in 1998, when it published Andrew Wakefield's article on measles and saying that the MMR was associated with the development of autism. And Andrew Wakefield went out and did a press conference right after that article and said, I've discovered that there's a relationship between the MMR vaccine and autism. What he didn't say to anybody, that he had patented his own version of the vaccine to replace the vaccine. He had been hired and paid for by trial lawyers to develop or to write this article, and that he had fabricated all the results. This was brought to the attention in a very, very interesting article by Brian Deer, who you should all go look up. He's an investigative journalist. He brought that to Richard Horton, who is the editor of The Lancet's attention. When he brought that up, 10 of the original authors, they took their names off the article, and he still didn't retract the article in total. And it turned out that everything was fabricated, and measles outbreaks went through the roof. We had eradicated measles, a totally vaccine preventable illness, in 2000. And Wakefield is still going around with anti-vaxxers promoting this stuff. Now, COVID then comes into the picture, and a whole bunch of misinformation on both sides it developed, and one of them was perpetrated by The Lancet. So there was an organization called Surgisphere, and this was a discussion about ivermectin. And I'm not either here or there on ivermectin. I don't think that ivermectin is particularly useful, but I don't think it's going to hurt people. And I think in real time, when you are trying to save people, you try your best, and that's where doctors found themselves. But anyway, long and short is, there was an article that came out in May of 2020 that stated that in 96,000 patients across the world, there was no benefit from ivermectin. Long and short is what The Lancet said. Richard Horton got called out by David Spiegelhalter. You can look at the exchange on Twitter. And David Spiegelhalter said something, who's I want to say he's Cambridge, very, very, well credentialed. Once again, big epidemiology background, very, very smart, thoughtful man. Said, I'm questioning about peer review in this case, because it seems kind of odd that you got 96,000 patients documented with this trial in 6 weeks from when the pandemic got started. And he was told, he was just sort of laughed off stage, right? They said, this is ridiculous. We peer review all the time. That's what our job is. Well, it turns out that they couldn't reproduce any of the data. And the reason why they couldn't produce any of the data was that it was, once again, made up. And Twitter people talked about it, and that's how it got discovered, that the people who were responsible for giving the data or putting the study together for The Lancet were a science fiction writer, a cardiologist, and a stripper. And when that was discovered because of Twitter, the Lancet finally had to back down and retract the article. But the Lancet started it in 1998 by keeping Andrew Wakefield's article live for 12 years, despite incredible conflicts of interest. He thought he was going to make, and this is documented, he thought he was going to make $43 million a year in litigation-driven testing. So look up the BMJ, the British Medical Journal has a whole expose on this. So the anti-vaccine movement is very complex. I've talked to a lot of people who've been involved with developing these vaccines. I've got to tell you, these vaccines are, yes, some people have side effects, and yes, and that's true with any kind of intervention that you might have. People have side effects from COVID too. But this vaccine, they were 70,000 people participated in these studies. They've been doing research on mRNA since the 90s. This technology has incredible medical potential, and I hate to see it get so politicized that we just throw it by the wayside, because it's really good science. And I understand that people have concerns about companies. I understand that people have concerns about side effects and things like that. But I think that it's really important not to get politicized in our beliefs. The Lancet was totally anti-Trump, and they went after him as soon as he started talking about ivermectin. And I think that got politicized. The other thing is that, doctors, once again, were stuck in the middle, very, very busy trying to help people, short-staffed, burned out. And I think they're doing their best. And when you have science evolving in real time, you have arguments. I'm an ER doctor. I have people when I was, I'm not practicing now, but when I had people disagree with me, we'd have disagreements on the phone. We'd have disagreements with how you would manage different things. So that's normal. That's a normal part and practice of medicine. But people saw that live in real time, and I don't think they knew what to make of it. And so it's important to be able to air both sides of a debate. And it's important not to make scientific decisions based on what your political persuasion is.
Viva, by the way, Dr. Shiva, good to have you. You can put your hand up anytime you want to jump in or just unmute.
Yeah, how are you doing? This is Dr. Shiva.
Good, man. Good.
Good.
Good to have you.
Great to be here. Glad we're having a discourse finally on this.
Was not planned, but the files dropped today, so here we are. But I know that Viva has his hand up. So Viva, I think you had a question for Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I understand the point of what Lisa just said. It seems very contradictory to some extent that the most reputable journals are in fact politically infiltrated entities that provide misinformation 30 years ago, in as much as they're providing misinformation today. And the argument around that is censored by the powers that be, which are equally political. The Lancet, I was not aware of its history of partisan politics or whatever, or bad science. I became very familiar with it this time around, where in the early stages in March 2020, they said it's a conspiracy theory to suggest that COVID originated in a lab in Wuhan, China. And then 18 months later, post another article saying it's always been a perfectly plausible theory. The whole issue here is that the cornerstones of what people were told is good science and authorities, we've discovered in real time are in fact politically infiltrated misinformation, for lack of a better word, at the same time that our ability to have these public discourses, discussions, is being stifled on social media by equally political partisan entities. So you're describing the problem as though it's not a problem, when it in fact is. And talking about mRNA being a technology or a science with great potential, great. I think we can all agree on that. I think Albert Bourla would agree with that. But to go from a great science with great potential to real-time experimentation for the first time on humans, when this had never been used as a vaccine before, and Bourla, CEO of Pfizer, says he was greatly shocked and surprised when they said, this is how we're going to go about vaccinating billions of people, you can understand the frustration and especially the distrust when we're not allowed to have these discussions publicly. And I'm sorry if that's more of a critique than a question, but listening to it, I hear you describing a problem that it sounds like you're as caught up in as the rest of us.
No, I agree. I think that you've just nailed it, right? This is the exact problem. You've got a whole bunch of misinformation and then panic information coming from all sorts of different sides. But what I would suggest, there's a movie that's just been made that sort of covers this in much more depth, and it's called Shot in the Arm, and it's coming out in January 6th in Palm Springs. And Neil deGrasse Tyson is, I want to say, is involved with producing it in some capacity. And Scott Hamilton Kennedy is the director. He's an Academy Award nominated director. And he's made a documentary about this. So he started making this documentary in 2019 after several measles epidemics hit New York and Samoa. And he followed the reasons why this happened. And then COVID hit, and he thought, oh my gosh, I don't have a movie. And then the whole thing came out with the vaccines. So he's talked to, has interviews with people from both sides of all sides of the political spectrum and both sides of the vaccine argument. So he talked to Paul Offit, who was on the FDA board that approved these vaccines, well, did the emergency approval of these vaccines. Paul Offit is a stellar doctor who is a pediatrician and has really, really got, I think, a middle ground view on these vaccines. He talked to Peter Hotez from Baylor. He talked to RFK Jr. He talked to Del Bigtree. He's got people from both sides of this argument in this film. And I think that will help sort of people maybe understand, some of the dilemma that doctors found themselves in. Now, I agree 100% that you can't say you can't go to church or you can't go to your family's, families, be at your loved one's bedside when they're sick, and then it's okay to say. I think whoever was just saying that, talking about, it's okay to go to riots, that was the turning point where people stopped believing doctors. And I want to say that most doctors weren't saying that. It just got widely promoted. I think most doctors were so busy trying to take care of people during this pandemic and do their day-to-day job that they were trying not to be in the political environment. But it got so politicized that that people on both sides sort of dug in the trenches, and they didn't realize that there's a middle ground that would be much more productive for people to go down. And that's why I love these spaces are wonderful, because people are able to talk about both sides. And I think that's the only way you're going to find some middle ground and move ahead as a society. You can't have censorship.
Dr. Shiva, anything to add?
Yes, let me give you some perspective on this, having listened to this as both a scientist, as a systems biologist, but also someone who has been involved in the censorship fight. And actually, some of you may know, we ran the Fire Fauci campaign as an activist. So let me intersect a couple of these. So first of all, there's no middle ground in science. This is the concept of scientific consensus is highly, highly flawed. So I don't like this word middle ground. Science is based on fact and the scientific method. Richard Feynman talked about this. Science is not supposed to be politicized. So when people use the word middle ground, they actually do not understand the foundations of science, period. Let's talk about the scientific method. The scientific method prospers when you have discourse, freedom. And that freedom has been destroyed, particularly started in 1970 with the consolidation and the centralization of a couple of very, very interesting institutions. Specific to this, you had the centralization of the NIH, the heads of all the journals, or the collusion, and the department heads of major universities, as well as Big Pharma. Let me give you an example. You'll find the exact same person who's on the NIH review boards deciding who gets funding, who's also the journal editor of many of the major journals, like Nature, and the department head at MIT, Harvard, Stanford, et cetera, and also sitting on the board of one of the early stage or late stage biotech companies. So these same individuals are deciding the direction of science. And if the NIH decides there's X number of dollars, who gets that funding? The person who gets that funding since 1970 has been the person who has essentially become a lemming. There was a point in science prior to 1970 where people went into science to do great work, to be quote unquote radicals, to throw out all sorts of ideas. Since 1970, science has essentially become now the oldest profession in the world, period. And this has occurred in climate science as well as this. So I know this is someone who's gotten grants, worked at MIT, taught at MIT, gotten 4 degrees in my PhDs in biological engineering. So that's the background that we need to understand, that science has essentially been mutilated. Having said that, let's talk about the immune system. In 2019, when all of this was taking place, I was invited to present the Prestige Lecture at the National Science Foundation at Purdue. And there were 200 engineers there. This is before the quote unquote pandemic hit. And I gave a talk on the modern science of the immune system. And I'm considered one of the leading guys on the immune system. I would argue that 90% of doctors don't even know how the immune system works. The model of the immune system that is used in proposing vaccines as the end-all and be-all solution came out of 1915. There's a very important paper people should read, came out a couple years ago, called The Need for Systems Immunology. That model, Mario, says that there's two boxes: the early stage immune system, which is known as the innate immune system, and then the the early immune system, and then the part of the immune system which is involved, in figuring out what antibodies to create, right? And these two-box model has essentially run the world of immunology for the last 100 plus years. The reality is there's many other subsystems: the microbiome in your gut, the virome, the interferon system, the gut-brain axis, and none of this has been updated in the modern field of immunology. Why? Well, if you go look at big pharma, let's just take Pfizer, case in point. Anyone can just do a simple search. 10 years ago, they made $65 billion in revenue. In 2020, they were down to around 40 billion in revenue. They've lost 25 billion in top line revenue. Why? Because the entire pharmaceutical system of drug development, which I'm very, very aware of since 1980, having been in the field, is based on a very medieval model. You sort of shoot out there in the dark and you find some compound and some target. Then you do in vitro lab testing. And then you kill a bunch of animals. That takes 6 years. And then if you raise funding, then you apply for your IND, FDA allowance, and then you go to phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. Well, if you look at pharmaceutical companies' revenue over the last 20 years, their top line revenue, like I just gave with Pfizer, has been tanking because of this very medieval system of drug development. And the big guys in Silicon Valley and the big pharma guys keep investing in this model, knowing it's failing. And if you look at their numbers, every year they put more and more money into R&D and less new compounds are being figured out. If it wasn't for this vaccine stuff that just took place, Pfizer would be in the dirt. And Pfizer literally in 1 year made $80 billion in revenue. That's in 2020. And in 2021 and 2022, you're looking at 100 billion. Vaccines save these companies. The scientific advisors on these companies are the same people. And you can go look at him. One of my old advisors is Bob Langer, very nice guy, very smart guy, but go look at Bob's quote unquote conflict of interest. Bob's everywhere. So when you look at the science, the immune system knowledge, and doctors need to get educated on the immune system. The immune system is a far more complex system. And when I gave my talk in 2019 at the NSF, the end result was that it's the right medicine for the right person at the right time. So that's the real science. There's no middle ground here. And that leads to beyond vax and anti-vax arguments. As long as we have Robert Kennedy and Del Bigtree and these guys who are not scientists, who have their own and I've been very, very critical of them because they're essentially, in my view, grifters. And then you have Peter Hotze and these guys who just call anyone who raises this as anti-vaxxers. You have a serious problem. The bottom line is the immune system is a very complex system. It needs to be re-understood, but what it does lead to is the right medicine for the right person at the right time. In 2020 in January, I was one of probably the first people can go look at on Twitter. I said, this quote unquote pandemic will lead to destruction of the economy, will lead to violation of the First Amendment, and basically violate health. That went viral. And when I did that, I got a call from the White House, a very senior economic advisor. He said, Trump is not listening to us. He's blindly following Fauci. He said, Dr. Shiva, please do videos on explaining people on the immune system. And if you look at those videos, we did them very, very quickly, but the idea was to educate people on the immune system. And one of the things we talked about, which has not been in this discourse by Peter Hotze, all these guys, is there are very powerful ways you can boost the immune system. One of the videos I did, I think got 50 million views, was on vitamin D3, telling dark-skinned people or even white-skinned people to go inside when vitamin D3 levels have, which is, by the way, not a vitamin, it's essentially it blows up the cell walls, lyses virus and bacteria. To tell people not even that protocol was, in my ways, completely reprehensible by any scientist. So we ran the Fire Fauci campaign because I could see this guy was, excuse me, a complete scumbag, if that's the right word I can use. Now, I had to call that out. Many people in the scientific community knows Fauci has no business essentially giving a very reductionist solution. In fact, I wrote a letter to Trump. Everyone will see, we made it public in March of 2020 saying, don't shut down the economy, follow personalized and precision medicine, take those people who are obviously sick and obviously are in high risk category, treat them very differently than everyday Americans. And in fact, we put out a protocol on this, but none of the concepts of the immune system and educating people were ever discussed. So there's not a middle ground here. There's science or there's politics. And what has occurred, as Eisenhower talked about, is that the government, the state, has used its power to impose quote unquote science on people and create these dialectics. There is no dialectic. There is the foundations of the immune system, which leads to the right medicine for the right person at the right time. There are some very, very important aspects of the immune system that can be used to strengthen the immune system. And we have to start talking about that. So if we want to have a discourse, I think everyone on this call cares about public health. So if the discourse is about public health, that's what we need to have. And Mario, one of the things interesting is in 2019, we ran the first vaccine and immune health conference. About 1,000 people showed up. We also did a whole conference on masks, the science of it, what happens when you cover up the mouth, for particularly young kids, what it does to damage the microbiome in the mouth. And these are the discussions that we have. So I frankly have a serious problem with people saying, let's make it, Andrew Wakefield and Robert Kennedy versus Peter Hotze. It's nonsense.
Hey, Dr. Shiva, just out of curiosity, tying it back into the aspects of censorship, obviously the medical community has a lot of different thoughts. There should be disagreements and people should come to, try to make their consensus. But essentially, each of these should have been an individual patient, as you said, right patient and right treatment. It should have come down to the individual patient deciding whether or not, any particular thing was appropriate for them, interventions or treatments or so on. And it seems like the information campaign that was waged was to really push it away from individual autonomy and the right decision for individuals who either trust or don't trust a doctor or seek a second opinion, and then just create this like binding consensus that everybody sort of jumped on board with, and remove that individual decision that has been sort of the foundation, I would say, of Western experience, at least for the last 100 years or so.
Well, you bring up a very good point. Look, the complexity of the immune system, when I gave that talk in 2019, said this is a reason why these decisions have to be between the healthcare provider and the doctor. And there's enough studies done, it's not the doctor telling the patient what to do. Health emerges from this discourse that takes place between the doctor and the patient. That's where health emerges. Now, when you talk about censorship, let me make a couple of points. There's a number of people out there who've been talking about Twitter files. In 2020, when I ran for United States Senate, as many of you may know, in September 25, I put out a tweet criticizing the government of Massachusetts for destroying ballot images. And the government contacted Twitter through their backroom portal, and they had me taken out. On October 30th, on a hearing, which was held in federal court, and I had to represent myself because no lawyer wanted to take this on, and on the left or the right. So I had to represent myself against 3 Harvard lawyers against the state of Massachusetts, because it turned out that they had contacted Twitter. The most grossest violation of the First Amendment. What that led to, Kyle, was the following. In courtroom testimony, by the way, which Tucker Carlson, Glenn Greenwald, and ACLU were all made aware of, and they did not cover in 2020. So I have a lot of critiques about those individuals when they cover news. But what occurred in courtroom testimony was October 30th, 2020. The judge and I cross-examined the social media director of the government of Massachusetts. And she reveals in that cross-examination, which is all public in transcripts, the judge asked her, why did you decide to take Dr. Shiva off? How did you do it? She goes, oh, we have a special partnership with Twitter, a partner support portal. And she goes, we used that to contact Twitter. And he said, why did you use that? He goes, well, we would get better. Essentially, it would go faster. I was reported a U.S. Senate candidate in the middle of my Senate campaign on Twitter, which is my platform, which I've just recently gotten back on. And the government contacted Twitter through this special portal to deplatform me. And the judge said, how did you feel after he was thrown out? She goes, we felt, quote unquote, relieved. The judge, a federal judge appointed by Reagan, Harvard Law School lawyer, trained judge, he says, I sit under the picture of Louis Brandeis. Maybe I'm old, but I still believe in the First Amendment. And so he issued a court order in a preliminary injunction hearing, a TRO, and he said, you will no longer contact Twitter until this election's over. You will furthermore not if you have any issues with Dr. Shiva, you will engage it on Twitter. Now, I was put back on November 4th, Kyle, after the election's over. I'm tweeting away. And once again, when I share those tweets talking about the ballot image destruction on February 1st, within 17 minutes, I'm thrown off. I go back in court on February 4th, and the hearing was set for May. On May, I discover a set of playbooks, which we also published on the site winbackfreedom.com, and we also made Tucker Carlson and others, some of them on this call, made them aware of this. And none of those guys did anything. And those playbooks reveal an actual manual created at the Harvard Belfer School. Originally, I found them on a server by Katie Minshall in London. But everyone here should be appalled because those playbooks are actual how-to manuals on how you will target a U.S. citizen. One of those targeting that you do is to determine if they're saying government officials are corrupt. Those playbooks then led to the Long Fuse report, which led us to a censorship network diagram, which has been out there for over 2.5 years. It's not just the FBI. It's not just DHS. It is an entire infrastructure. And it came out of CISA, which was signed into law by Trump. So I find it really ridiculous when I see a lot of these conservative grifters today. Oh my God, we found this stuff on Twitter files. Jesus Christ, this was out in 2020 where we were in the trenches fighting. And while these same people who raise money today talking about they are fighting for the First Amendment stayed quiet. So that same playbook, these documents, the entire censorship infrastructure, which was, by the way, funded by Pierre Omidyar and the Intercept's Fang, if he's here, who wholesale plagiarized our stuff and never referenced our lawsuit. And it's very important to understand this because Pierre Omidyar is a founder of The Intercept, and he himself is the one who funded the Center for Internet Security to set up the clearinghouse between government and big tech companies so they could launder censorship. So that same infrastructure was used also against people who were going after Fauci or questioning him. But we need to get to a bigger discourse on who says the right things at the right time and why that's important in history. Not 2 years later acting like, oh my God, these Twitter files, this is horrible. What occurred in 2020 in our lawsuit, we put it out there. So I really, have not forget the quote unquote the left who frankly doesn't believe in the First Amendment. But my issue is with these so-called selfish anti-American grifters who, because maybe they didn't want to give attention, maybe it was going to take away their donations, didn't say anything in 2020. When we had exposed probably that lawsuit, as the judge said, he goes, this lawsuit will be taught in every constitutional law class. But most people didn't cover it, and we could have solved many things back then. Same with the vaccine issue when we really had the discourse about the immune system. So I think we need to start having integrity among the so-called people who are quote unquote investigative journalists, and people need to look at this big conflict of interest with The Intercept, which was founded and funded by Pierre Omidyar, and also Fox News. The Murdochs are the ones who funded a part of the censorship network. And if you go to winbackfreedom.com, you'll see it. This was presented in courtroom testimony. It's all there as evidence.
Yeah, Dr. Shiva, and we talked about editorial bias the other day, and there's obviously that's the real piece is like what ideas are given light, and you see based on what ideas pop out, which ones are then able to compete for primacy in the marketplace of ideas. Tom Finn joined us, and I saw he had his hand up. I know the other two have spoken before. I was wondering if you had a response to that, Tom.
Tom, can you hear us? You're muted.
I thank you for having me, and Merry Christmas to everyone. And, the doctor's right. A lot of this has been abuse in plain sight. It was quite obvious what they were doing. Obviously, it's one thing to know they're doing something. It's another thing to have internal corporate documents, again, come out confirming that the Trump White House in some way was trying to manage information. I think the release today is a little bit coy about how that took place and what censorship resulted from that. And I just hope it's not a case of, that both sides are terrible as opposed to I think the reality is that they had the Biden White House out there telling them to take people down, like my friend Andrew Bostom, who is back on, as you know from the files today. But this is really dangerous to the public health. This is not material that was taken down that was dangerous to the public health. When you tell people that they shouldn't listen to anyone other than particular government officials or corporate leaders on health issues, that's obviously dangerous to the public health. I don't think I need to explain that to the listeners here, that when Twitter becomes a medical expert, all bets are off in terms of your ability to protect yourself. And I saw early on that they got very nervous about Fauci. And, you know, I didn't know anything more about Fauci than the average American at the beginning of the pandemic. Someone had released, I think over at the Last Refuge or Conservative Treehouse, had released a file from the 2016 where Fauci was praising China and talking about how Fauci was praising Hillary and talking about how he loved her. And I just tweeted out something saying, well, boy, isn't this interesting? That resulted in 2 news stories in the New York Times and the Washington Post, I think one of which tried to tie tweets like that to security issues for Fauci. So, I mean, you could actually present material on Twitter and still be oppressed and censored or defamed, which is in some ways the ugly sister of censorship as well. And January, I think it was January 8th of 2021, around the time of this whole purge related to January 6th, they took down a tweet of mine or told me I needed to take it down, otherwise it wouldn't come back on, where I said hydroxychloroquine is a safe drug. And I used to post that once a week because I knew it was accurate. I didn't tell anyone to take anything about tie it to COVID. I also knew that people were unable to gain access to that, and ivermectin, excuse me, that otherwise needed it, for other reasons. And I knew the media and their allies in the public health establishment were lying about its safety and efficacy for things other than COVID. And so someone had complained about these tweets. I was a victim of either their internal operations or, the usual suspects. And they previously, just 2 months before, found the tweet not to be in violation of their rules. But in January, they said it was. And I needed to take it down, and no appeal was going to get it back up. And I was knocked out, the head of a major national transparency group, anti-government watchdog group, for 10 months until I took the tweet down. So, this didn't end with, it didn't end with Trump. There was no emergency there and then that required them, which I don't think is sufficient, but, to the degree they had any defense, they were in a crisis in, let's say, March of 2020, and they started doing something that they probably shouldn't have done, but, that's life. But this was in 2021, and so they were using COVID to target, in my view, a critic or a supporter of the rule of law on elections. So you can't separate the two. So here, though, I just saw the headline out of this, besides our own direct involvement, as we've been hearing it before, is that the Biden White House is directly implicated in violations of law and the Constitution, targeting American citizens for censorship. I mean, they've admitted to it, but here we know that it took place. And this is, in my view, it's the tip of the iceberg. And if this doesn't result in, if this isn't part of an impeachment inquiry, I don't know what the purpose of those proceedings are for.
Yeah,
Lisa,
I just
did you
want
have,
to chime in if you don't
Brian,
mind.
Brian, jump in, yeah, of course. And then Lisa, if you have anything to add, you and Joanna, it would be great to get your perspective on what Tom and Dr. Shiva mentioned. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, no, I think that Twitter was definitely, I think, taking steps that probably they shouldn't have taken when they banned you or suspended you, Tom. But I think it's also important to note, and I've said this before, I know a lot of people don't like this, is that there are no laws broken. There's nothing breaking the First Amendment, abridging the First Amendment, unless government is forcing a private entity to remove somebody's speech. If the government is suggesting that certain speech should be removed to a corporation, and that corporation makes a decision on their own, it would not be abridging somebody's First Amendment, and also there would be no law that's being broken.
Well, that's simply not true. It depends on the circumstances. I mean, if the government says generally, you know, Twitter has the right to moderate content, and this content, by the way, isn't true, and if their rules allow it, and they say it generally and broadly, I would argue, and we have argued in court, so we're not just doing this, I'm not doing this just on Twitter Spaces, we're suing on this type of very activity in California, where they targeted Judicial Watch and caused the YouTube video of ours to be taken down. Twitter accounts were also being taken down. This was on election stuff. But when the government does things in such a way that you can't distinguish the operations of the government from the private corporations, or just the government ask is done in such a way as to kind of give the corporation no choice. You know, it's kind of like a power relationship. It's like a power relationship in a harassment case. The thinking is that the person doing the quote ask is so powerful and intimidating that you have to kind of attribute this resulting action to the government official. And when you have corporations and the government colluding to violate the civil rights of American citizens and their First Amendment rights, that's a crime. Now, we can argue whether it can be proven or how successful such a charge could be against specifics, but the idea there's no laws at issue here is wildly off base.
Hey, and Brian, if you think about it,
the
though,
mob. I'm going to give you an offer.
Could I
you
just
can't
respond to that
refuse.
really fast? Yeah. So Tom, I 100% agree. If there was information showing that the FBI had pressured them in a way where Twitter felt like they had to do something, or else there were going to be consequences, I think it could be argued that that intimidation could be against the law. But from what we've seen thus far, we haven't seen any email saying, "Hey, we're feeling pressured by the FBI. We feel we have to do this, or else." We don't have any evidence of that right now. And it would be interesting. It would be interesting to see what the
Brian, it's in the emails today where they're complaining about the Biden administration coming down hard on them.
But they're not saying that the Biden administration will do this if we don't do this. They're complaining that the Biden administration is asking them to do this, but they're not complaining that the Biden administration.
They were facing congressional inquiry with the government threatening to push antitrust legislation against them. What do you think that is?
Yeah, Brian. I mean, you're
but you're linking
you're giving your
so quickly, guys. Just to let you know that Dr. Li Meng will be joining us in about 5 minutes. So I just want everyone to know. So Dr. Li Meng, I don't know the full story, but I know she was censored. She was one of the early whistleblowers in China, and was heavily censored in the early days of COVID.
Yeah, you should reach out, Mario, to Andrew Boston. I don't know if he's online right now, but Andrew has just been reinstated according to the files.
Tom, if you can send me through his head. Oh yeah, I know Andrew. Yeah, he was in the files. There's a few screenshots with his name.
Yeah,
so we already reached out to him.
And I'll send him a note too. So, but
Thanks,
Brian, I understand that's your opinion, but it's it's not the reality of what the legal. My understanding is, not that I'm a lawyer, but I've been fighting these sorts of battles for years. The government doesn't have to do much in order to be implicated in these situations. And, when a government agency meets with a company like Twitter, Twitter's meeting with their judge, jury, and executioner on certain regulatory issues. So you don't need, you can have this sort of mafia code that goes on in order for it to be attributed to government action. So, what you're suggesting is, well, maybe they won't be found. Well, a better position for you to take is, I don't think there's enough here for them to be found guilty of it. That's in the opinion. That's in the opinion realm. I think there's more than enough here for charges to be pursued or civil complaints to be filed beyond which has already been taken place.
I wanna go quickly to Joanna. Joanna, I want you to respond to what Dr. Shiva was mentioning earlier before I go to Viva and Harrison. Go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, I first wanted to respond to what I'm hearing here about censorship, and I think that, I myself was victim to that on a different platform, on Reddit actually, back around the pandemic, and then a second time around another medically related issue that I take problem with. But I leave it to the lawyers to decipher what is illegal and what is illegal technically. But one thing that I want to bring up again that I had mentioned earlier is that amidst the pandemic and amidst disagreement with some of the quote unquote data that was coming out when it was contested, whenever there was dissidence, people risked their medical licenses. I will cite again Peter McCullough, who was a cardiologist and documented about myocarditis and ended up losing his board certification. So looking not only to, some of these major entities that we have, honed in on, I think it's just so important to take a step back and realize the vulnerability that existed for anybody who disagreed, and whether you verbalized that online or at work, there was a real threat there. With regard to Dr. Shiva, I think there was a lot of mention about the significance of immunology. Is that what you want me to comment on?
No, whatever you wanted to comment on. I'm glad you made your point, and I did bring up also Sabine. Sabine, welcome to stage. You feel free to jump in or put your hand up at any time, Sabine. I'll go to Viva. Viva, go ahead, man.
Just a quick statement or response to Brian. It's well, first of all, it's funny to actually hear the person behind the Twitter handle talking, but the amount of opinions or conclusions, it's not a First Amendment violation, is a conclusion of law, not a premise. It's not a fact. And so setting aside all opinions, the Twitter files have now revealed a number of things, some of which we already knew. Zuckerberg talking about having met with the FBI. It's a serious institution. When they sit down and meet with you, you take it seriously. When you talk about the FBI now remunerating the time of Twitter employees for doing their bidding in the orders of millions and millions of dollars. You're talking about various types of government actors infiltrating or exploiting what would otherwise be private actors to do the government's bidding for them. It's not just a matter of coercion. There's bribery, there's inducement, there's a number of ways the government can turn private actors into state actors for the purposes of First Amendment violations. And just to sit there and say, I haven't seen enough, even though we've seen, weekly meetings, back channels, direct flagging, direct remuneration, to say, well, still not enough. Good, you're entitled to your opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. And those are the facts at the current time. It's overt, it's egregious, it's in your face, it's over the top. And we're just getting one element after another of how FBI basically infiltrated and used a social media monopoly to do its bidding for itself.
No, and hey, I agree that I don't think they should have operated in the way they did. But like you said, it's the facts, and the facts don't point to a company being forced to make certain decisions. And yes, you could say, in my opinion, their pressure on Facebook or their pressure on Twitter is in effect making them feel forced. But that's not factual. That's an opinion as well.
Right? I mean, like you said, it doesn't have to be forcing somebody to do something through violence. You can bribe them to do something. You can offer them incentives. It's the same thing. The result is the same. That's what makes it illegal.
Well, Ian and Brian, both you guys got to realize too that there's big government contracts that are at stake that are also not in the same departments and are not being run by the same people that are making these requests. So it's always possible that someone says, hey, look, can you go look at these Twitter handles? And there is a financial discussion going on that is completely outside of that is going to be looked at by the company internally. And that's going to be whether it's cloud computing at Amazon or Google or any of these other places. They all have the same kind of issues where they're going to look around and go, the totality of the circumstances dictates that we should make a decision to appease this particular government entity, even if that particular, group that's commenting on or that department is not explicitly threatening, the financial obligations that might be under contract or that are being negotiated. So there's a lot more at play here, and we're not seeing all of those because, first of all, we're only seeing one company. And second of all, you're not going to see financial discussions going on about whether it's reimbursement for administrative expenses, which is where you see that 3.1 million. That may be a totally legitimate amount of money, but it might be contested and they might have to fight for it versus thinking that the government would be much more, gentle about it and just send it along. So it's not a black and white issue here, and you're probably not going to see the quote unquote smoking gun with just explicit evidence from the exact department that is asking for that censorship. I think it's worth like knowing it's nuanced.
You got to keep in mind that Amazon, has Amazon cloud services, the AWS, Google has Google Cloud, and Microsoft has the Azure system, and they're all involved in government contracts with the DoD. So it is in their best interest as companies, for the bottom line, to do whatever it is the government tells them to do. If the government says, hey, censor this, or ban these people, or hey, promote this certain narrative, they're going to do it. It's in their interest to do so, because we're talking billions of dollars in contracts. These contracts can make or break these companies. That's how big they are, right? You can't.
I think one of the, I think
operate without a DoD contract.
I'm
so
sorry.
Of course they're going to go.
Well, and just quickly, one of the other issues here is the corporate corruption. Twitter was lying to shareholders and users and regulators. And I use those words carefully, because when you lie in those circumstances, you raise liability for yourself, that they were doing this censorship in a good faith way that wasn't arbitrary and capricious. That's kind of my summary of how they were approaching this. And this and the other Twitter files show that's a lie. They were making it up as they go along, and they were doing it not in a good faith way, but in a way that was arbitrary and capricious, and violated the terms of their own user agreements. You're supposed to rely on these user agreements to kind of guide you and to protect. It protects not only corporation, but it protects the users so that their accounts aren't unknowingly taken down because they did something they didn't know about. It's clear that's what was going on here. I mean, they were working with the government to enforce these rules that that they knew the users didn't violate, and they were still punishing them. If that's not civil, if there isn't civil liability arises from that, again, I'm not sure what the courts are there for.
I want to pivot to Dr. Lee Mangyan. How are you, doctor?
Hi, thank you for the invite.
Thank you for coming on. Lucky you, I don't know the full story, so I'll be learning the story from you today. Can you tell us the story of what happened when you started speaking out early on? I'd love to know. I'd love your story for me and for the audience.
Oh, thank you. It would be a very long story. Let me try to be briefly introduced to you. So first, I worked in the University of Hong Kong at that time when the outbreak happened in Wuhan. It is a WHO reference lab. That means that is a top lab for the emerging infectious disease in the world. And I am a medical doctor as well as PhD and also virologist. I work on vaccines development there for over 5 years. So just at the beginning of the outbreak in Wuhan, the last day of 2019, I was secretly assigned by my supervisor, Prof. Liu Peng, who is a WHO expert, to investigate what happened in Wuhan through my own network. And my own network is broadly based in China and involving laboratories and also hospitals from civil to military. So what I obtained very quickly through the very top source is we get firsthand information that the thing is getting worse and worse in China. And at that time, remember, before 2020, China government knows the viral sequence and they suppress the fact. They don't allow people to get treated properly. They don't allow doctors to talk about the fact. And also they suppress everything. And so that's why from that time, I start to review what happened in Wuhan. And my work gets surprised by WHO experts because I was warned repeatedly, don't cross the red line, keep silence. If not, you will be disappeared. So clearly, until mid-January of 2020, when I realized that things getting worse and WHO lies with China government and they cheat the world. At that time, they even claim no human-to-human transmission. While the outbreak already happened in China, I decided to review it all by myself. And so I deliver it through a anti-CCP media based in New York, Loaded Media on YouTube. And I let him deliver these facts to warn Chinese Communist Party government to stop it, because if they don't control it at that time, things will getting crazy and there would be pandemic. Unfortunately, they did responded, but what they responded is just to cover it up. So I heard the Dr. Shiva and other doctors talking about the Lancet paper at that time in February 2020, when Fauci and other scientists worked together to cover up the origin of COVID. Let me tell you, that was one of the response through Chinese Communist Party delivered to the academic field to cover it up, because China can never let you know that was from the lab. And actually, I can guarantee that it's a product from CCP's bioweapon program. So all the things happened, and of course, when I start delivering the fact, CCP tried to disappear me when I was in Hong Kong, and I have to escape to US. After that, again, I faced
Before you continue,
similar.
Doctor, I wanna kind of split a line about your escape to the US, and just summarize and let me know if I got it right. I've been learning about, so it's called the lab leak theory. Is that correct, Doctor?
I would say lab incident, not leak. Lab origin, related incident, not pure leak, not accidentally pure accident.
Okay, so there is a lab in Wuhan that a lot of people are saying, and there is a good discussion to have, that COVID might have originated from that lab. And what happened is, whenever someone brought up that discussion in the early days, it was immediately censored and considered a conspiracy. Even I tweeted 2 days ago that I was guilty, when I started reading about it in the last few days, I was guilty to just completely consider it a conspiracy and not even look into it. And now obviously it's looking less and less of a conspiracy. So when you spoke out about this, you were pretty quickly censored. And then you mentioned that in Hong Kong, they were trying to disappear you. Is that what you said?
Yes, and also in America now, it's the same, because China is still after me.
Okay, so what do you mean by disappear you?
Disappear is a word that when we are in Hong Kong at that time during 2019 in the pro-democracy protest, the protesters always get disappeared, and then they were found dead somewhere, even naked, and government claim, oh, they committed suicide, and also they will say this is just missing people. We don't know where they go. They went. And as a Chinese person, I can tell you that it means Chinese Communist Party arrested them, tortured them, and even killed them, or hold them somewhere you may never find. So this all called disappear, either in physics, physically or mentally, all disappear. So suppression is a disappear.
I understand. And before I go to Kyle, I have another question for you. What made you, what got you worried that you could get disappeared?
Because this is not a simple political accident, or it is not even just only about the academic compromise. So this is something related to the human public health, and also it's related to the very top secret in Chinese Communist Party and Xi Jinping's regime. It's conducted by People's Liberation Army, and it is globally organized after the outbreak in Wuhan, and to change the world order. And it's not conspiracy, you will verify it. And the thing is, now Chinese Communist Party knows that, because not only me, also many brave scientists, doctors, and a lot of people, they are looking for the truth, and they start to review things little by little. So finally, people will one day realize that besides those compromised people or greedy business people, CCP is actually behind it dominantly. So China government will be held accountable as the common enemy for mankind. That's why they have to disappear every sound. So I am the very important part, and I know, because I know virology, I have my Yen reports reviewed in Science that how they develop it and how the compromise happened, and everything get verified. So China has to disappear me as soon as
I
they
understand.
can.
I understand. And then we want to go to you escaping Hong Kong to the US and your experience there. But before asking about this, I want to do two things. Number one is tell everyone that we do have a space we're preparing with multiple panelists to discuss the origin of COVID, which I didn't think was a point that even needed discussion until I started looking into it. So that's number one. We're going to be organizing that panel for probably for next week or a bit after. Otherwise, I want to go to Dr. Shiva and Kyle. They both have their hand up.
Hey, if you don't mind, Dr. Shiva, mine's going to be a short point. Essentially, when we're talking about disappearing, which we're talking about killing somebody off for political purposes, the listeners out there, they can go educate themselves. There's open source data about this. Operation Fox Hunt, it's a real thing. It's been going on for a while. It even extends into the United States. So it's a real danger. It continues ongoing. I've sat down with physicians from various provinces in China when I was working counterintelligence, who played me the threatening phone calls they got. And it's not just whether or not they were going to come after these individuals that I was speaking with, but also that they were going to come after their families in China and use them as a lure to extort them or to coerce them to come back into China and be dealt with. This is a thing that happens. It's a real technique used by the Chinese Communist Party. So when we talk about those things, these are not like spy novel type things. This is like actual Chinese operatives that will come into the United States. And you'll see some of these things. They're talking about setting up Chinese police departments in the U.S. They're working an intelligence operation where they're running down people that are enemies of the party, the political party, and doing things that are antithetical to what we believe is, happening in America. So people should know that.
So from your knowledge, Kyle. So we're gonna get to Dr. Lee's escape to the U.S. But even being in the U.S. does not obviously mitigates the risk, but the risk is still there because you did talk about having Chinese stations in other countries, and I've read about this as well.
Yep.
That were
there's a Canada, there's a
US,
it
it mitigates some of the risk, but
even,
it's ongoing and it's real.
It's all over the place.
Dr. Shiva,
yes.
And then we'll go to Sabine. Go ahead, Doctor.
So let me just make a couple of points here that hopefully intersect with what Tom Fitton said earlier and the previous speaker. Look, if you come to probably the 1 mile radius between MIT and Harvard, you will find the incredible amount of money that the Chinese government is involved in funding both of these very, very illustrious institutions. And so and this goes back to, I think, Kyle, what you were saying, this influence that takes place is implicit and direct between government and big tech companies, but it's also more of a swarm who people know. If people go to the winbackfreedom.com site, you will see a censorship network diagram that was submitted in federal court testimony, which lays out all the players. It's not just the DHS. These are limited hangouts that the Intercept is doing. If they're just talking about the DHS or just the FBI, it's a swarm of universities, Pentagon, very large private funders, and organizations like the AP and other organizations who are involved in this censorship network in the United States. When we submitted that in court, Kyle and Tom, the judge was blown away. And my court case on this exposing the government censorship infrastructure, which was direct, it wasn't even someone arguing that didn't exist. In courtroom testimony, we have the government saying, because I criticize them, they use this portal, the partner support portal, which I believe probably still exists at Twitter, for government to censor a United States Senate candidate. This is the highest form of political speech. And when you look at that diagram, that's the diagram we should be talking about in this conversation, other Twitter files, because it's already been revealed. Now, what occurred in my lawsuit was that the judge said, wow, Dr. Shiva, you've done all this without a lawyer. I'm going to give you a lawyer. The lawyer attempted to throw the case because 3 days before the final hearings, the work products were to be given for the final July testimony. He said, just drop your claim against the government and just get back on Twitter, Shiva, and you'll be the biggest hero. This is in 2021. I refused to do that. The judge then sealed our lawsuit, Tom, on censorship. A federal judge sealing the lawsuit on censorship, which exposed everything we're talking about in Twitter files 2 years ago. I would not settle for simply getting back on Twitter and selling out, meaning not making the government accountable because they use this portal. Anyway, I filed the lawsuit as the judge ordered me with only one claim, the final amended complaint. And then I walked away because I just didn't want to get up on Twitter and let the government get away. But what I'm saying is we have a historic lawsuit which shows the direct connection between government using an infrastructure to silence a U.S. Senate candidate. That's already out there. So anyone arguing whether this is explicit or implicit, it's explicit. The other aspect of this is when you look at what's happening in science, the state infrastructure in the United States since 1970 has become highly centralized. Scientists using that state infrastructure can suppress any opposing viewpoint at this point. And that is, so I really, really want us to recognize that 2020 lawsuit has the entire infrastructure. It puts front and center people like the Murdochs, people like, Pierre Omidyar, people like the Pentagon, people like Harvard and MIT who were involved in building the state infrastructure, which I really request, if Elon Musk is listening, is that infrastructure still alive? And when will it be dismantled? Because that's the heart of the issue. And finally, when we talk about money, I think, Kyle, you talked about this, there is a serious financial inducement here for Twitter to keep these back-end portals alive. Section 230 immunity is for a platform. We know Twitter's valuation on $5 billion at $50 billion in valuation. Today's a 10x multiple on that $5 billion. If the New York Times had a $5 billion revenue as a publisher, they only get a 2x valuation, $10 billion. So if Twitter overnight became a publisher, they would be open to all sorts of liability. They would lose $40 billion in valuation. So I would assert, I think we need to come fully transparent to recognize there's a serious inducement for Twitter to keep these back-end portals alive and well. And that inducement is for Silicon Valley, because if these portals are taken away, the platform valuation is gone and Twitter will become about a $10 billion company, not a $50 billion value company. But the fundamental issue is why do these portals exist?
I want to quickly jump in as well, Doctor. Just Elon tweeted 3 minutes ago, referring to the thread of the Fauci files just now. I'll read out what the tweet said. Much more to the Twitter files, COVID edition, than this introductory thread. Follow-up piece to come next week featuring leading doctors and researchers from Harvard, Stanford, and other institutions. So as Ian said earlier, it's going to be a pretty long thread, and there's going to be a lot more drops, which shouldn't be too surprising. Before we continue, I know Tom, Sabine,
and interestingly, you brought up the how bad.info, how bad is my batch? That's the Team Enigma group. And one of the things they found out, which totally buttresses what you just said, is that each company sets the number of doses. Those are 6, 5, whatever doses in a vial. But they set the number of doses per lot number themselves. And what they found after some hackers got in to the Pfizer and Moderna system was that there was up to 1.5 million doses per lot number, and not all of them had been deployed. So like you said, there's the up and down, the different parts to each lot number. And then in addition to that, who knows, maybe they're adding things and putting the same lot number going forward. And so it's causing sort of a, runaround. It's so diabolical.
It is, and it's just and there it's purposely done. It goes all the way back to the 1980s and what we have long referred to as the Wyeth memo. The Wyeth memo, for your interest, for your audience, that was in about 1982 when they were sending out large sets of lots to particular areas, and this was for a DPT vaccine.
You've got your hands up, but I know, Dr. Lee, you don't have much time, so I really want to get through the story if you don't mind, and I appreciate you making time to jump in. So there's a quick question that is perfectly timed. Let me go to it. There it is. So ask you if the U.S. did you get any assistance from the U.S. government to escape Hong Kong to the U.S.?
No, I didn't get help from American government at that time. I went to because I delivered the message anonymously to the Loader Media. By the way, Loader Media's account over 200,000 followers was suspended when he revealed the Hunter Biden's hard drive things at that time. And the Loader Media, the host, helped me to find the kind of help from one non-profitable organization foundation, and then I went to America. Turns out things become more complicated because that non-profitable foundation, which claimed to be anti-CCP and help anti-CCP dissident, actually is another organization pretending to be dissident based in United States to help China government control the dissident in the United States. And also, when I came to the United States, immediately, because the message got leaked from that foundation, so China government already prepared to stop me and deported me when I arrived at the Los Angeles airport. Luckily, the American custom officers and also later FBI Homeland officers, they talked to me. I spent like 8 hours there during transition. Finally, they convinced I'm credible and let me go to New York.
Dr. Li,
that.
so you said at the customs there were efforts by the Chinese government to try to bring you back. Is that what you said?
Yes, China government somehow, when I was on the flight, they already contacted many of my friends or even acquaintances based in United States and asked them to report it. I'm a missing person, I'm dismantled, and also China embassy can get involved. China embassy can ask America to deport me because I'm incapable, like that. And that's what I heard later from the feedback in FBI. And however, I need to appreciate officials I met in the custom. They all talked to me and also finally convinced that I'm credible and let me go into United States. And later, I went to different media like Fox. I met so many hosts like Tucker Carlson, Bill Hammer, and many. And also I went a lot of public events with Global COVID Summit doctors. I published my EN reports. I talked to the intelligence community. I talked to legislators. I did hearing in the Freedom Caucus in the Congress. I have done quite a lot. And to be honest, I don't ask people what their real title or identity when they come to talk to me. I just want to let as many people to know the fact, because I know among these people who listen to the facts, they can verify by themselves. And finally, we will have a huge power to understand the truth of COVID origin. And I think we have seen that now.
Another question for you, because I know you don't have much time. If just for the audience, if you have questions, you can put it in the comments bottom right corner, and the team is going through them. And we will do a whole space on the origins of COVID, with a range of panelists with different theories. Doctor, you said now that you're in the US, correct?
Yes, I'm now based in US.
Okay, and are you still facing any pressure at all? Has the pressure kind of diminished as the as COVID got contained?
If you mean the threat or attacks?
The attacks or the pressure from the Chinese government to try to silence you?
Yeah, of course, always. If you check, I mean, I am a very great example for anyone to study the persecution from Chinese Communist Party and their allies, including Fauci, WHO, or compromised scientists. Because, for example, you check, just type my name, Dr. Li-Meng Yan, on Twitter, there will be hundreds of fake accounts jump out. Sometimes even I get confused which is the real one. And these are the cyber army. And you will see a lot of multiple language. And one report has published that they use over 7 languages to publish the post attacking me using comics, using other papers. And the mainstream media, which attacked me as a conspiracist, including National Geographic, CNN, and also New York Times, and so many. And there are a lot of fact checker in the big tech to suspend my words. And all of that, behind it, you definitely can find the money and the power from Chinese Communist Party. And also the agent from CCP are still looking for me, and they try to either disappear me in US or bring me back to China. All the information, including my passport, was published online. They threatened to bring me back to China overnight. My family are held in China, mainland China. I can't contact with them, although I'm the single kid at home. All like this. This is all I tell how they try to disappear a person, disappear the voice.
So your family is held in China. What do you mean by held in China? They're not allowed to leave the country, or they're not even home?
Not, I mean, of course, they are not allowed to leave country. I can tell you, just when I arrived to US, when I arrived to New York later, that was within 40 hours after I escaped from Hong Kong. When I called my parents in Qingdao, mainland China, the thing is, my father told me they are all at my home, from Ministry of National Security and the Public Security and so many other law enforcement agencies with local people from Beijing to Qingdao, and they were at my home, and my mom already cried for over 1 day. And those people surveillance my family 24 hours, 7 days. They brought my parents into a detention place, prison kind of detention place again and again, want to know what they know about me. They forced my parents to ask me go home and give me pressure. And they also, my husband, another WHO expert, worked in WHO lab with me now, worked in the United States under the help from CCP, is also used by CCP to hunt me in US. This was already confirmed by intelligence. And also CCP's richest agent is suing me for anti-Asian on the federal court now, because that is a common trick they use to harass the dissident and waste your time and waste your money. So altogether, just studying my case, you will know how CCP is working all over the world and suppress the speech, harass people.
You've just inspired me to do a whole space on this. This is like a whole new level of censorship. And I appreciate you sharing it. Another question before I go through the audience questions. Why? Why are you speaking up? It's just so much easier to just say, guys, I'm just not going to talk about it anymore. I'm not going to do any interviews. Let my family go. Is that even an option, or am I just too naive?
I am a doctor, medical doctor, and I'm a virologist. When I was put into the investigation, when my data collection, the information collection, intelligence I got, all showed that there is a huge outbreak and even pandemic soon, but China government, they intentionally cover it up, and they actually as one make it happen. And later I see WHO and other organizations work with China to cover it up. I can't keep silent. The moment
So
I
you said,
decide,
so you said, just to confirm, you said the WHO worked intentionally with the Chinese government to cover up the source of the true origins of COVID, correct?
yes, because I worked in the WHO lab. I am part of that WHO team in the reference lab. My all supervisors are the WHO very reputable experts. Remember, coronavirus becomes a human disaster from 2003. At that time, my lab is the first lab identify it and also found out the animal host. So even Dr. Fauci respect my supervisor, Malik Paris, as such celebrity. We are so important in this field. So I can tell you, they all work together.
So what made you think or realize that the Chinese government worked with who on this? Was there any communication that you heard, or anyone you spoke to at who? So what got you, or is it just a speculation based on things that you're seeing?
No, there's like evidence for this. The EcoHealth Alliance's leading guy worked. I mean, and he was the guy who funded the Wuhan Institute of Virology. He was put as the lead investigator on this, and there's a clear conflict of interest when the guy who's responsible for the WIV is working to investigate himself in his own research in China. So yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sure,
you're right.
Dr. Lee can clear it up. Yeah.
You are right. And however, it's much more than that. Yeah, there is evidence, and there are many things I haven't told in public yet because no enough time or good opportunity. But I can tell you is this is not only like a speculation. First, I can tell you my lab also involved. So it's not only one lab in Wuhan. It is a network. which is all controlled by CCP and their military. This is military civil fusion network. They are working on the same thing. Not everyone inside knows the fact because finally this is a top secret. You may contribute inside, but you even don't know you are part of this program. But this top secret actually, they started even 10 years ago when Xi Jinping became the chairman. He accelerated it. And also, what I can tell you is there are theory evidence. There are also more evidence that shows what happened in Wuhan is definitely not only a lab leak. But I just cannot explain everything here. And also, I can
What
tell
and
people
what would you say? What would you say? Yeah. Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
I want to add one thing is focus on People's Liberation Army found what they found uniquely from China, the bad coronavirus. Remember the name ZC45. So this is a backbone of the SARS-CoV-2. It is a People's Liberation Army dominated product.
So, Doctor, I just
Mario?
have Tom. I have one quick question. I'll give the mic to Tom. Doctor, what would you say is the one main thing that you saw? I know. So Ian mentioned one point. What would you say is the main piece of evidence that you have that the WHO collaborated with China to cover up the story, and that you can share with the audience?
Oh, you mean the cover up with WHO? Okay.
The cover up, yeah.
Yeah, so when I worked with the WHO lab at that time, remember I was put solely to do the investigation through my network. So within several hours, I already collected a lot of things from Beijing and Wuhan, including the Beijing CDC, which is actually just handling that virus sample from Wuhan. And all these things like Beijing already knew it, Beijing is delayed the information, and also things in Wuhan getting worse and worse. Viral sequence already known. Remember, they published it half a month later. So all this, I immediately reported to my boss. We are the surveillance lab, reference lab based in Asia. So my lab, one of the top responsibility is to let the WHO and the public know what happened within even 24 hours when the public crisis happened. However, the response from my boss and also another big boss, Malik Paris, is always keep silent, don't cross a red line, because China government will be angry. And also,
did they say explicitly that the China keep silent because the Chinese government will be angry, or that was?
Yes, don't cross the red line, because the first thing I asked my boss Liu Peng is, why do you want me to do that? You are the expert. You work for Hong Kong government. Why do I need to do that? I'm a postdoc fellow. And he said, because China government don't release any information even to Hong Kong, and we really worry about whether it's another 2003 SARS-1-like outbreak. And also, again and again, these kind of things are repeated, even until mid-January, right before I made the decision to take my life risk release aid. I always get this kind of response, and I say these experts, they got my information, they understood, but they keep telling people no human-to-human transmission, don't worry, and China did it very well. And also after that, remember I came to US at the end of April 2020. For 3 months, I see these scientists lying around me, which make me very shocked. They start to make up the scientific evidence to convince people this comes from nature. One more thing I also want people to know. I later, in mid-January, right before I reveal it, my boss asked me to find out the animal host. How to find it? Because he showed me one email with an animal. He said, this is raccoon dog. And just go to ask your friends in Wuhan whether they eat it, how they eat it, how they sell it. Raccoon dog was the one they want to convince people as the animal host. And my investigation shows that they don't eat it, they don't sell it, and you cannot blame raccoon dog in this outbreak.
Brian and Tom?
Yeah. I just wanted to ask you about I know the media has pointed to your links with Steve Bannon, who was a part of the Trump administration, and
Yes.
they said that one of your papers was basically repeating a lot of the information that was found in a paper that was presented on
No.
Bannon's website months prior. Like, what do you have to say about that?
Oh, okay. So first, thank you for this question. Very good question. First, Mr. Bannon didn't know me until I leave Hong Kong, because all the media actually keep secret in case China or anyone can find me. So when all the host deliver my message for over 3 months in Chinese to the world and trigger China government to make a lot of response, at that time, no one knows who I am. So there is no way Bannon or anyone else can package me or ask me to do anything. And my words all can verify from that time to now. The thing is, Mr. Bannon, I think he helped deliver my words at that time when I arrived US, because remember I said one non-profitable foundation based in US, it is called Rule of Law Foundation. Unfortunately, later we found that is a fake anti-CCP organization. But however, at that time, because they need to let people believe they are anti-CCP, and Mr. Bannon was I think the board director at that time, so he got to know me. And Mr. Bannon and me, we have spent many hours talking about the virus truth. And he also invited me to his War Room Pandemic at that time to tell the audience. And I believe at that time, he had helped a lot to Americans to know the truth. However, until last year, in July 2021, when I and my friend Mr. Luder realized it was fake anti-CCP, and we separate with that foundation, and we also revealed this to the intelligence community in US, the foundation owner, Miles Guo, threatened Mr. Bannon, and he asked Bannon to stop me appear on the War Room Pandemic or his other program. And so after that, I didn't have any contact with Mr. Bannon. And for my report, because I published Yan reports with my scientists in September 2020, the first one, the second one, October. So the evidence actually, if you read my report, I also explained in the third report you can find from my pin tweet. So this report is based on what I found from January 2020, and I keep telling the media, the public about this evidence, and plus other more further analyze scientific evidence. Altogether, I wrote it later, 8 months later, then I start to reveal the truth. That's why you can see some of the things already being told by me to public in media, and also maybe other people listen to my things or listen to the analyze, and again, they presented on the media. Also, there are over 100 of citation reference in each of the Yan reports, which means it's not just I sit there, tell you what I analyze. It is academic report. So the things you mean public can be the reference we referred for the scientific analyze. And that is what I can tell you. And if you have other questions about Bannon or others, I'm happy to answer.
I'll go to Sabine, and I see Tom dropped out, so I'll try to bring him up. Sabine, did you have any questions for Dr. Lee, or was there a separate point? Because I know you've had your hand up for a while.
It's actually a separate point, and thank you to her for being a hero in speaking up. I think that's very important to acknowledge. So if I'm able to...
Yeah, I'll give you the mic right after, just to see, because I know Dr. Lee has to jump off. So I'll give you the mic right after we're done with Dr. Lee. Sabine, you'll be the first to speak. Tom, did you have anything for Dr. Lee, or was it a separate point?
I think I just want to emphasize what Dr. Lee said. She's facing lawfare here in the United States. The Chinese government uses our court system with the acquiescence of our government to target its critics with meritless lawsuits. And legally, I don't know what can be done about that other than the defendants getting them knocked out. But I don't know what other countries would allow a foreign government and their fronts to come in and abuse their citizens like this without some sort of check in place. And then secondly, the connections between WHO and China and Fauci are clear as day. They're working hand in glove. Judicial Watch obtained documents from the early days of the pandemic. The WHO, even as they knew China was withholding information, sent out a press release praising the role of all the various countries fighting, trying to uncover the truth about the pandemic. And they noted in the email to Fauci getting his approval, please note the specific praise for China. And Fauci said, okay, this is fine with me, more or less. And then secondly, in this WHO investigation that Fauci's agency participated in, where we sent people to China early on, Judicial Watch uncovered that the confidentiality terms for our participation in that was dictated by China. So we have U.S. government officials being muzzled and censored directly by the Chinese. So what Dr. Li is talking about, she's not, this is pretty dangerous stuff in terms of not only obviously her victimization, but it's much more broader in the sense that our government's on board with this self-censorship and protecting China. And obviously WHO is a front. And we talked about last spaces how the Gates Foundation was in bed with the Chinese medical establishment too, in terms of advancing its so-called public health interests throughout the world, giving them a say in how things are run. This is a topic well worth your listeners, Mario, further exploring based on what Dr. Lee's saying and the other information that's already out there that goes well beyond the censorship we're seeing right now.
I appreciate you sharing this, Tom. Sabine, so Dr. Lee, I know you have to jump off. So first I want to thank you for coming on. Any other panelists have any questions for Dr. Lee before we go to Sabine?
Can I quick ask, what do you think of the vaccine? How given all of this information, how would you combat this epidemic?
Thank you, doctor. This is a very good question. I told people that I worked on vaccine development, and I even have my influenza vaccine patent pending in US. However, from the beginning of the outbreak, when I got interview from Scientific American in China in January 2020, I told people there won't be effective and safe vaccine in a short period. Don't expect for that, because when we talk about vaccine, we don't just talk about product. We are talking about something can both prevent you from the disease and also safe for you. Unfortunately, in the SARS experience, we didn't see that kind of vaccine work for coronavirus. And however, when the outbreak started in 2020, we immediately received a lot of funding opportunities. When I was in the University of Hong Kong, my boss told me, just raise the ground. You can tell them you can do vaccine, and then you can get huge amount of funding. I studied again and again at that time. I don't think we can overcome the obstacles even happened in SARS-1. So I, of course, don't think we can overcome the obstacles for the high version of SARS-1, which is COVID-19 virus, in a short period and push it to the market. So I refused it. However, I see my colleagues and also the scientists all over the world, they jump into the ground opportunities. That's a huge opportunity for them. And soon after, within several months, they start to claim they have the vaccine candidate. And again, soon, EUA, within 1 year, was approved for different vaccines. What I want to tell people is, I'm not anti-vaccine. It's definitely I'm anti-unsafe vaccine. And I always demand people to know the pro and the cons before you receive kind of vaccine or medicine. So for this vaccine, first, let's talk about mRNA vaccine. We haven't seen a lot of data which are necessary to prove the safety of the vaccine before it go to clinic. We only see they talk about neutralizing antibody, the boosting your immune system. However, your immune system doesn't mean you need always boost and boost. Overboost is high reactive, which you may heard some word allergy. That is one type of the over boosting of the immunity. And also the immune system is so complicated. You cannot just using neutralizing antibody level to, especially it's in a short period, like just several weeks or several months, to tell you this is a effective vaccine. And also, I told people, this is always fast variation, and you cannot catch up the speed. And also, what is the side effect? We didn't see enough animal experiment result, and we just push it to human, even push it to kids, and even mandate at that time. This is not acceptable. I have talked to Daniel Rossi, who is an NIH famous expert, and who initially told me that he cannot accept the lab origin theory. However, later he came to me and told me he really got convinced, and also he started to worry about the vaccine was pushing to children. That was early last year. But he said he can do nothing because clearly the whole group around him is pushing this kind of policy. So I want to tell people there are a lot of potential risks, and I don't want people to feel panic. If you have already get vaccinated, then go to check your body, maybe D-dimer or other things from those great doctors like FLCCC or Peter McConnell and the others. They could manage to help you to minimize the risk. However, just push the boosting again and again. I only can see a lot of profits for pharmaceutical companies. And also remember, this is EUA. That means when you get a problem, you cannot get compensation from the company. Your government bring your taxpayers' money again, paid to the hurt taxpayers, and finally it will be huge chaos in America. And so that is my brief summarize for vaccines. And if you want to know something about Chinese vaccines, that is another story because it's different type.
Oh shit, wrong phone. Piotr, jump in, man.
Thank you, Mario. Yeah, happy holidays, everyone. I'm joking. Merry Christmas. Yeah, I just had a quick question for you, Doctor, because from what I agree with you about the concerning relationship the Chinese have with the WHO. This is something that they've had in the World Bank as well, where the CCP have basically lobbied the World Bank to artificially change or enhance growth numbers in favor of the Communist Party. But I do have a quick question for you about the information that came out of the University of Hong Kong, because they did state that some of your information wasn't necessarily correct. So I'm just curious because I've heard conflicting things from different sources about some of the information that you've shared. So I did just want to clarify specifically. You talk about person-to-person transmission of COVID-19, and I do agree that the Chinese government definitely knew about COVID before it was becoming a public health matter. But I was wondering if you could just clarify a little bit, the information that you were studying at HKU and why there was a conflict of interest between themselves and yourself.
Okay, thank you. So first, when Hong Kong you publicly published that statement, that was the day after Fox News released my first interview. And at that time, I told people the WHO cover up with China. And also before that, actually, Fox News have reached to Hong Kong U, but they didn't respond to them. And also after that, the statement only shows that I didn't do the research in the Hong Kong U for human-to-human transmission. This is actually clearly mislead people because first, human-to-human transmission cannot be studied in the lab using human, right? So my information at that time is collected from Wuhan and Beijing and other places in China from doctors and researchers. So that already shows there is human-to-human transmission, and we didn't need to prove. We got information, China had information. As the WHO lab, it's their responsibility to let the world know this truth and also give pressure to China government to handle it. However, it didn't happen, and what they can do is only to help China government to keep silence. And because Hong Kong, you know now, Hong Kong is not independent at all. At that time, most people still think that, still thought Hong Kong was kind of different with mainland China. But let me tell you, no, it was not like that. China government using the academic and also capital and also the all this kind of influence already controlled Hong Kong. So when I worked in the Hong Kong University, everything they want to collaborate with China is up to China government's direction. And it's not only we have to keep silence because China government can control it. It also they have to help China government to promote the misinformation like nature origin or don't worry about COVID, it will be under the control, all like that. So Hong Kong University is not an independent academic institute, and of course WHO is not. And people working in the University of Hong Kong, top WHO experts, they can easily affect those WHO experts. And so that's why things become very complicated, but finally you see the result is cover up together.
So why would we think, Mario, that it would be any? I mean, we saw in the United States and in the West incredible censorship and suppression and punishment, as we're seeing today, of dissident voices. Why would it be surprising? It would be anything but surprising for an authoritarian, a totalitarian regime such as China, directly implicated potentially in this virus, going after Dr. Li as she's described. It's, I don't know why anyone would think this is a head scratcher.
So, Dr. Li, I've just got another quick follow-up for you. I appreciate your perspective. I don't necessarily agree to the extent that the WHO is completely sort of useless. I think every country will try and leverage their self-interests in a multilateral organization. But my other question for you is about the rule of
I don't think
law.
anyone is saying that the WHO is completely useless, only that they are undermined by Chinese interests. And
Well,
this
that
is
happens with
factual. Since
everybody.
1971, their entire and this is not because of corruption necessarily, right? But the way that it worked was since 1971, the WHO shifted its focus to China, right? And this meant that they completely redid or they revamped their policies to be effective in China, and they've taken these policies that maybe are effective for China and expanded them throughout the whole world. And China is a less democratic country, and say what you will about it, but those policies don't work elsewhere. So when they start suggesting that different countries lock down for various reasons, they're suggesting a Chinese style policy. And this, obviously has terrible results in any democratic society. And that's why, the WHO is not necessarily good for the world interests, because of its policies are cut to be like a one size fits all type thing, and it doesn't really work anyway.
Yeah, no, I get
it's hard. But Peter, when you've got an agency like WHO being on the wrong side of public health and involved in a transnational cover-up on the worst pandemic in modern human history, the policies of which undermined the pillars of Western civilization, I think the WHO needs to be eliminated, and any good they, quote, are doing has been negated quite dramatically by their willingness to destroy civilization to help a totalitarian regime, and with policies that, frankly, were almost cut and paste from them.
Second, I want to just ask Dr. Li one more question, if that's okay, Mario.
I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
No, cool, man. So Dr. Li, just before you jump off, I just wanted to ask you a little bit more about the Rule of Law Society, because from what I understand, you were on there to publish some of or push some of the medical research, scientific research that you'd done. But from what I understand, the RLS had not published anything of that nature before. So I was just wondering if you could outline a little bit what you went on there to explain and sort of what impact you were hoping to have from it.
Thank you. So the Rule of Law Society and the Rule of Law Foundation are the two non-profitable foundations established by Miles School in New York. Those are the foundations I told people that initially I was cheated, thought this is anti-CCP organization. And you should know if there is an organization anti-CCP and also can help the dissident in US, that would be so valuable for our Chinese. However, later when I get to know more about that, I realized that Mao School is Xi Jinping's agent. He claimed anti-CCP, but he never said anti-Xi Jinping. So basically, this is a very complicated and awful tactic from Xi Jinping regime to help to suppress the dissident overseas and also to reinforce his power. And however, I didn't have that kind of working relation with the society, the foundation, and they lied a lot to public about that. Why initially in my Yan reports, in the first three initially, I put the Rule of Law Foundation as the correspondent address because first, very realistic. When I publish any academic report, they require for the correspondent address as institute or organization. At that time, I cannot use the University of Hong Kong and I cannot expose my living address. So I have to think about how to find an address. And at that time, because I was cheated and there are a lot of Chinese people also cheated by them to believe that is anti-CCP and they support me to do the right things to reveal the truth of origin. So simply, I made a decision to appreciate all the anti-CCP people's this support because they donate to the foundation. I know many people donate, although the money later was misused, but I don't know at that time. So I thought they donate to foundation to support this career. And since I don't have other things to write, and also I'm the person that accept amount of the charitable amount of money for my living cost in New York because at that time I have no other living cost. So I would like to use this way to appreciate all the anti-CCP Chinese people and even also foreigners help. That is a very simple idea. What I didn't realize is it was used later by them to promote their things. So that's why when I realized things get wrong, I did the correction on the Yan reports in public. Actually, the foundation even withdrew my 3 Yan reports from Zenodo. They don't want people to read it, but we repost it and we did correction. We claim there is no financial support from the foundation to the research, and all me and my other scientists, although they didn't use their real name for the security reason, but we all did it for free doing our own research. And so that's why if you go back to check the report, it already explained the things. And what the foundation tried to do is they want to sue me. They want to sue me in New York or in other place to ruin my reputation, to discredit the evidence I post to people. So that's why.
But Doctor, if I can just jump on that point, but because I remember reading an article in the New York Times, and for everyone listening, they're not necessarily my favorite publication. Before you jump on me for that, but you know, they wrote an article suggesting that Bannon and others were using.
They suggest. Yes.
Yeah, they suggested. No, I'm trying to find the right words. But they suggested that they're trying to use Steve Bannon and some of your points as a vehicle by which to politicize the matter in an anti-Chinese sort of rhetoric. What do you say to that?
First, that check the New York Times report. See whether the journalist connected to China government, whether she get financial or other any connections. And also they didn't interview me, and even CNN, National Geographic, all this, they didn't interview me. They just write the things based on the content they received. And let me tell you first, what I said get verified, lab origin, cover up, and all these other things behind it gets verified. And what they said is nature origin, China is great, and we appreciate China's effort in anti-COVID. Do you think it's true or not? And also, I want to say, if you check the propaganda on, just check Twitter, check my name, you will find they're always using comics to link me with Bannon, Mao School, to show I'm a puppet. Why? Because this is a propaganda generated from China government. First, they don't respect science, they don't respect the woman, and they don't respect the courage. So they thought once a girl can do this kind of things, definitely there would be some other people behind to manipulate. However, either Bannon or Mao School or other people, they cannot understand the virus, right? They are not scientists. How could they give me something to force the evidence to promote these things? People are not blind. When millions of people all over the world listen to my evidence, including my co-author in the Yan reports, they all go back to do the research by themselves, and then they verify by themselves. I'm just a single person. No one can promote me to such position, become a top conspiracist, and get convinced. If Bannon can do that, then Bannon should be the king of the world now, but he's not, right? So the thing is, as I told, people may use my evidence to do other things for other purpose, which I cannot control. I just simply provide the fact and explain to people. And if you help to deliver the fact, I appreciate your help. And if you do something based on that, it's not my business. But just simply link me with certain person and claim that is anti-China or anti-human, anti-Asian, conspiracy politics. That is so stupid. I believe you can understand, and I appreciate your question.
Hey,
Well, you know,
Dr.
Dr. Lee, what goes on here is, I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'll go first, just real quick. Yeah, regarding Bannon, like the New York Times tries to paint him as an anti-Chinese racist, but if you actually watch the War Room, you'll see that he is a big, tremendous fan of the Chinese people, right? He has never once spoken out against the Chinese people. His opposition is to the Chinese government. He makes this very clear, and the New York Times and other journalists, they claim to be reputable, but they mislead their audience and they try to mischaracterize who he actually is, right? So I would suggest to anyone listening here, just watch his War Room and listen to what he says about the Chinese people. He's not anti-Chinese. Just want to.
And I just want to clarify from my questioning that when I ask my questions, it's not because that's necessarily what I believe in. It's just what I think was an important point to raise to the doctor. That's all.
Yeah. You know, one of the issues I think the left often uses, and Peter highlights the New York Times piece, is that when the left finds is kind of held accountable or runs into information that's unhelpful to their narrative, the way they handle that is they create a whole series of stories talking about how people they don't like, and meaning people we're all not supposed to like, meaning the establishment class is, quote, weaponizing the information. So it's one way to kind of acknowledge the information is out there without really conveying it in a substantial way, but it gives them the out saying, well, we reported on it. But the context of the reporting is, look at all the terrible people who are using this information that we're trying to downplay to advance their agenda that we reject. And we're seeing that with the COVID files. And obviously, the Dr. Lee ran into that directly. Well, we'll use Steve Bannon as an excuse to try to minimize the astonishing information that the Chinese not only were potentially behind COVID, but were punishing their enemies through these international organizations and medical associations who thought differently, including American citizens.
Yeah, I think Grant had something to say, so let's let him go first. Grant, you can unmute.
Yeah, sorry about that. Hey, Doctor, when in January 2020, I think it was late January, Trump was proposing to shut down China, and he was very adamant about it. And then he got slammed by the media here for being, I think, xenophobic or racist or whatever. What do you think he knew?
He got information from my side. I can tell you, Bannon and Peter Navarro both told me in front of me that that was because, remember, I delivered the evidence through 19th January to public, and also Mr. Lude, the host, he was also a board member at that time in the foundation as with Mr. Bannon. So after several days, on 23rd January 2020, there were live video. So they appeared in a they called annual meeting for that foundation. At that day, Mr. Lude let Mr. Bannon and Karl Bass and also Bill Gates to know that what happened in China from me and show them some evidence I gave Mr. Lude. And initially, Bannon even cannot believe that. He laughed, said, "Hey, Mr. Lude, they told me I'm so far-fetched, so extreme, so please be not more extreme than me." But then, luckily, the same day, because China government also responded to my revelation, they launched the lockdown in Wuhan. So right after that, Mr. Bannon and other people realized things get worse, and they start to re-examine Mr. Lude's evidence. And after that, this evidence was delivered through Dr. Peter Navarro to President Trump. What I can tell you is President Trump may have done something not good enough because of interference from those scientists like Fauci or others after that. However, travel ban against China at that time is really a wise way, which actually President Trump is the only one insist on travel ban in a meeting with almost 30 experts. His insist saves millions of Americans because you can't imagine that happened in America and without any preparation, without any like the alarm, and China government intentionally cover it up. They want using this virus to paralyze America. And also I need to remind people, now in China, the current outbreak is also suspicious, very suspicious. I keep telling it through media and my Twitter for days. And this time we don't know whether America can protect citizens as good as last time initially. But if it comes to America again, it's really a huge concern that now it's multiple cities have outbreak, hundreds of millions of people, Chinese people get infected at the same time with severe symptoms, not only Omicron symptoms. And there is no information like virus sequence from China. And China is already reopened. The formal reopen will be started from 3rd January 2023. I can't imagine at that time this kind of virus tsunami come out all over the world. So I really want to let people know, be aware of the upcoming things. We don't want it happen. We have to prepare for that. We should not let Chinese Communist Party have any more chance to undermine your country.
Yeah, and I just want to chime in, like something about what Tom said. I think that whenever information comes out, people are going to look at the origins of that information, and nothing against Dr. Li Meng here at all. But you had this information coming from China, and it appears to have appeared on Steve Bannon's website, as well as information provided by Guo. Both men are convicted felons. I think that people have the right to question this stuff, and like Meng's saying, like Dr. Meng is saying, Li Meng is saying, I think that she has her information, but there's no evidence that the entire medical community can see that they can say, hey, this is 100% accurate. So I think it's important to have both sides here. It would be nice to have some other doctors here chiming in on some of the things that were in the doctor's report. I just think that for consistency and for a fair discussion, that's something that's needed.
Invite some doctors in here. Like 17,000 people in here, the doctors.
But to go back though, Brian, this is not what the debate was about. There was a debate about the origins of COVID. The Fauci and company were very nervous early on, and that it was potentially tied to their gain of function support that they later denied was taking place. And so the question is, can we have a debate about this? Or does one side, which is what actually happened, those who thought there was evidence that should be discussed and further analyzed, that the origins was not natural, should that be censored and suppressed online? And the result was these big tech companies in league, evidently with the government, were suppressing one side of this scientific debate and punishing and banning those who are asking questions about this. So you're raising a question about why can't we have a medical debate? Well, that was the question we've been asking for 2 years on this. And the government told us you can't, and big tech told us we can't.
Sure. To your point, Brian, before I give the mic to Dr. Lee, as well, we have the main debate is going to be in 2 days. We've got doctors representing different opinions, different theories coming on to debate it with different viewpoints. So that's going to be in 2 days. Took a lot of preparation. But yeah, Dr. Lee, I'll let you respond as well.
Thank
Mario,
you.
Before you
ahead, Ian.
response, can you invite Andy Bostrom up? I can't seem to find him in the.
It's glitching. Just DM me the username. It's glitching a lot. There's a lot of people I'm trying to bring up, and it's just causing me a lot of issues. But yeah, send me the invite. Have them requesting as well, and I'll try to bring
Tom,
them up.
can you just send it to Mario? Send him the username. He'll be able to invite him. Okay.
Hi.
Thanks. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you. And also, I understand Brian's question. Actually, as Tom Fitton said, we advocate for the open debate. I have wrote it in my Twitter and also talk about it in media that I welcome live debate held by the mainstream media or whatever reliable media, and then we want to present the things for people to learn and to verify by themselves. Let me tell you, there is evidence, there is smoking gun. Why people don't know? Because this is denied by the main scientific field because of pressure, because of infiltration, manipulation, compromise, all like that. And Mario, could you also invite Colonel Lawrence Sadin? He's a Green Beret colonel and also biologist who deeply involved into this investigation for years, and he's suspended now. And I think he also can help people to understand.
Yeah, Doctor, can you invite me? Can you send me through the username
Sure.
via DM? And
Sure,
before you do,
of course,
I've just got one question for you, if you don't mind. What's your state like on a more personal level? Like what it really intrigues me here, and that's why I want to do a whole space on this. Is other people censored in China for various reasons, or not censored, silenced in China, or disappeared, as the term that you used. So what's life for you right now? Are you going to be based in the US? What's happening to your network outside your family, your friends, etc. in China? And what other efforts are you still seeing today? It's been many years in terms of trying to get you either disappeared or silenced.
Okay, thank you. First, I want to finish the question from Brian that talking
Sure.
about evidence. Let me tell you, everyone, that why I published the first 2 year report at that time, because I know I may be disappeared at any moment, and I'm facing the CCP and also their powerful allies. I have to write down the evidence, even if I'm disappeared right after that, even after 100 years, people look into my reports. They follow the evidence and then they check the reference by themselves, do in research. Even they are just the primary school education level, I believe they can understand what happened. They can go back to find the truth, even I'm no longer stay in the world. So that's my whole idea at that time. And later, the third report published in March 2021, I further explained all those mainstream scientists' argument when they try to attack me, said this is not accurate, that is wrong. I one by one listed all the answers, and please come back to reference it. I believe that would give you a very whole picture answer for reference. And also, when we talk about Chinese people may think that it's far away from America. I say Americans know that America is a safe place compared to China. However, especially after the recent 3 years, when the pandemic happened, Xi Jinping believed he is winning. And also when majority of Americans wake up, and even the Congress want to hold China accountable from the next year, Chinese Communist Party won't just stay there and let you do it. So now they are working with Russia. They're also working with other evil allies to fight against the free world, especially America. When Chinese people don't have freedom, soon after, no one can have freedom. We can say it's very urgent now. I see the things start to repeat in America from the speech of freedom and also from other aspects. And we need to know that China government is very powerful, and also because it's well organized. So they weaponized everything to attack you before you can realize it. This is unrestricted war. And I'm working with a lot of many, I cannot list the number, Chinese people in China and also people in America. We want everyone join us to fight for freedom. What happened in China is China government enhanced the digital control to Chinese people during the COVID. However, we still see white paper revolution happen. And we are so happy to hear Chinese people stay in China, dare to speak out. They need freedom. Give me liberty or give me death. And the huge pressure from government cannot stop them. They want to share the same value with America and the free world to fight against the evil government with all of you. And what I can do is now I'm a bridge. I have my own exclusive network, massive network based in China. They follow me and my friends because we are helping to deliver the truth. There is no organization. Every person is like one drop of the water. Like people said in the Hong Kong pro-democracy protest, be water. Everyone has their own special power and advantage. We all can do as much as we can to help the world fight for freedom. But if we give up, if we let them bring our rights and let them control us, cheat us, there will be no other opportunity in the future. That's
Doctor,
what I want to tell people.
I have another question on this particular point. Again, first, I really appreciate you doing this, and I'd love you to get other people that I'm sure you're connected to a lot of others trying to get, or where the CPC is trying to silence them. So I want you to invite them to that space we're going to do later. I'll DM you about this. But I want to ask you, is that strategy going to work? The extreme censorship in China, because we're seeing a lot of the younger generation starting to stand up to the Communist Party. Do you see change, or is it just too difficult, too entrenched into their system and way of life?
When people under that kind of strict pressure and also control and also propaganda, it's difficult for people to wake up and stand up. However, I can tell you, it already shows that this kind of measures doesn't work even in China. People start to stand up and also speak out. However, if we only let Chinese people work in China, like fight in China like that, and we just sit here to watch, definitely, finally, Chinese Communist Party will win. But if we all work together, it will change. I need to remind Maria and maybe Elon, definitely. I hope Elon Musk can understand. And actually, I want to talk to him to provide him more evidence that in Twitter, there are huge infiltration from CCP. Follow my accounts, and also I can provide you many other accounts to see who is behind to use either shadow ban, algorithm, or maybe manpower to control this, suppress this account and their actions. Also, I can tell you very terrible thing, not only in Twitter, but also like Google, other big tech. CCP can manage to get private data from Twitter and other big tech. We have evidence from China that the people get arrested because they anti-CCP and we share their Twitter. So CCP immediately get their information from the registering information in Twitter and also arrest the person within 24 hours. We still don't know how exactly it works, but we know there is infiltration agents and help even inside Twitter. So I really hope Twitter could find out what happened and change it. This is not only related to Chinese people in China, because Chinese police overseas will also hold the same thing to Americans.
I've got two quick things before you go, Kyle. First, we have Keith Keith Morrison. Dateline's doing an investigation into a lot of the things that you said, Dr. Lee. So I'll be bringing him up shortly. Perfect timing. And I'll actually let Kyle go while I bring up Keith. Kyle, you want something to say?
Yeah, thank you. So Dr. Lee, thanks so much for coming and speaking out. I've been listening kind of intently just to kind of hear where you fall in a lot of this. I've seen your story, but I'm not but I haven't dug into it. So it's nice hearing just your voice and your real words, without an edit. My friends who have been kind of following this along have been hitting me on some encrypted apps and telling me, folks who worked in the CIA, they're co-signing on a lot of the things that you're saying. And they're saying that it's accurate. It's also worth noting that that you had what I would call controlled opposition group trying to support you when you first got to New York. That's something that pings very true to me with my experience working against the Chinese Communist Party in the counterintelligence sphere. And then lastly, it's also interesting to note that the Chinese government has access to, or they're required by law to have access in China when people place their servers physically in China. So a lot of the cloud computing stuff that we are doing, whether it be Ancestry.com, whether it be Google, whether it be Twitter, whether it be anybody else, putting their physical servers in the spaces that are available there, they are subject to search by the Chinese government. And that capability for searching those servers grows exponentially. Every year they have more and more ability to do so, especially as storage space gets cheaper. So being able to, look at people's tweets and their history, it gets more and more dangerous for people from the outside that have spoken out against the Chinese Communist Party, visiting China. It's not something that's on my list of things that I want to do, even though I'm sure the Chinese people are lovely and there's incredible stuff there.
I'm blocked by all of their ambassadors.
Yeah, it's just a really dangerous scenario because this whole panel was brought on to talk about censorship, and when you have a government that doesn't necessarily represent all of the people's viewpoints and is 100% dedicated to maintaining its own primacy in that country, they have a lot of incredible tools, and they're not afraid to flex them in the way that maybe ours is. We're just putting our toe in the water as a federal government compared to what we see the Chinese do. I mean, their abilities are really shocking. So anyway, thank you,
Kyle,
Dr.
what's the viewpoint? I know we've kind of pivoted away from the discussion a bit about COVID, and I know Sabina's been waiting for a while. I just have one quick question as well, quickly. What's the in the intelligence community, what's the view around China's heavy-hand censorship strategy? Is it something that is sustainable, or is this a ticking time bomb?
I think it's a ticking time bomb. That's just my personal opinion, but that's only because I see human nature, and human beings are very, we're apt to feel hope. You can get a lot of people, that feel despair on any given day, but when people wake up the next day and the sun is shining and the possibilities exist, and there's a lot of people that are put their back up against the wall that will fight back. We see that over and over again. When you start cornering animals, they come out of it fighting. They may not live, but we've seen that over and over in human history. And so, unfettered Twitter and unfettered public speech, it only leads to people doing things like the White Page revolution, or people standing out and protesting and saying, we may not be able to say everything, but we're here and we have to be accounted. So it'd be great if our government actually stood up for our core democratic principles and just said, we support the people's right to speak. That'd be great.
I'll go quickly. I want to go to quickly. Sabine, I know you've been waiting patiently for a while, so I really appreciate it. I'll give you the mic. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. So anyways, I thank you for giving me the mic. I just want to start with no doctor, and I have a lot to say, so I'm going to make it very fast and brief, trying, but I am a little bit of the missing link. But first, I'm going to say no doctor, no scientist wants to be in the limelight, because our role is to save lives and to advance research without distraction. So what we've seen of other doctors, Peter McCullough, Pierre Corey, Paul Merrick, Dr. Barodi, tried to go out speaking and unfortunately got destroyed. So that's why I've kind of stayed away a little bit, trying to keep doing my research. Who I am, I'm a Malibu physician that has lost no one in the pandemic, have been treated thousands of patients. And because I am a Malibu physician, my clientele is high profile. So I would probably be on People magazine if I killed one of them with ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. So that's a very important point first. Second point, I am the owner of a company called Ventura Clinical Trials. We have done hundreds of clinical trials for pharmaceutical companies. We have a portal with the FDA to submit clinical trials, including vaccine studies. We were not given the opportunity And neither of the clinical trial sites that I know that are ethical were given the opportunities to do these clinical trials on these vaccines, which already put out a red flag for us in the clinical trial business. The second company that I own is a company called Progenibiome, which is a research genetic sequencing laboratory that is running 57 clinical trials on the microbiome and disease, mostly for my interest, but also for the interest of helping diseases like autism, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, because of what we've seen from doing a procedure called fecal transplant, taking stools from a healthy donor, putting it in an unhealthy, and finding that something is changing in those people. So that's why this company was started with that vision. Because of this position that is kind of interesting, and in the beginning of the pandemic, I felt, well, God is putting me in the limelight of doing this. We were the first lab to find in America SARS-CoV-2 in the stools. This was a very important finding because we discovered that it was present in 100% of patients that were symptomatic, but also in the asymptomatic, but also in people up to 45 days and up to 6 months in a case of Tourette's. So that was it took 9 months to publish. This is a very important fact that you guys need to understand. Why does a paper of that caliber take 9 months to publish? Because of our ability to have a portal with the FDA. On April 3rd, actually in March, Dr. Tom Barodi, who is the father of fecal transplant, and I decided to write protocols looking at the data that was already out there from Didier Raoul on hydroxychloroquine, Z-Pak, and zinc. And we decided to look also and see, you know what, vitamin C seems to have some importance, and vitamin D seems to have some importance from the data and research in Italy and other countries. So we decided to start a protocol on hydroxy, Z-Pak, vitamin C, D, and zinc that was approved by the FDA for treatment protocol on April 4th, 2020. We also started a hydroxy, vitamin C, D, and zinc. You're all wondering, how did vitamin C, D, and zinc become such a popular combination? It started from these protocols because clinicaltrials.gov is the most powerful tool to spread the message to physicians. What you all noticed was sending the message to my colleagues of clinical trials with full transparency. Well, we noticed it took 2 months to get these protocols into running, to pass through the IRB. In fact, IRB canceled us a month after. We had to find another IRB because that IRB was biased, because now they were doing vaccine studies. So we could not recruit. Now remember, I'm in the clinical trial business, hundreds of clinical trials. Recruitment is our game. We know how to recruit patients. We could not recruit patients. We had threats, phone calls, tweets about me on Twitter. We could not recruit for hydroxychloroquine. So Dr. Barodi and I decided in July, we're going to switch gear and find another treatment. Ivermectin, doxycycline, and zinc. We called it Zyverdox because here we are. We're naive. We're going to create a pharmaceutical company with the idea that this is the way to save humanity, but we're also going to keep it fully transparent to save as many people as possible. Well, lo and behold, we saw what ivermectin happened. It became a snake oil. Imagine a fermented product of a bacteria that has been given to babies with scabies. And by the way, my sister was the one that brought ivermectin to the market when it was in patent and was given to babies with scabies. All of a sudden, it's dangerous for people with COVID that are dying. Same with hydroxychloroquine, given to thousands, millions of lupus. Hydroxychloroquine is now dangerous. So we decided protocols, full transparency on clinicaltrials.gov. When we couldn't run the trials properly, we decided to go the route of the microbiome tells the story. And so we looked at families of COVID. Some had positivity and some didn't have positive. They didn't catch COVID. And we asked, what is in their microbiome that is making them not catch COVID? Well, in particular, we discovered a bacteria called bifidobacteria. That's your bacteria that's in your probiotics, that is in that $1 trillion industry of probiotics. It then led to the discovery that, wait a minute, ivermectin could be a symbiotic bacteria to bifidobacteria because they are in the same phylum, the same group of families, right? So we decided to publish lost microbes of COVID-19 with microbes that were present in high risk exposed patients who never got COVID compared to patients who had severe COVID. And we discovered that the severe COVID had zero bifidobacteria, zero Faecalibacterium prausnitzii, zero diversity, and a high or low diversity and a high Bacteroides. That was our formula that we started saying, you know what, maybe this is how immunity happens. We need to look at this. Maybe this is why when we give ivermectin, patients that are low oxygen are improving. Maybe ivermectin increases the bifidobacteria. So we therefore I published a paper that was a hypothesis paper on Frontier that is now trying to get destroyed by peer review names that we don't even know what they're called on a website that I will not put on stage today. But the fact is, there is attempt at removing a hypothesis paper that says ivermectin could be a symbiotic bug that helps bifidobacteria at the time that people are low in oxygen and therefore should be given. We also discovered that vitamin C increases ivermectin in humans. So the paper's coming out on ivermectin increasing bifidobacteria, if we can ever get it to be published. Incidentally, at the same turn, I decided, because I couldn't recruit in my clinical trials that I submitted to the FDA, I decided to do studies on people that were vaccinated and test their microbiome before and after vaccination. But I didn't publish it in papers because I knew nobody would want to take that paper because it's controversial. Nobody would want to be the person that says, hey, there could be something wrong with these vaccines. So I presented it at the American College of Gastro. It was accepted as a poster and actually won the award at the American College of Gastro. The title of the abstract was Messenger RNA Affects the Microbiome. Now, all of you that got vaccinated know that there's something off because you got COVID. Could it be that your immunity was amazing and then you got this vaccine and it actually affected principally the bifidobacteria? Think about this. Is this the reason that people are catching COVID after they're vaccinated? Is this the reason that all the college kids that you mandated to be vaccinated are now catching RSV, influenza, coughing? I mean, I'm seeing college kids nonstop, months of cough. So what have we done here? And by the way, decreased bifidobacteria is responsible. The data is coming out when we're in a world that we can publish properly. It is responsible possibly for Crohn's disease, Lyme disease, aggressive cancer. This data was presented at ACG and at numerous meetings to physicians. So the big questions you should be, after hearing all this, is why is it so hard for an independent physician to do clinical research and to recruit with her own protocol? Why is it so hard to publish? And who controls the data publishing? And the other question that I'd like everybody to think about is, why did Bill Gates sponsor studies to kill hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin, key ingredients to treatment of patients? All right, that's it. That's all I have to say.
Hey, doctor, do you mind real quickly, just one of the things you just mentioned was kind of like single factor analysis, that they basically have gone in, we've treated with one particular, we've gone after a single factor of the issue. And it's been proven over and over again through medicine that I've seen, at least, like any system, if you go and push one single variable in, you don't necessarily know what the affect's going to be when we look downrange to all the other sort of the cascade of effects that it's going to have. It sounds like that's kind of where you're talking about.
1,000%. You do not treat H. pylori with one drug. You do not treat hepatitis C with one drug. It is never a one pill solution, and it is never a one pill solution for all, because we are all different in our microbiome. And if you do not understand that simple concept, that every region of the planet is different in their microbiomes, and you're giving it the same solution, you are risking the end of humanity. And remember, in medicine and science, it's all about asking questions, because science is not certain. Science is a hypothesis. And it's whoever has the right hypothesis at the time you are doing the experiment. But new technology occurs and we learn new things. So it's very important to ask questions. It's very important for science to stay unbiased and to stay unmanipulated, because unfortunately, when we become the patients, we get affected. And that's why I stepped into this. Yes, sure. At the beginning, I thought, hey, I'll create a company, Topelia Therapeutics, which was a company for Streptopelia for the dove, for white dove for peace. And then throughout all this, I realized, you know what, my biggest role is to expose all this, because when I'm the patient, research will be manipulated. And we cannot manipulate research. We cannot bias research by the price of $1 or the price of a stock. Because when we become the patients, there's no solutions for us. And today, there are thousands of people out there suffering with vaccine injury, long haulers, you name it, autism, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, cancer going up because we have interfered with research. Research needs to be unbiased, and no one should interfere with it. Not politicians, not the media, not the stock market. Thank you.
Certainly not social media companies. Thank you.
Just re-invite Lisa. Piotr, jump in, man. If you guys see me quiet, just jump in, because I'll be trying to bring someone up. Piotr? Piotr, can you hear us?
I just wanted to ask briefly to Sabine. You know, I agree. I think that we need to have to distinguish between different regions and the different sort of factors in that. But just in that case, then why haven't countries that are in certain regions with vaccines that may be more suitable for certain populations been as appealing? You know, there are a lot of countries that are desiring Pfizer, other forms, Moderna, in, say, parts of Southeast Asia or Africa over the vaccines that the Chinese produced or the Russians produced, like Sputnik. So if there is this concern about a simple standardized vaccine that isn't going to work for everybody, why do so many other parts of the globe seemingly want to acquire it?
Well, I think the biggest, the biggest dogma or the biggest trend in medicine and science is to believe that, to follow the same foundation, right, of research of science, right? Believing that vaccines is the end all be all, right? Kind of what we did with antibiotics. We believed antibiotics was the end all be all until we realized, hey, wait a minute. Antibiotics, yes, they kill strep pneumonia, but they also kill the rest of the microbiome, which starts a domino effect of diseases, right? So the idea of vaccine, is a good idea in essence at the time, because that's what we were trained, all of us, to believe. However, with a mutating virus that is changing, it's time to look another way and to say, maybe it is not the vaccine that's the solution, but maybe we need to isolate, treat those that have the problem and build the microbiome of humanity, right? So I've shown that vitamin C increases bifidobacteria. Certainly, vitamin C and vitamin D are nutrients to the microbiome. Shouldn't we be boosting the microbiome instead of killing the microbiome, right? Because from what I'm seeing as a preliminary data on the microbiome, the bifidobacteria is affected post-vaccination. So what is that doing to the human being later on? Is that predisposing that person to perhaps Alzheimer's or to cancer, or their kids to autism? We have to start thinking action leads to a reaction, and we have to start thinking maybe what we did was wrong. And we need to relook back and say, how do we change? How do we fix this problem? How do we all come to the table and fix this problem of humanity together, instead of, hey, I'm right, you're wrong, and I'm criticizing this and I'm criticizing that? That's it.
Joanna, I'd love you to jump in.
Yeah, no, thank you. Dr. Sabine, I really appreciate your insight. And I think that you're pointing out a really important consideration, and that is the downstream effects of vaccination and how that affects certainly gastrointestinal biomes and the impact we already know from fecal transplant. I mean, there are certainly biomes that exist separately in healthy entities versus, maybe non-healthy patients. But just taking a step back, I think thinking about COVID overall at this point, I mean, I can speak for New York City at this time. I'm still an ICU physician, and I'm primarily in the surgical ICU. The medical ICU is where they experience other COVID cases, but the case volume has just quieted to I mean, we don't have these patients anymore. If a patient comes in with COVID, they are incidentally positive. And I just want to underscore that point because I think, in hearing some of the rhetoric, it sounds as though COVID is still a very active hot button issue. And to some extent it is, but it is in the way that, influenza is during cold and flu season. It may still impact people. Certainly, if you're immunocompromised, you've got to be wary. But it's just not, at least for me here in New York, being witnessed nearly to the severity and the case volume just is not there anymore. So perhaps focusing now on downstream effects is more pertinent, as you mentioned.
100%, and I agree with you, because actually the virus itself is not as bad as it was with Delta. I think we're done. We're on the way out of this. If you think about H1N1, and most people don't know this, H1N1 lasted 15 years. So, are we going to keep monitoring COVID forever for the next 10 years? I mean, really, I've not seen a hypoxic patient in a year. I think we're doing pretty good. And I think we need to start focusing on rebuilding the microbiome of humanity right now, and especially the college kids, and stopping that mentality of we got to keep vaccinating the college kids, in my opinion, because we are destroying their immunity, in my opinion.
Sabine, I've got a question. I've got two questions from the audience. One of them is, can you ask, how does COVID itself affect the microbiome? And the other one is, how do other vaccines affect gut microbiome?
So we don't know other vaccines. I can only talk about what I've studied. I believe that it basically creates what's called a bifidophage, a bacteriophage. In other words, spike protein penetrates and therefore kills the bifidobacteria, the good bacteria. We've certainly seen it. And in that paper where we had 34 patients before and after vaccination, we are showing what the microbiome looks like in people that have vaccine injuries, so-called vaccine injuries after vaccination. And it is a demolition of the microbiome. So we have to start paying attention. Remember, this is research, right? So we, as something happens, we start shifting gear and going, why is this happening? We have to pay attention to the N of 1 or the N of 30 or the N of 3,000, because unfortunately, that's what tells us the beginning. So right now, what I'm seeing is a destruction of the microbiome in people that are affected. And it's very difficult to fix. It's not a one pill solution, because we are in the microbiome space of trillions of bacteria, viruses, and fungi, where we only know if at that the 1%. So there's a whole gray zone that we don't even know what these microbes are doing or not doing.
I was just going to say, I think it's a little bit over the top to say that we shouldn't be monitoring COVID deaths or COVID cases. I mean, every day there's still basically a jumbo jet full of people dying from COVID. I understand that there's probably other treatments, but also I don't think we should discount the effectiveness of the COVID vaccine. And people, I think a lot of people are taking the fact that the virus actually mutates and different vaccines are going to protect against different forms of the virus, and then saying that vaccines don't work, and that's not the case. I mean, the vaccine has saved countless lives, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. And I think that maybe from a eagle eye view, the 20th century was the most amazing century in human history. In the United States in 1900, 45% of the population farmed and they lived to the ripe old age of 45. In 2000, 2% of the population farms and we lived to close to 80. And that's because of 5 major interventions in public health. And number 1 is vaccines. Number 2 is antibiotics. Number 3 is food security. Number 4 is water sanitation. And number 5 is vector control. Without those interventions, we would be still living to the ripe old age of 45. And I'm watching the House of Medicine dismantle this progress. And it's concerning to me because I think they've taken the experience with COVID, which was fraught with politicized misinformation on both sides. This is not just one side. And I think that we're watching that experience have a knock-on effect whereby people are suspicious of the polio vaccine, they're suspicious of the measles vaccine. These demonstrably helped people. And I'm very concerned about that. I also am very concerned about, I think that the microbiome is critically important. Don't get me wrong. I was an academic for decades at an institution that was very involved with the development of the understanding of the microbiome. Jeffrey Gordon from Washington U was one of the people who published seminal papers on this. The problem is if you decide to throw out antibiotics and vaccines, and then you decide that you want to lobby for drinking raw water or stop pasteurizing things or just go all organic in your diet, you really actually set yourself back decades. Drinking raw water is how you get cholera. And diarrheal illnesses are one of the leading causes of death in children in developing countries. Vaccine preventable illnesses, we were able to wipe out smallpox because of a vaccine. There's no plausible evidence that vaccines cause autism. And there are lots of claims, but just think about the big picture. We've had 10,000 years of experience with organic farming and 50 years of food security in the West because of scientific advances in farming, in agriculture. We've had thousands of years of experience with living with our microbiomes with no antibiotics and vaccines and things like that. And once again, childhood mortality goes through the roof when you take away those things. So I think that it has to be a balance.
Don't you think there's an overdoing though? Don't you think there's an overdoing? And by the way, are these vaccines the old technology that we knew? No, this is a new technology of vaccination. Okay,
and
so let's start with that. And that needed more research and more humility. What have we done with Clostridium difficile? We thought, vancomycin would kill it.
Yep, and Jeffrey Gordon was very involved with doing fecal transplants to fix that. The institution that I came
so what did we do with fecal transplant? We took microbes to put them back. We put microbes from a healthy individual and put it back.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is,
but you're contradicting what you're saying.
No,
which is
I'm not.
Antibiotics. And here I'm proving to you that antibiotics was not the solution for C. diff. In fact, the solution for C. diff was to implant more microbes from a healthy donor that is organic.
This is Tom Fitton here. Can I jump in? I've got I want to make 2 points here with respect to this. I think it would be difficult to overstate Fauci's role in this approach. And when something doesn't make sense scientifically as you're looking at policy, it's usually because there's politics involved. when stupid things happen, it's usually because there's politics involved. And in the case of Fauci, going back, the AIDS activists were very angry with Fauci initially because he was obsessed with this vaccination approach to treating the HIV virus. And in the meantime, people are dying and they wanted treatment. And that, was overcoming Fauci's obsession with the vaccines. And we saw it again. But here, those who were objecting to the vaccine approach were not as politically and media connected as the AIDS activists were back in the day. And so that's the difference. The other issue is going back to the censorship. This is why Fauci is protected, because this whole approach needs to be protected. And, I want to highlight for our listeners here, remember, as soon as Elon Musk criticized Fauci last week, you had the president's people from the podium say what he said was, quote, dangerous and misinformation, which, of course, all of which are dog whistles for law enforcement and government censorship and other media censorship actions against him. So this is not an academic debate. The fact that Fauci, who's behind all of this, is yet to be held accountable for disrupting treatment regimens and restricting individuals' right to know about their medical options, as Dr. Speen's highlighting, has had deadly consequences. And secondly, going back to Dr. Lee, their engagement with gain of function, this dangerous process in China and elsewhere, that I think it's, quite likely put people's lives at risk or was behind COVID, at least as best we can understand it now, needs to be investigated by criminal authorities. And to say that causes eruptions on the left and in the establishment. And thirdly, Dr. Sabine, if you're going to address this, what struck me looking at all the various documents the Judicial Watch has gotten out showing that in the rodent populations, in litters, wavy ribs, showing that the RNA, the spike proteins, the nanolipoparticles were actually residing and setting up in other parts of the body, which is completely contrary to how they sold the vaccines. Don't worry, all this stuff will be cleaned out essentially through your lymph nodes near your arm, and that wasn't the case. I mean, you have to wonder if this is how they ran this major vaccine operation. I mean, what is the science that was behind the other vaccine approvals and other drug approvals? Are we being sold a bill of goods when they say, trust us, we've done studies here to ascertain their safety and efficacy? Is the COVID vaccine the exception or the rule here?
That's an excellent observation, and one that I tend to agree. I mean, this is exactly what opened my eyes, truly, because I am in the clinical trial business. I have put all these drugs to market. And, what happened to me was basically I'm doing trials after trials on Crohn's, and I'm not fixing anyone. Nothing is working that has cured Crohn's disease. And yet, a couple cases where we did fecal transplant, all of a sudden the patient is no longer on biologics, is doing well. So something attracts your attention, right? I mean, when I have a patient that has Alzheimer's and C. diff, and I do fecal transplant and the guy regains his daughter's date of birth, something is happening. We need to pay attention. So we cannot keep looking and following this old mentality of treatment. There is a balance there. And what I said before, and I say it again, yes, perhaps the vaccines worked in some people, but definitely in the young ones that have a lot of immunity, we are seeing a lot of problems that they didn't have at the worst part of COVID during Delta. So we have to pay attention because this is a new technology. And what I am very much against is censorship of serious adverse events in research, right? Because I've been doing this for almost 3 decades, where we have to report serious adverse events to the FDA. The fact that serious adverse events on this new technology of vaccines has not been properly investigated is a problem.
Yeah, it seems like this whole COVID situation has created a lot of extremes, which is to me the problem. And I think a big part of it is the communication strategy around it and the suppression of speech, right? So in terms of the vaccine itself, there are people now who believe, all vaccines are bad or this vaccine is bad. And, the truth is a little bit more gray, perhaps. And you can look at, for example, statistics, if for people who have taken the vaccine in terms of statistically, if they end up in they're less likely to end up in the hospital or die, at least in a certain age category. So that seems to be compelling enough. But, you can argue, well, the statistics that are being collected aren't transparent or clear. And maybe that's true, but that's the problem that, has sort of arisen in this whole situation. And to me, that is the biggest issue, right? The sort of the flip-flopping, the communications issues around the vaccine, and the suppression of scientific dissent, because that's sort of how you get closer to what, because, it changes, right? And so what has
And the
happened is
suppression of doctors being allowed to be doctors, by the way.
correct,
That's very
correct.
important.
Yeah, I agree. And so the problem with that is that what has caused is some people have really doubled down on their position where they're like, vaccines are absolutely the be all, and these other people, they're insane, and we should shut down their speech, and these doctors are quacks. And then on the other end, you're seeing people who think that, shedding from vaccines is, people who've been vaccinated are shedding things now that you shouldn't even be around them. And so it has given hold to all these logical, unstable sort of theories. And that, I think, is completely the result of sort of the suppression of speech. And what we're seeing in the Twitter files, because from this particular drop, as I'm sort of as I've read through them, is really, to me, Twitter did seem to try to at least do their best to struggle with it. And I think Tom sort of laying it down at the feet of Fauci, I don't think that's correct either. I mean, Fauci is part of the system, but it's a system ultimately. And that system can be applied to the COVID narrative. It can be applied to any narrative, as we've seen. So ultimately, the problem is this general approach of being able to label something misinformation and stop, whether it's scientists talking to each other, it's this idea that you can control somebody and say, you can't say something if you're potentially wrong, right? And as we found out, sometimes people are potentially right, and sometimes you have to be wrong to get to being right.
Well, and the whole thing about the shedding thing, I think, is particularly hilarious, because we were told by the government to justify unprecedented in human history shutdowns of asymptomatic transmission. Right? And I don't think I need to explain, while some people, if you believe that,
is it me or did Tom drop out?
No, I don't hear him.
Oh, okay, yeah, Tom, you've just dropped out. I'll quickly go to Joanna, then defeat the mandate. Go ahead, Joanna.
Yeah, I want to go back to, again, the bigger picture here, as far as doing science, how we actually develop these vaccines. The intent was to help people, and I think that should not be lost. However, sometimes in doing that, we may do harm, and so putting a vaccine like a new mRNA vaccine, through rigorous study was not something that we really saw. And so, when we think about, okay, where do we go from here? What is the right thing to do? Perhaps the best thing to do is to hit the pause button, to go back to square one. How safe is this? What are the long-term effects? And go from there, because, in talking about vaccinating, people who are in their teen years, college students, even, children, adolescents, is that really appropriate when you can still transmit the virus, even if you are vaccinated? I think that that's an important consideration. It's just, where do we go from here? Practically, we can't change the past. We can certainly look forward, God forbid, with gain of function, technology, medical technology, the potential for biowarfare is very great. And we have to think about, how are we going to integrate what we learned into the future? And I think that those are certainly relevant topics of conversation that we really do need to have. But practically speaking, where do we go from here? What's the right thing to do? And I think that that is a serious point of contention, at least in my hospital.
Hey, Dr. Aiken, just kind of listening to what Dr. Dunn said as well, I'd love for you both to weigh in on this. There were 5 mitigation factors, like a cascading things that basically have prolonged human life from 45 to 80 as we have right now. And I caught 3 of them really well, which was vaccines, antibiotics, and vector mitigation, the transmission, whether it be rats or, general, the way that people are living that's much more cleanly and they're more aware of that. I'm really curious if you would rank those. First of all, Dr. Dunn, if you would say what those 5 were again, because I think they were relevant. Rank them as far as weight, as far as you can see right now, in this particular setting in the world. And if you guys have any disagreement on it, I think that's really interesting. But moreover, we all, I think, agree that censorship is the thing that keeps these conversations under wraps and keeps them from being had, which is what really needed to happen. So that's kind of nice that everybody agrees on that, it seems like. But the five factors would be interesting to me again.
Yeah, so they would be water sanitation, food security, vector control, antibiotics, and vaccination. So in water sanitation, and these are largely around infectious disease. I will say, though, that, and I don't want to derail this conversation and get into the whole subject about food, because that's a completely separate thing. There is one person who is responsible for feeding 1 billion people. You heard in the 70s, the population is going to outstrip the food supply. And the reason why that didn't happen was because of a man called Norman Borlaug, who was a plant pathologist who actually figured out how to make a wheat and was able to feed Mexico and India. So 1 billion people didn't starve. So I will actually contend that is probably the most important, food security, because everything comes off after that. Then I would say that water sanitation is the next thing, because you're preventing the transmission of to huge swaths of people of infectious diseases that are fecal borne. So if you're controlling the water sanitation problem, you are not replacing your microbiome with cholera and all sorts of E. coli infections and things like that, Giardia. So if you do that, you really have a big impact on huge populations. Then vaccination, that is one of the keys for preventing untreatable viral illnesses, right? That routinely killed children for millennia. And then antibiotics are very useful for treating bacterial infections that, once again, people died from scarlet fever. People died from, infections that meningitis, bad infections that killed lots of young, healthy people that you can treat with antibiotics. And then vector control. I mean, we know that the plague, which is carried by rats and transmitted by fleas, the reason why the World Health Organization even got started was because they were trying to figure out how to manage plague outbreaks. And pneumonic plague has 100% mortality within 24 hours if not treated. And so you can treat that with antibiotics, but you can prevent that with actually vitamin D. Vitamin D kills rats. It's a rodenticide. And you can prevent the fleas from transmitting that disease from rats to people by using a synthetic chrysanthemum dust. The pesticide comes from daisies. So it's just been modified a little bit. So the idea, I think that we do need to look at long-term things. I think it's really important to follow these vaccines, these mRNA vaccines, closely. But I think that the science is the science, and I think that that it has a lot of potential. But let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I do think that anything that's getting politicized is pulling it off the track. I think that politicizing things really makes people go in the wrong direction.
I want to go to
It's
quickly
about
defeat
balance.
the mandate. You've been waiting really long, so I appreciate your patience. I'd love you to jump in on this.
Yes, thank you. It's hard to operate when you're under a banner that looks like an organization, but you're really a person sitting here wanting to talk. And I would be under my own name, but I'm still censored. So the censorship point is personal. It personally affected me in my life and everything that I was doing. I left my career to help with a movement to help get voices amplified. I've worked with whistleblowers. One was the first one I started helping was Dr. Andrew Huff, who was vice president of EcoHealth Alliance. He was there and came forward and wanted to help get his story out, but unfortunately the media wasn't willing to touch it at the time. He's now been on the media circuit for quite some time. But I love that we're able to have this discussion here on this platform right now, because we haven't been able
Kyle,
to.
Sorry, Kyle, if you can mute your mic, please, Kyle. Thanks, bro.
That we're
Go
able
ahead,
to have
defeat the
this.
mandate.
If we're in, my name is Lindsay Jones, by the way, since my name
Perfect,
is
Lindsay.
not,
Yeah,
not on here
didn't
yet.
know whether didn't want to share it. Didn't know if you want to keep it
No,
confidential or not. So yeah, Lindsay, go ahead.
I'm
My bad.
already censored, so and I'm not trying to hide under a guise of a disguise here by being under this platform. It's that my account is still not back for sharing a news clip of somebody reading from the Lancet. And that the same day, though, I was in Ireland with Dr. Malone, as controversial as he may be in some people's eyes. Dr. Malone and a myriad of other doctors who were all censored around the same time this past summer, and we went to Twitter headquarters, did a silent protest, held up a sign, took some pictures, and left. And 6 hours later, they said it was because I was deplatformed because I shared a clip of Tucker Carlson reading from the Lancet, and it was misinformation on COVID, and they deplatformed me and took my entire all my work and everything that I've created and published on my Twitter account was gone. So it happened the same day. I don't know if it had anything to do with the picture I posted of a sign saying, uncensor science or something along those lines. I don't think they liked that either. I'm not sure what it was, but still waiting to get my voice back there. But there's been whistleblowers that have come forward that really needed their voices amplified, and they needed help getting their stories out there. And another one was Brooke Jackson, who was the Pfizer whistleblower. She was the director of clinical trials for 3 different clinical trial sites in Texas. And she came forward with so much evidence that the British Medical Journal wanted to investigate to see if her claims were true or not. And they published an entire piece after a few months investigating all of her claims and her evidence that she brought forward, and said that everything that she was bringing forward was true and accurate. And now she has, Viva, who was on here as a speaker, also has her attorney Robert Barnes on regularly discussing her case, but she is now suing the United States government on behalf of the people for the fraud that she witnessed during these clinical trials. And out of 44,000 participants, the COVID-19 vaccines were approved on 170 participants, only 170 people. And out of those 170, only 8 received the COVID vaccine. And there's evidence that she has that Pfizer even reached out to her about for some of the clinical trial sites and tried to convince them to change some of the status of some of the people that passed away that did not receive the COVID vaccine, to change their status to say that they died of COVID. So all this is documented. It's all can be found on her website, iambrookjackson.com, but it's relevant. It is critical for the public and people to know that there is a fraud case being held right now. It's in a East Texas court. It's being decided by a federal judge whether or not it will move forward to the next phase of discovery. But this impacted lives, not just in the United States, but around the world. And if this is brought to trial and her case is won, it could overturn the emergency use authorization. It could really dismantle a lot of things in place that are keeping the pharmaceutical companies from being held liable for any harms that they've caused. So it's a really big deal. It's very significant. And having being someone that's a victim of censorship myself, these files are fascinating. And I don't think there's anything more important than finding a way out of censorship. Censoring voices is wrong. People say misinformation is dangerous, but that can be decided. The truth has a way of making its way to the top, and people can get the information and decide for themselves. But you can't ever do that if everything is suppressed, and people who they're wanting to control what's happening are the ones suppressing the opposing side. It's wrong, and I'm hoping that this continues to change with Elon Musk takeover.
Thank you for joining the panel, Lindsay. Ryan, I appreciate you coming up as well. Mike is yours, and then Anish, and then Brian. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. Back in 2014, I have a very unique skill set and degree, master's in emergency management, disaster preparedness, specifically studying pandemics. And I focused a lot of study and research on pandemics. And at that time, I found that, if a pandemic were truly to break out in a small scale, the government would violate someone's civil liberties in the name of safety, and we'd be violating those rights for it to be tested in the courts for years. I ended up in the private sector after that, working in a private sector liaison for a Fortune 100 company, and worked close with, at the time, Governor Ridge, Chris Krebs, and they helped construct the critical infrastructure sector from Department of Homeland Security. The reason that's important is that was that private sector has a seat at the table in regards to mitigations and measures. So why is that important? Whenever COVID happened, and I'll be the first to admit to call myself the pandemic police very early on, when COVID first happened, what occurs is you have the Department of Homeland Security that works with their business emergency operations centers, their fusion centers, their emergency operations centers, and you have these corporate partners that come to the table, Twitter included, right, as we see through the emails. So what we're reading in these releases do not surprise me, but what everyone needs to be aware of, it goes far beyond Twitter. They establish these relationships ahead of time so they can have access to these private entities and private companies' resources to help mitigate events, not just pandemics, but other disasters. So these work close groups with these Fortune 100 companies, and I was in this role, they work very intimately with each other and they have long-lasting relationships. And the government knows, including DHS, and when they put these mitigations in place, they may not have the lawful authority to implement them. So that's why they use corporate America as their muscle. The Constitution may not allow them the ability to force certain things on people, but whenever they get corporate America's buy-in and it becomes a policy issue within these Fortune 100 companies, that is the ends that they want to achieve. So they do it through force. They do it through those mechanisms and measures, and they make these companies feel like they have inside access, inside information, and it's a dialogue back and forth. And that is exactly what occurred in this. It's absolutely disgusting. And I myself participated, and I'm ashamed of that. I did get vaccinated early on because I had access to it. And right now I have significant heart issues. And it made me so upset that this correlation and this level of government intertwining with corporate America that I left my lucrative corporate America job to fight pandemic mandates, raising nearly $1 million to stop mandates, up to and including from there going to run an Illinois Attorney General campaign because I saw at the time with what was going on, it was state attorney generals that were having the most force in stopping these mitigations and mandates. While it was a private attorney I worked with during the time, but it's state attorney generals that really put the curb on these processes. But what should scare us even more, because the government knew they didn't have the authority, right before you got to declaratory judgments that were about to come out, what would happen is they would quickly adjust the narrative. They would put a new brief in that it was nothing but guidance the entire time, because A, they didn't want a declaratory judgment against them, and B, they knew it was only guidance. So it's hilarious. I have all these court cases that the beginning of the case, they're arguing that, hey, you have to do this. And at the end of it, well, it was just merely guidance and recommendations that we changed through our administrative agencies. So what's happening with Twitter doesn't surprise me. And we need to do a better job of reining in that relationship between the government having corporate America exert their will and influence on the American people. Because here's what's even scarier. That corporate America can then share information with the government based on their policies that may infringe upon our civil liberties and our rights to surveillance that we may not want the government to have access to. And that occurs on a regular basis, guys. And they're doing it through corporate policy instead of doing it as a government entity. And that relationship needs to be examined, and the Twitter files are just the start of it. I thank you guys for having the space.
Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it. I'll let so jump in, whoever was just jumping in before we go to Brian.
Sure. Yeah, no, I find it kind of interesting, the relationship between the pharmaceutical companies and the government for sure. And in general, like our trust in the pharmaceutical companies has significantly increased, whereas in the past we've been so skeptical of it. But I'm just in general, I'm sort of curious, opinion wise, why I mean, we've had other vaccines, we've had other scenarios, not quite, of course, at the scale of COVID, but why do you think, or like people like Sabine and others, why do we think that it became so divisive, so extreme? There was such an attempt to sort of shut down discourse and make it this one line of thinking, because it does feel sort of unusual, at least as far as I'm aware, for this particular situation that I have not witnessed before, and it's gotten more and more extreme. And no doubt there are some political elements involved, I'm sure, just even with the vaccine development. I just noticed, when sort of Trump was developing the vaccine, it seems like the Democrats were more skeptical of it. Well, then when the Democrats took over the White House, it seemed like it sort of reversed and they were more pro it. So is that the reason? Is it because we live in this age of social media and everything is just more extreme in terms of narratives? What are some of the thoughts around that?
I think that's exactly, you hit the nail on the head. The knee-jerk reaction, once again, I'm an independent voter, very middle of the road. I try to see both sides. I really think that politicization of science is detrimental. I think that the knee-jerk reaction to Trump resulted in a negative media campaign about the vaccine. And I think that wound up making people have all sorts of doubts. And then when the actual evidence started coming in for the vaccine seems to be preventing a lot of people from dying, that initial cascade had already convinced a whole bunch of people not to believe in it. And I think it's really unfortunate that we can't remove the personality from the campaign. I have a whole talk that I do trying to get people to understand that science is independent of, it should be independent of political persuasions. And what it almost is, the political polarization is almost religious in its effect. And I think it's really unfortunate that this is why this space has just been so wonderful, because I think different people are able to say what they think openly and have a reasonable discussion and understand that somebody who maybe thinks about things a little bit differently is well intended. My question is, how do we get pharmaceuticals and vaccines on the market without scientists working for pharmaceutical companies? How do we innovate without companies? You've got great academic ideas that are not able to get off the shelf from universities because of and I think that things absolutely should be regulated and absolutely should have supervision. But the role of industry is to try to get people's great ideas off the shelf and into the market so they can benefit people. How do you do that without having a cooperation between academia, industry, and the government? And once again, I think it needs supervision. I think it needs a real open discussion. But if we're going to create things to solve really important problems like the environment, like health, like the food security. We need to figure out, we can't be this polarized. We've got to be able to have an open discussion. And
Well,
this
you're
is a,
right. And it's, oh, go ahead. Sorry, Sabine.
no, that's it. That's all yeah.
Okay, well, it almost seems impossible not to have them sort of cooperating because, you know, as you know, you can't make pharmaceutical companies the enemy like completely. And pharmaceuticals companies, you know, sometimes they do good, sometimes not, and you have to watch them. You know, I take some drugs that I can't imagine my life quality without being able to take them. My mom worked for developing pharmaceuticals, and you know, and some of the people who ran the companies were you know, very well intentioned, want to cure cancer and things like that, right? But also you have this politicized, you know, only certain people will get funding, and if it's a university and the pharmaceutical company gets involved, there is a lot of politics, and not just, you know, in terms of politics like political parties, but just politics in general, in terms of gets access to what. So yeah, we need better systems, I think.
I wanna quickly and incentive alignment. I want to go to Sabine and Anish. Anish, I know you wanted to address a few things with what Sabine was saying before. I'd love you guys to have a discussion about the points you're about to bring up, Anish. Anish, can you hear me? You're muted.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Dr. Coca. Oh, perfect. Yeah, cool. Yeah, the mic is yours.
Yeah. Thanks so much for letting me speak. No, I think the Spaces is great, and I think it's absolutely what didn't happen for much of the pandemic is having a discussion about these things. I mean, I know a lot of Dr. Sabine is fantastic. She's an advocate for independent physicians, and she's great. You know, and everyone has their biases. Like I have my biases. Dr. Sabine is a gastroenterologist that believes in the microbiome, the concept, and I know a lot of doctors that would you know, come back at her. And you heard some of what Dr. Dunn was starting to say in terms of having that argument, and that's a good thing. These arguments should be had in the open. And you know, the stuff that's happening in Dr. Hazam's papers in terms of being suppressed or not being allowed to come to peer review, not being peer reviewed in a fair fashion, all those things are wrong. You know, she should have the ability to put out her view, to publish her papers, unless they're unless there's obvious fraud involved. She needs to be able to put it out there, and then allow peers to kind of critique it, so we can come to some idea about what the actual truth is. I mean, that's how you get from ideas that are theories and speculation, which a lot of what Dr. Hazam is bringing up is again good stuff, but that needs to be validated in larger trials and all that stuff. So I think that's the important piece of what really didn't happen for the last 2+ years when it came to COVID is that there's this one establishment narrative that sought with massive lengths, with the tools that they now have in terms of going to Twitter, going to social media, to kind of suppress alternative views. It's not enough now for the White House to put out statements. The White House now has to go to Twitter and say, if this person is saying that, you must censor them. So I'm a cardiologist, not a microbiome expert at all, but as a cardiologist, I was suspended for linking to another cardiologist's blog that suggested that stated that, look, based on my analysis, based on a cardiologist's analysis of the data that's out there, the risk of the vaccines as it relates to myocarditis is probably higher than the risk from COVID, in young, healthy individuals, especially in young males, especially for Moderna. And again, all of this was suppressed. And, once that happens, you start self-censoring yourself, correct? And I think that was really, really, really bad. And I hope and I understand why public health did that. Public health was doing this because they thought they were, going to save the most lives and whatnot. But unfortunately, a lot of them are not very good. They're not very good at critiquing data, and they're much, what their talent seems to be is in supporting some PR campaign to kind of, get some job done that some higher up is telling them to do. And so it's really, really unfortunate what happened, because I think a more open debate would have actually allowed for greater trust in public health authorities and in the institutions that I think, Dr. Dunn is right. We do need certain institutions to help guide us. But, if you destroy trust in those institutions, then you're kind of, where are we? So thanks so much for letting me speak.
I appreciate. I want to be Sabine. Did you want to respond before we go to Tom?
Yeah, no, and I absolutely agree. You know, trust is gone. I mean, from my stand right now, I've been in the clinical trial business for 3 decades practically, right? And I believe in pharmaceutical companies, and I believe in drugs and treatment, etc. But there's also the balance of me that also believes in natural products, right? Vitamin C, vitamin D. So it's important to have that balance. And I think once you censor physicians like me, for example, that has been working in the trenches of pharma and bringing products to market, and you stop a paper that is a hypothesis paper. I mean, this is not even a paper that basically showed ivermectin increasing bifidobacteria. This was a hypothesis. Let the doctors criticize it. Let somebody prove or disprove, right? That's what science is all about. Prove me wrong, disprove me. Right? Prove me right, disprove me, right? That's what it's all about. The moment we stop that conversation and we let one narrative, then that narrative is only there to sell a product. And that's not okay, because that's what we're seeing. And unfortunately, the pharma world now is not what it used to be. 25 years ago, it was a doctor pharma relationship. Now there's middlemen, now there's CRO, clinical research organizations, that are all owned by venture capitalists. So it's really the decision of a product is based on what do we want the stock to be. Let's be clear and let's be honest about all this, right? Because venture capitalists are running the show of research. And maybe that's what we're seeing with these publications that are stopped and the narrative to be stopped. We have to be ethical. We have to be ethical. We have to be righteous. You know, that's our role as physicians. I stepped into this as a physician saving lives. And to my, you know, through the work and seeing that I've saved 1, 2, 3, 100, 200, 1,000, and lost no one, and I'm still freaking standing, speaking and doing the research. And then you're stopping my data that shows that I treated hypoxic patients. I had to go on Twitter and show all my oxygen saturations that were before and after. You know, patients with 77% at home, oxygen improved to 92% at home by giving them treatment. Something happened that we have to pay attention, because it's in those cases that the magic occurs of research and the discovery. And when we stop the discovery because we're trying to push a narrative, we're trying to push a price of a stock, then we have all impacted ourselves when we become the patients. And I'm sorry to be so, you know, out there and passionate, but I am passionate about censorship. I am passionate about people stopping doctors from being doctors. Medicine is an art. We all have our ways, you know. I could criticize others for the way they treat it, but at the end of the day, they are an artist and they've achieved a treatment or a cure. So I must acknowledge that, right? So that's it. I'm frustrated because there was censorship. I'm frustrated that I've done so much research and I cannot publish. You know, people want to criticize, no problem, criticize. But guess what? If it's published, stop trying to interfere to remove it because it doesn't fit your narrative.
Dr. Drew, good to have you.
Yeah, pleasure to be here. What you're hearing the physicians begin to talk about, and somebody sort of raised this question, I think Kathleen early on, which is fundamentally what happened to our profession? What happened to us? In the darkest hours of this pandemic, we were sending people home and saying, come back when you're in distress. That is disgusting. In the history of medicine, nothing like that has ever happened. We didn't follow up. We were in fear. And what happened to us is really the question underlying all this. And I've observed a few things. One is I didn't know how many of us were employees. The fact that over 60% of us are employees and we're afraid to stand up for the employer, part of the problem. Second part of the problem, physicians are being trained algorithmically. What Sabine was just saying, we have to think critically and sort of creatively and improvise. That's at the fundamental practice of medicine that has been extinguished in current training. Number three, there is some sort of a strange generational divide. Physicians my age cut our teeth on an infectious disease with a 100% fatality, not a 1%, 100%. And it gave us a perspective on this pandemic that, interestingly, in my own mind, I had my father, who was an old family practitioner, in my head. He's long since passed away, but in my head, I heard him saying, wait a minute, In my day, we had malaria and yellow fever and plague and typhus, and you shut the world down for a respiratory virus with a 1%. What? He would have died again. One last thing I would just say is I would caution everyone. There's two words that I've heard repeatedly today that make me bristle. The fact that we accept these two words so readily makes me crazy. One is the word narrative. Narratives do not exist in biological sciences. Having a narrative, it's like trying to describe a narrative of the behavior of clouds. Biological sciences are highly probabilistic. You can't have a narrative. There are no narratives. Narratives are created by journalists, not biological scientists. And number two, the idea of misinformation. Where did that word come from? If somebody like Sabine had some data to publish that I did not agree with or really strongly felt was problematic, you know what I would call that before 3 years ago? I would call that interesting. Interesting. Thank you. Thank you for making me clarify my own thoughts. Thank you for presenting your data. Very interesting. Misinformation, again, created by somebody outside of the medical profession. So I'm interested that we're all the physicians here are sort of shaking our heads, wondering what happened to us.
Doctor, I've got a question for you. Where do you draw the line? So when it comes to people's life, if there is something that a large majority of doctors or medical professions would agree that is untrue, is that something that you think should be censored, or there is nothing that should be censored, only education?
I unfortunately lived through the opioid epidemic. And at that time, the standard of care was pain is what the patient says it is. Pain control is what the patient says it is. And if you did anything beneath that, you were not just guilty of malpractice, you were guilty of a crime of patient abuse. And I saw this happening. It was killing my opioid addicted patients hand over fist. I stood up against it for 15 years. I was sanctioned by the California Medical Association, my own hospital administration, the Board of Medical Quality Assurance, the Department of Mental Health, all were trying to silence me at the time. But I was able to stand up because I had an opinion. It happened to have been the correct opinion. So when physicians have opinions that run afoul of the standard of care, our job is to tell our patients that we have an opinion that really isn't in the majority right now. Here's my reason for that opinion. And here's why I'm therefore going to recommend the following to you. That's called informed consent. You go to physicians not for their fund of knowledge, but for their judgment based on their years of practice in a clinical setting. And people just don't understand that. Again, I'm worried about this algorithmic approach to medicine. It is highly problematic. And then the over-centralization of decision-making. Your best unit is a well-trained physician and an informed, caring trained physician and a well-informed patient. That's your most efficient unit. Anything that takes away from that, problematic. And somebody also mentioned, the cardiologist was speaking about our public health officials. Yes, they were not trained for this moment. Most of them were either A, not clinicians, or B, pediatricians. And this is an adult medical problem. And I heard a lot of the pediatric public health officials freaking out about medical issues that are a non-issue from the standpoint of an internist. But yes, informed consent. And we can't give informed consent now for two reasons. California, it's against the law. As of January 1st, AB 2098 prevents it, number one. And number two, they haven't done the data yet. Again, your cardiologist, I'm blanking, Dr. Coco, I think his name was Coca, that they haven't done the data yet. What is COVID and what's the vaccine? I can't distinguish that for a 35-year-old male. I don't know how to give informed consent to that patient because they prevent us from having that conversation. Why? Because it's possible we're going to find out it's the vaccine. Therefore, you daren't breathe it.
Joanna, Brian, Tom, or Anish, any questions for Dr. Drew?
Yeah, I actually have one. Hi, Dr. Drew. I'm Joanna Aiken. I'm actually an intensivist and an anesthesiologist out here in New York City. And one thing that kind of came up even from Dr. Sabine and from Dr. Dunn, I think really kind of underlying this is the importance of integrity in practice.
Yep.
And a lot of what scared us, I think, as physicians amidst the pandemic was the concern for censorship, was the concern for retaliation even. I had mentioned earlier, there was a cardiologist who lost his board certification over a paper that he submitted regarding myocarditis, following the COVID vaccine. I'm just curious how you balance all of this against because if I'm not mistaken, you're a consultant at least for the mainstream media.
Yeah. So fortunately, I don't know about fortunately, but when this all broke out, I was pretty much independent. I mean, I was a hospital administrator for years. I have a long academic history. People know me from media, but I was an assistant clinical professor in the Department of Psychiatry, assistant clinical professor in the Department of Medicine. I leadership positions in acute medical hospitals and in a psychiatric hospital. I spent many, many, many years working in these settings. In fact, interestingly, I signed up to be a part of the volunteer physician services for New York City, and they were interviewing me to do intensive care work. And I did, 15 years of practicing my patients, taking care of my patients in the ICU, doing lines, doing ventilator management. And internists aren't even being trained to do that, I discovered now, which is also astonishing. Another thing I discovered. But to your question, there will be retaliation and there will be consequences. And you have to just you have to manage it. You have to be prudent. But I was crushed on multiple fronts many times for speaking what ended up being the truth. And I slowly and consistently kept speaking that truth. And as the tide turned, lo and behold, my truth turned out to be closer to the actual truth, and I was able to more easily continue talking. But you can get harmed. It's realistic. And the fact that that cardiologist lost his board certification is nothing short of disgusting. And what is wrong with us? What is wrong with us that we can't stand up for our peers? When I get attacked by other physicians on Twitter, which is all the time, I DM them and say, let's get on the phone. Let's get on the phone and talk about this. We've got to return collegiality. And guess what? 9 times out of 10, when I have that conversation, we don't disagree on much. We actually agree on most things. But they are steeped in this hysteria that we have been in. The physicians are as guilty as anybody else in terms of having this incredible emotional response. And we need to do better. We need to back off from that. We need to restore collegiality, continue to have our conversations, let people publish their data, no matter how outlying it is, and say, thank you, that's interesting. Here's my data and why I disagree. This is the way we've always done it. Why all of a sudden we changed is just astonishing. But you have to be careful. There will be retaliation, and there are consequences. So you have to be prudent. And there's no magic way to do that. As independent as you can be, the more independent you can be, the more you are able to speak to the truth as you understand it.
I think that's a huge part of the problem within the medical community. The fact that there is, even as you said, you will face retaliation. Mm-hmm. That I think is something that in the future, Twitter Files, Mario, Ian, this is a really important consideration for you guys to understand, among leadership within medical communities. Because generally speaking, I think you're right, Dr. Drew, collegiality it's respected and it's maintained. I think that at the very least, if you can't be cordial, you can at least be respectful of your colleagues if you differ in opinion. But to threaten,
it is so odd. It is so odd. I mean, we've got to figure out what happened to us. I don't fully understand it yet. I get little pieces of information every week or so. I'm sort of putting the puzzle together. But it's astonishing how our profession deteriorated to this point. We need to talk about it, acknowledge it, and heal, whatever that is. And by the way, and we can be a role model for the rest of the country, hopefully.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've got another question, Doctor. And by the way, audience, if you got questions for Dr. Drew or other panelists, comment bottom right corner, and the team's going through the questions. You said you're putting that puzzle together, Doctor. How's that puzzle looking? Like, how did we get here?
Well, I mean, I mentioned some of the things I'm seeing in the profession, which is, again, there's a generational thing. There's how we're training under physicians, and then there's this issue of employment, and there's over-centralization of authority. We've become such bots ourselves, beaten down initially by the insurance companies and the regulatory organizations and the attorneys. We just are beaten down as a profession. And then when we start beating each other up, we freeze, and we have employers that are going to fire us. We freeze. We become scared just like anybody else. And it's time for courage. It's absolutely time for courage. A word you don't hear very much, but it is absolutely And I just expect that of my physician peers. I have so much respect for our profession, and my dad was a physician, my uncle's a physician, and what we do is so important. And we have been marginalized, and we have been crushed, and we are now attacking each other. That must stop. I'm sorry, I got emotional. I lost track of your question.
No,
Yeah,
you've
hey,
answered, I think you've
Dr.
answered the
Drew.
question.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Grant.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Dr. Drew, appreciate you being here. Grant Cardone.
Yeah, Grant.
What would you tell the common man and woman that is not a medical doctor? I don't have, I didn't read your books. I'm not a virologist, but when approached with some of this information that just simply doesn't make sense to me, and the card that always seems to be played by the profession is, how dare you ask questions? You're not a doctor. You're not in medicine. Then I get labeled an anti-vaxxer. People have claimed on some of these platforms that I've killed tens of thousands of people because of my following, because I said I wouldn't get vaccinated, that it didn't make sense, that the vaccine didn't seem like it was worth the risk to me, regardless of the fact that I'm not a doctor. How would you tell us normals, the everyday person, to have that conversation with doctors?
I say it every day. Make sure you look, primary care has been eviscerated in this country for years. People use the emergency room as their primary caretaker. That is ridiculous. You can see a primary caretaker for $35. It costs $800 to walk in an ER. Go develop a relationship with a primary caretaker who you trust, and check that person's training. They should be board certified. Anybody who's properly trained is delighted to share with you their training. Ideally, they should be a member of the American College of Physicians or a fellow there. And you should ask lots of questions. That's our job. And the doctor might turn you over to a nurse, because the nursing does a lot of educating as well. But you just ask questions, and together you make the decision of what is the best choice for you, given the informed consent that the doctor shares with you. That's it. But just like any other treatment you get, if I'm treating your hypertension, I'm going to talk about what hypertension is, and I'm going to explain the medication I'm choosing and why, and I'm going to follow up, and I'm going to tell you to please call me or email me if you have side effects. That's it. It's a relationship, and you should take advantage of that relationship to the fullest extent.
Tara? Good to have
I
you.
was just going to ask Dr. Drew if he thinks that the fact that doctors were being fired and losing their jobs over, questioning anything or speaking the truth in regard to, now we know it's the truth in regard to a lot of the issues with the vaccine, which also my other question is, should it even be called a vaccine, or should it just be called a shot, like a flu shot? I'm just curious if you think that helped to sort of make sure that these other doctors sort of stay in line and don't, talk outside of the narrative.
Hey, I'm not sure, the word narrative, I'm not sure I didn't quite catch the question. What specifically is the question?
That doctors were being let go. You mentioned that doctors need to be honest and need to say these things, but they were being fired from their jobs.
Yes, they should. Hopefully they find other employer or go out on their own, or they should sue the employer for wrongful discharge. I think a lot of this is going to get sorted out in the courts. I would go to their state medical association and ask for help, because that should be their job. And I would go to the American Medical Association and start to build a coalition of some type. That is their job. That's why we pay them. And they're doing the opposite these days, and we need to start using them to help us, which is what they're supposed to be doing.
And Tara, just to follow up on that, Dr. Drew, I'm just interested whether you witnessed, as a doctor, part of the profession, the bullying that goes on from the intelligent, the intellectuals, the group think, if it exists.
Yeah, we're to
common people.
Well, the bullying of common people or the bullying of physicians?
No, physicians bullying the common people. Hey, I know better.
Yeah,
I've studied the books.
I know. I see it. They bully each other too, and so that's social media. You have to step outside of that. And again, that is unprofessional behavior. I think we should examine it as a profession. That's unacceptable, and the fact that people think that's acceptable is problematic. But again, just get out of social media into this relationship with a primary caretaker of some type.
I'll
Doctor,
echo that. I'll echo that. I think that that's exactly right. I think that doctors often like to be correct, like normal people do, and when they're questioned, they get defensive often, as opposed to sort of thinking, why is this person asking this? And it's maybe difficult because doctors who are taking care of very, very sick COVID patients in New York City were seeing people die, and so I think that they things got conflated, right? So I think that doctors need to learn to be more patient with people who have genuine questions, because that's the only way you're going to build up trust again. But yes, bullying definitely exists.
This is
But look at the AMA though, for instance. Look at leadership within the AMA. Look at the political positions. I mean, we are not just functioning as physicians anymore. When you look at, and that is where things get dangerous in my mind, because we are not supposed to be taking political positions. We are supposed to be protecting our patients. That is priority number one. And when that gets conflated with other political issues, which, you know what, honestly, I say leave that to the lawyers. Let them fight it out. You know, we are voters. We have an opportunity to exercise that right. But when you have physicians entering a realm that becomes so politicized, we have to tread lightly. We have to be really, really careful. And I just wanted to add that.
I completely agree. And I would say that some of these positions that people are being bullied about are so strange. For instance, I've spoken to researchers that were in the room when the social distancing policies were made, the actual moment that they decided 6 feet is what we're going to advocate for. And at the time, they were trying to decide between 4 feet and 60 feet, because there was absolutely not a single shred of evidence to help them decide what they were supposed to do. So they arbitrarily picked 6 feet because that they felt they could get people to comply with. And that became some sort of thus saith the Lord. And that's the kind of thing you're being bullied about. That's how crazy we've gotten.
This is Tom Fitton with Judicial Watch, Dr. Drew. I mean, first I want to compliment you, and I'm not blowing smoke in your ear. I just want to let our listeners know what a unique resource you are. You've been in management, you have academic credentials, you have clinical credentials, and you've got the media expertise. So you bring a unique perspective in terms of analyzing this. But I would just add, you highlight some of the infrastructure issues with the way medicine's been constructed in recent years, largely because of government intervention, and we can debate that. But the COVID thing, this is when looking at it, it's hard to get around the anti-Trump politics here. President Trump's administration threw out all the rules we had for dealing with pandemics. That wasn't enough for the crazies. He pushed the vaccinations. That was dismissed out of hand until it became politically inconvenient. And in this material, we see that his decision, his saying, maybe we don't need to be afraid of COVID, was triggered a censorship analysis at Twitter. And you can't separate all that fighting and why it is we need to do the shutdown outside of the fact that was an election year. And it was a desperate effort to keep Trump out of office and to use COVID as an opportunity to change the rules of the election, all of which was supported by the social distancing and fear that was being generated. So there was this unholy mix here of anti-Trump politics and such, and I think there's still an echo of that that I think we should just be straightforward about. This was a leftist anti-Trump effort on COVID, science and stuff that didn't make any sense. When things don't make sense, as I was saying earlier, it's usually because there's a politician behind it or political ideology behind it. And so, it's some have been talking about this kind of in this general sense that this is just a bad state of affairs. No, it was the left. It was Democrats who hated Trump and they saw these changes related to COVID and the destruction of debate in the scientific community and the medical community, and the resulting harm to tens of millions as inconsequential compared to their political agenda.
I think people should just understand Dr. Drew's, how important Dr. Drew's point is about centralization and protocols and how it runs medicine now. I think Dr. Aiken, I believe, is an ICU physician, should be able to speak to this as well. But it is incredible the degree that you must bow to protocols in hospitals, and if you don't, what happens to you? It used to be, remember, that physicians were private, independent. They worked for themselves. And hospitals were staging grounds for them and their patients. Hospitals provide the facilities for them to take care of their patients, right? Now it's changed. Now it is hospitals employ the physicians. And on top of that, there's a bureaucracy that's been overlaid on it. That means that everyone has to fit to some protocol that is evidence-based. And so EBM has in some ways become very rigid. And when something like COVID comes along, and COVID is a very, very different, illness, and there were a number of different folks that saw early on, ICU physicians that saw that the early attempts to put people on mechanical ventilators, right? Because there was this, everyone remembers, or maybe they don't. There's something called happy hypoxia, where folks were oxygen levels were very, very low, but they seemed to be okay, and they were talking on their phone, and they were being told to get off their phone so that they could be intubated and put on a ventilator. And once they were on the ventilator with COVID, they were very, very, very difficult to manage, much more so than the normal person that you're intubating for and ventilating for respiratory distress. And when physicians started pointing out that, hey, maybe we need to hold on this because these patients are getting intubated and ventilated are doing so incredibly badly, they were sidelined. So Dr. Cameron Seidel in Maimonides, New York, he was told, look, you know what, your services are no longer needed. And he was like, look, ethically, I can't keep doing this. There was another physician I spoke to who traveled to the New York ICUs, and he referred to the COVID ICU units as zombie units, where nobody would enter because everyone was so scared of COVID, and everyone was on muscular paralytics, and everyone was just left alone. People would check in on them every now and then. And again, he had to really push to try to change the protocols to allow for some more marginal numbers to be there, so you could actually liberate somebody from event. But he would hear the pushback. That's not protocol. Protocol says that you have to have this level of O2, and you have to have this level of tidal volume relative to respiratory rate. All these little mechanics that these little particulars that I don't want to get people lost on. But the point is that here were physicians, thoughtful, super experienced clinicians that were looking and trying to adapt to what COVID was doing, and they were being restricted from doing the right things for patients by protocol. So Dr. Drew's point about these central authorities, that the centralization of medicine is right on. I will disagree with Dr. Drew about one thing. About the about the licensing.
I was waiting for this. Now I'm interested, Anish. Tell us what you disagree with.
About the licensing and the certification part. Okay, I think while licensing and certification and I'm a board certified cardiologist, by the way.
Yeah.
While it has some value, I think what we've seen is that the boards and the central authorities using licenses, using certifications to kind of as a threat to physicians to keep them in line.
I agree with you, but again,
I don't.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's not our patient's problem. That's our problem, and we should be ashamed of ourselves. We should be really ashamed of ourselves. Nothing like this has ever happened in the history of medicine. There's certainly not modern medicine. We should be ashamed of what is happening. This idea of sending people away till they're sicker or moving away from follow-up because we're frightened. It's just unthinkable to me. I can't believe this happened to us. And there's little or no acknowledgement of this, except that today in this Twitter Spaces that I can see. Yeah, this is an uncanny, hard to understand experience, and we should take a hard look at it as a profession. Don't you agree?
I totally agree, and I think, but there's going to be some time to fix that. And I don't know if we can wrest control from them without the help of people, of the masses, really, to try to. But it may be that we have to move to a more decentralized approach. Then it may be that licensing, certification, these are always going to be ultimately used to keep physicians in line.
I'm gonna quickly jump in if you don't mind. I think it was you, Anish, speaking. Was that you, Anish?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah. I'm gonna just quickly jump in to ask a few questions from the audience, if you don't mind, Dr. Drew. So they're more focused towards COVID and your stance on COVID. Now, obviously, I've listened to a lot of your interviews and I know your stance. But for the audience, for the ones asking, what is your stance on vaccines?
I'm an internist. All of my patients over the age of 75 are fully vaxxed and fully boosted, and I believe I know what I'm doing there, and I believe I've seen the benefit. Over age 65, I would say the same. After under 65, the decision becomes much more difficult, much more cloudy. And that's where I sit down with each individual patient and talk about my concerns, talk about the lack of data on vaccine versus COVID outcome. We know there are excess deaths. We're not really sure what it is due to. There's lots of anecdotal stuff flying around. I know you guys can quote line and verse of things that say it's the vaccine. There's also some good data that suggests it's COVID. Something is going on. And again, the fact that it's not a national emergency to rush to an understanding of this is beyond my understanding. So that's my basic position on the vaccine. I like Covaxin the best. I find it odd that we don't have that available in this country. I took J&J myself, and I had a massive vaccine reaction. I was the only male I'm aware of that developed evidence of a consumptive coagulopathy, and that woke up one morning with the day 2 with a raccoon's eye, which is the presenting manifestation of a transverse sinus thrombosis. And yeah, that's basically my position on vaccine.
Okay, so this question is digressing a bit. I've been looking into all the different theories around COVID, and I'm seeing a lot of criticism towards Fauci. What's your stance on how Fauci dealt with this, and why is he getting so much hate, in your opinion?
Well, he's an easy target. I was very active in the AIDS pandemic. That was sort of all through my residency and early in practice. I did a lot. I was there when the boxes of AZT were open, and we finally had something to offer these patients who started my 3rd and 4th year medical school. Every couple days, I was sitting down with somebody and telling them they had 6 months to live, and I was never wrong. Now we had something to do. So I have a very specific experience with AZT, even though I know that's part of Robert Kennedy's attack on Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci at the time and since was a guiding light for me. He was really important. He was advocating for us young physicians to get out and educate about what we were just starting to call AIDS, and soon had a causative agent for. His sort of constant direction to the younger physicians is why I got involved in radio. It's how it happened to me. I thought I had an opportunity. I thought, well, it's what he's talking about. I got to go out there and talk about this thing. And I was shocked when I went on the radio in 1983 that young people had never heard of this. No one was talking about it because, of course, in 1983, I don't know if you're all aware, adolescents and young adults weren't having sex as far as America was concerned. And so he was a very significant guiding light for me. Something happened in this pandemic. He appeared adulterated to me. It was so obvious when he said, he was directing us all very clearly on how and when we could congregate. And yet when it came to exerting our privilege to demonstrate, well, then he had no opinion. It was very odd, and something seemed terribly, terribly wrong. When I look back now at some of his proclivities, I see the beginning of, or I see the biases that really run amok in this pandemic. He was very much interested back in the early mid-1980s that we should use fear. I remember him saying, there are going to be 2 million dead if you don't scare them, you don't tell them they're all going to die. They're 2 million dead. And when there were something like 200,000 at the end of a couple of years, we all congratulated one another that we had scared people sufficiently to get them to wear a condom or change their behavior, whatever it was. We also found out that it doesn't work. And an entire discipline developed of helping people, particularly young people, change their behavior. And we learned that fear doesn't work as well. Authority doesn't work as well. Narrative works, humor works, music works. And we used a lot of that later in the pandemic to really have effective behavior change. But seems that Fauci never let up on the fear tactic. And then the other thing that he did that I think was a major, major flaw is he believed his colleagues in China, and that the policies of the CCP, which, by the way, find glory in moving lots of people around, maybe killing lots of people, that's part of their glorious past. That's part of their patriotic position. He didn't understand the difference between what the CCP was doing and what a democratic society should do in the face of a pandemic. And he adopted their policy. And then the other thing that I find really reprehensible in so many of the public health behaviors was once they set policy, Then it became, oh, you're not going to listen to me? Oh, we'll see about that. And then used all these other means we've been talking about to force behavior. Again, phenomenon never before really seen in this country, at least that I've ever seen. So that's my feeling. It's a little complicated.
So there's a few more great questions from the audience. We had Dr. Lin on the show earlier. I think you were in the audience. You might have heard part of that chat.
Yeah.
The lab leak theory, I'm not sure if you've looked into it. I'm guessing you have because you've interviewed so many people. I initially dismissed it as a conspiracy theory, didn't even bother looking into it. And then when I finally started looking into it, it seemed like a very legitimate theory worth discussing. What's your stance on it?
I feel much the same as I do about vaccine versus COVID injuries in sort of younger males. I don't know. It needs proper analysis, and the fact that these things aren't being looked at immediately, looked at rapidly, and significant resources being put towards these things, rather than one way is right and the other way is wrong. You know, there's a deeper question under this idea of why there was such craziness in, sort of maintaining, I'm going to use the word I hate, which is narrative. What is up with us that we were so prone to this hysteria? Is there something about us? The uncanny thing also for me is that we influenced the world with this, that the whole world followed us down this path, which is astonishing. But is there something about, I spent many, many, many years working in a psychiatric hospital, so I have to wonder, is there something about us presently that makes us sort of fertile soil for this kind of hysterics?
The other question is, looking at all the theories, I've been just trying to understand every single theory, no matter how crazy it sounds, so we can present good panels over the next few days and weeks. Is there any theories that you'd like to dispel after you looked into them? Because I know you look into everything with an open mind, but is there any extreme ones you're like, guys, these theories are untrue and they should stop?
Well, I don't know about not true, but again, the black and white thinking, the extreme thinking, all one direction, all the other, and just what pops in my head right now is Robert Kennedy and his position, and how extreme his position is on the pharmaceutical industry. Look, like everybody I interviewed, I got a little nugget from talking to him, which was, boy, there is a cozy relationship between the regulators and the pharmaceutical industry. I wasn't aware of how cozy that is, and that must create some biases. That doesn't mean that the pharmaceutical industry is evil. It doesn't mean there's some snidely whiplash character twirling his mustache and bringing a bag of cash. It means that there are biases operating, and we need to be careful about it. And much the way someone was mentioning earlier about how we get the pharmaceutical agency to be more responsible with these issues, and the regulatory agencies, but don't fall into this idea that it is some evil force at work. We've gone too far one direction because of the economics, and we need to pay attention to unravel that a bit.
And that's right. I left academic medicine to go work at Bayer, but I work at Bayer Ag, and I learned a lot more about how things are regulated. So there's a huge oversight there that people aren't aware of, and there are many, many scientists who are working in industry. They don't want to see their families die of COVID. They don't want to see their families have vaccine injuries. They don't want to see their families die of a variety of other diseases. We're on the same page, and I understand that people have distrust for pharmaceutical companies and things like that, but I think it's really important to understand that people who work for industry have the same interest in health and family and things like that, and they're part of a process that gets a product off the shelf in an academic lab that could do something amazing for people and get it out to the marketplace where it can serve the most people. Universities can't afford to do that, right? And that's where pharmaceutical companies and companies in general come in. So I think it's very important and they need to be regulated by government. We know academics have conflicts of interest. We know that pharmaceutical companies have conflicts of interest, and we know that the government has conflicts of interest. And that's why there needs to be the oversight in all sorts of directions But there needs to also be open discussion, and the exercise, the free exercise of ideas, so we can land in the best spot possible.
Doctor, I've got another question before we go to panelists that must have questions. Not sure how long you have. The CCP's handling of COVID before and now, what's your opinion?
Well, I just, my thing at the very beginning was I see this panicking. I see it being fomented by non-medical people. The New York Times editorial board demanding lockdown. They have no business having an opinion about medical management of a pandemic, and we have no business listening to them. And suddenly these were the people dictating policy, or somehow creating sufficient hysteria that the policy followed. That was wild to me. And so I spent a lot of energy trying to get everybody to calm down. That's really what my original message, I was wrong on a certain number of things, but I was just trying to get everybody to calm down because I could see the panic was going to make things worse. And non-medical people, I was doing a nightly news broadcast here in Los Angeles, and a school board member came on and announced he was going to close the schools. I said, what doctor, what infectious disease doctor told you to do that? What consultant told you to? No doctor, no clinical person. We are just doing it. It's the right thing. And this was astonishing to me. So I started looking at what went on in Wuhan that seemed to be mirroring what was going on here. And I found it so strange that within a day, we saw trucks rolling down the street with chlorine. Remember those trucks rolling down the street and guys in white?
Those insane scenes. Those insane scenes.
Where did they come from? They were ready at hand. They clearly had some sort of understanding that this could happen in Wuhan, and they had a way to respond to it. And I thought to myself, people don't really understand how these communist systems operate. Go watch Chernobyl if you want to know how things operate. It's all about not letting anything get to the next level. You don't want your guys that are above you to be disappointed with the outcome of what you've done. So I thought, oh, this is the local Soviet, effectively, doing everything they can, prepared for a lab leak, to make sure that they don't fail. Not that this is some sort of medical policy. This is a political maneuver that is in response to a problem that they had anticipated, because they were ready for it. They were ready to hand. And I thought, how strange that we then would pick that up as our policy. So that was the part that just jumped out at me from the beginning. And then the fact, again, that Dr. Fauci went over there and talked to people and considered it a glowing success, astonishing to me.
But Dr. Drew, don't you think, though, that to push back a little bit, was the deference to some of the medical experts refusing to acknowledge the economic and social and other, I guess, non-pharmacological the effects of the non-pharmacological interventions, and saying, well, this is the science, as opposed to,
this is the other thing
we're the patients here, we have a say too.
This was the other thing that jumped out at me during the pandemic. And again, one of my other criticisms of how our public health officials are being trained, there seemed to be no risk reward analysis. It was glaringly obvious to me from square one. Well, not only were they going to destroy people economically, there was going to be massive mental health consequences and massive developmental consequences on the kids. I kept saying, we've destroyed 8 to 15-year-olds. We've destroyed them. And they're not going to come some of them are not coming back. And there seemed to be, in that, for saying things like that, I nearly got deplatformed on Twitter. So that to me was another astonishing piece of their decision making.
Matt?
Hey, yeah, it's Matt from Chicago. Drew, Dr. Drew, we used to have you on WCKG here, and so I'm obviously a proponent of advertising, but I wonder what you and the other people in the medical community feel about advertising of pharmaceuticals, number one, but number two, this mass advertising of these vaccines. As a parent, even before, and I think everybody should really take a look at pre-COVID, because as a parent, taking my kids to the pediatrician would constantly try to push the HPV vaccine on my 7 and 8-year-old dogs. And if you find out why they might need to take that, high risk IV drug users or sexually active people might be at risk for HPV, but certainly a 7-year-old isn't. And that's when I started to kind of wonder what was going on. And I don't see any commercials where they're saying, ask your doctor if you should lose 20 to 30 pounds and take vitamin D and get more sunlight. But we have a lot of commercials on television saying, you should get the vaccine. In fact, Krispy Kreme is telling you to get the vaccine. So should they be banning that kind of advertising so that reopens the relationship between the doctor and the patient again?
Two things I'll say. One is back to your question about why you're giving a 9-year-old HPV vaccine, because that's when it has maximum efficacy in preventing cancers down the line. We're seeing massive problems with head and neck cancer, penile cancer, anal cancer, and cervical cancer. This can effectively eliminate that. So it has massive implications. Is it worth the risk? That's something you discuss with your doctor. But it is massively effective in reducing these cancers that have had a terrible spike in recent years because of HPV. So maximum efficacy is the reason it's being advocated at that age, not because they think your 9-year-old is going to begin having sex. Maximum efficacy. That's one thing. Secondly, I'm going to hold an unpopular opinion on advertising, even though I know we are strangely an outlying country in allowing this, and how odd it is when people come from other countries and see the drug advertising. I'm going to put this back on my profession. That is, when patients come in and say, I want the purple pill, I'm like, okay. It's not different than when they come in with a stack of material off the internet. It's just, please don't confuse your Google search or these advertising with my medical training. Let's us talk about it. Now, I'm glad you know what a PPI is. Now let's talk about the various PPIs in that class. So I don't have a big, I'm probably a minority opinion on this. I just think it's up to us as physicians to address that properly when patients come in with preconceived ideas because of the advertising.
So real quick, back to the HPV thing. You said that's when the vaccine is effective when they're 9.
Maximally
but
effective.
They don't
maximally effective.
Right, but how do they get HPV?
Later, when they won't get it because they'll have maximum immunogenicity against that virus later when they become sexually active.
But if they're not doing IV drugs and they're not sexually active, they're also not going to get it, right?
Yes, if they never have sex. It's not IV drugs. It has nothing to do with IV drugs.
It's not IV drugs. No, it's
It's strictly sex.
Oh, it's never
strictly,
IV. Okay,
strictly
gotcha.
Sex. If they never have sex in their life, then they have nothing to worry about.
Well, yeah, right. But if they're not sexually active, or if they're educated, if sex ed is working, and it's almost enabling them to have a free pass.
There's
somewhat
zero evidence of that. That has been looked at very, very carefully, and HPV is ubiquitous right now. It's all over. It's everywhere.
Well, I would submit, Judicial Watch looked at this when HPV first was introduced. And this is where they're being hoisted on their own petard. They came out with pushing this on children with little evidence that it was appropriate for children. And the studies may have shown since then, because we've been put into this experimental stage through the pushing of it on children, the studies may have been updated, but when they were pushing it on children initially, there was no good faith basis for doing so, and those responsible for it knew better. And then, in Texas, they wanted a mandate for it, and there was a connection between the Republican governor at the time and lobbyists. They actually had to pull it back. And so the pushback from that is now 10, 15 years later, and people still don't trust the recommendations for HPV because of the dishonesty of the process in getting it going initially.
I agree.
And it was just for girls.
It was just for girls and for older girls initially, but they were seeing better efficacy earlier.
Catherine?
Yeah, I'm just curious. This is a little bit more of a moral or philosophical question, but in terms of working with your doctor, Dr. Drew, say you go to one doctor and that doctor advocates, or rather suggests one approach based on their experience as a practitioner, and another doctor suggests another experience when it comes to treating COVID. One doctor is right and one doctor is wrong in terms of the outcome. whose responsibility do you think it ultimately is if they're sort of
Catherine, your mic is gone to shit. It's hard to hear you.
So the liability, if somebody has a bad outcome, the physician accepts that liability. Now there may not be any malpractice if they've done everything properly, but we always accept the liability for the decision making.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, so your mic is gone, Catherine. Sabine?
Yeah, no, I thank you, Drew, for everything you've said. You know, one of the key things, and I think that needs to be brought to light, is the fact, you know, as a physician living in California, as of January 1st, we're not going to have any choices. We can't speak anymore because of AB 2098. I cannot even tell my patients the risk that I believe I see from vaccines or not, or benefits. So there's no more discussions that is going to be, you know, free. There's no freedom of choice to practice anymore for physicians, and there's not going to be a freedom of choice for patients to do informed consent, really. So I think that's one key point that I think we need to address. And then the second point is, you know, as you said, you know, doctors do need courage, and I think this is the time for all doctors to stand up and need courage. And I think it's also the time for doctors to listen to doctors that have been on the front line to see what have they done that has given them such success in getting out of COVID. At the beginning of the pandemic, I was, you know, unfortunately not paying attention to you, Drew, and I was panicking like everybody else because I didn't know. I saw the images from China, and I believed that the right thing to do was quarantine and shut down until I treated my first patient and I got courage to step into the front line, you know, and see, wait a minute, I treated my first patient, my second, and then I took an airplane, and then I took off my mask, and then little by little, it takes courage to stay alive. It takes courage to be on the front line. It takes courage for everybody, not just the physicians. So, you know, I think we need to start listening to people that have the experience, in my opinion, and have survived.
Well, welcome. And I had a severe case of COVID myself, and had the fortunate relationship with an excellent physician who got the monoclonal antibodies in the early days for me, which kept me out of the hospital. And two things I learned from that experience. I mean, I figured I'd get COVID at some point. I mean, it's a pandemic. That's what a pandemic means. And now it's endemic, which means we will all get it. But here we are. But I thought to myself, oh my God, there is a treatment for this. It's extremely effective. And the public health world is not telling anyone about what they should be asking for when they get sick. That was just astonishing to me. So I went out rather aggressively with that. And then I had another strange insight while I was sick. Everyone kept asking me, "Are you afraid?" I thought, "Am I afraid? This has a 5% fatality rate in my age group." When a doctor tells you have a 95% chance of recovery, they're telling you you are going to recover. If they say 99%, they're telling you don't even think about it. 95% is you are going to recover. So it didn't even occur to me to get frightened. So that's the state we were in during that time. We had people worried, scared to death about something that they really should calm down about, and then no understanding of what they should be asking for once they did get sick to prevent some of the more serious complications.
So doctor, I've got here is a few of them that will be based on theories, but I'll ask them.
And then I got to go.
Anyway,
I got to run a minute here, so okay.
We'll do one question from me, and then we'll do one question from Piotr. So the question here is, how many dollars do you think was paid to the FDA to fast track various treatments, cures, or vaccinations for COVID?
I have no idea. I have no understanding of that.
And Piotr?
Yeah, thanks, Mario. Just kudos, mate. Absolutely exceptional conversation. And Dr. Drew, very good to hear from you. My question is, I focus on the international element, vaccine diplomacies, the role of epidemiology. So just curious, how do you think that we can restore faith in the modern medical practice, given that there's such a variancy of opinions now about vaccines around the world? And generally regarding sort of how we respond as an international community, because vaccine diplomacy has been a huge problem, and as you said, in China. So thanks very much.
Yeah, I'm going to sound a bit like a broken record, and perhaps I'm being completely Pollyanna-ish about this, But I do think it's rolling this back away from the centralized authority, back to the unit of the patient and the doctor, or even the patient and the nurse. By the way, our nursing colleagues, I've mentioned a couple times, need to be deployed here as well. They understand what's going on. They know more than any of the paraprofessionals or anybody else. They can help us in restoring that relationship so we can sit down and have these conversations. Friend, I just heard, I'm sorry, I didn't know your name, who has concerns about HPV. I have no problem with that. You should be concerned. This is your health we're talking about. We're trying to make the best possible decision for you and your family, and whatever that means for you. And that should be something I honor and care for and cherish and inform and try to bring the best possible outcome to you. And as such, if we just restore that frankly sacred relationship, I mean, can you imagine if they had destroyed the attorney-client relationship this way, the hue and cry you would have had? They've destroyed our ability to do our business, to do what we do, that nobody knows how to do as well as we do. And we need to get back to it and restore the faith in the practice of medicine. But it's really, we've had a long conversation here about all the things we need to do to get it back. And I would just say, stay at it, speak the truth, stay at it, be prudent, keep moving one foot in front of the other. But I have immense faith, not just in my peers and their professional training, but in their desire to do what's right. Even the ones that are being bullying and being frankly disgusting, I believe they can be restored easily, frankly, by just sort of calling it out and being collegial.
Doctor, thanks a lot for joining today, and we'll see you again on Wednesday on the panel.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
For the audience, we do have Dr. Andrew Bostom. I think he was one of the accounts suspended based on today's job. Is that correct? Does anyone remember? Andrew Bostom. Does anyone remember what was that? That was him.
Andrew Bostom he's a nationally renowned scientist who carefully quoted studies related to COVID in a straightforward manner, and that got him suspended. And he was unsuspended, and it was disclosed today. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw it today's job. And so Andrew's joining the panel shortly. I've just DM'd the invite. He's having technical issues. In the meantime, I'll go to Joanna.
Yeah, thank you. I wish that I'd been able to catch Dr. Drew as well. With this kind of sentiment, I think that we really need to start speaking practically. Where do we go from here? And one thing that I think is and has been ubiquitous in this conversation is that there is great fear among physicians in speaking out back during the pandemic, and now, some of the things that were mentioned for colleagues in the state of California, I had not even realized the AB 2098 had been approved in this past summertime. But why aren't we talking about these things that are rendering physicians really pretty ineffective, punishing physicians for, quote, misinformation? One thing that Dr. Drew had mentioned is a dangerous word to use, but spreading misinformation is a reason to dock a physician with unprofessional conduct. And I think it's really important to steer this ship back in a direction that makes sense. And how we do that, and having relationships with mainstream media, being able to tap, some of the professional relationships that he's probably developed. I'm curious, what sorts of solutions may exist moving ahead.
And I do want to appreciate you sharing this, Joanna, and I want to go to Andrew. Andrew, how are you?
Hello.
How are you, Andrew?
Good. Is it? Am I connected now? I guess.
You're finally connected, and your audio is perfect. I appreciate you joining.
Thank you. Thank you. So I've been listening. I would have liked to respond to a couple of things Dr. Drew said, most of which I agreed with absolutely. But I guess just not to waste time, I'd like to focus on not so much what went on with Twitter, which I think Dave Zweig has done an excellent job reviewing the particulars of my case. It was just absurd. I don't know which 12.
Can you revisit what happened with your case? Can you just revisit it for the audience, even though we went through it for the job, for anyone new here?
Sure. So what David found out was that 5 of the so-called strikes against me, Twitter had adjudicated on their own, and found that 4 of them were invalid. I honestly can't even tell you what the 5 were. The one that I that David found out that they had felt was still valid was also invalid. It was just putting out a tweet which compiled data, actually CDC data, comparing pediatric COVID and pediatric influenza mortality in relatively recent times. I think the oldest data set I went back to was CDC data on the H1N1 swine flu, which had about 6 times the number of deaths per annum as have been attributed to COVID in children. And so I had all the links and how I made the estimates embedded in the tweet. And as David reported, they obviously couldn't rebut the data themselves, but they didn't like the message that, actually we've had recent pandemic and non-pandemic flu years where the fatality was much worse in children than it was from COVID. So that was not a message, that was a verboten message. So, but whatever their adjudication process is, as absurd as that may be, that was felt to be misinformation. So, and I don't know how they got from their own, you're supposed to have 5 strikes and then you're out, but if 4 of those are invalid, I don't even know on what basis they ever suspended my account in the first place, which, that sort of begs the question of that. But I think the diktats to them are coming from on high. I would assume, we've seen in some higher profile cases, Alex Bereson's situation, Jay Bhattacharya's situation, we are seeing an interaction between the White House and staff there and Twitter. I don't know. I think those of us that are not as high profile, maybe it comes from local departments of health. I've been involved with helping parents with suits on vaccine and mask mandates in the state of Rhode Island, and I've dealt directly with the Department of Health here. And I have to say the most shocking thing to me is that I have had the experience in court of seeing 2 things with the Department of Health. They are dreadfully uninformed. They literally do not read the literature. They basically take their orders from on high, I assume from CDC, and regurgitate guidelines. I'm friendly with Dr. Scott Atlas, and he's shared publicly and privately his experiences dealing with the inadequacy of the research that goes into some of these guidelines, particularly the COVID guidelines, and how uninformed in terms of actively pursuing the current research that was going on with COVID, and it was overwhelming. It was an aggressive research that was going on, and people like Fauci and Birx were terribly uninformed. They barely could keep up with the literature, and I found this on the local level. It was shocking. But I guess what was most shocking is that I saw the man who became the acting director of public health at the time. He was giving his testimony under oath. He was at least the head of the COVID task force in Rhode Island. I mean, the man literally lied under oath. Now, I didn't know that you're allowed to correct these lies, and it doesn't rise to the level of perjury. But this is some of the darkness that I've seen, firsthand. Certainly in the state of Rhode Island, we've just had a recent experience where the Department of Health and local medical savants were pushing the idea that we were experiencing a triple-demic, particularly in children. When I finally got the data on hospitalizations for, the triple-demic was allegedly of respiratory syncytial virus, influenza, and COVID, of course, in children. When I finally got the data from the Department of Health, and then they don't track in real time RSV, you'd have to wait till the end of the year hospitalization report, and then purchase the data set and analyze it. I was able to get, frankly, through the intervention of my wife, who's an academic at Brown, a pediatric academic to search the EMR and put in at least one major code for RSV, which is they get an inflammation of the lower airway called bronchiolitis. Just using that code, I was able to compare those hospitalizations with the data from the Department of Health that they were willing to relinquish, that the so-called triple-demic was 90% RSV in children in October and November. And so I'm just, it's shocking to me. My background isn't even in infectious disease epidemiology. My background is in cardiovascular disease and kidney disease epidemiology and clinical trials. But principles are shared principles, and certainly ethics are supposed to be shared ethics. It's just been overwhelming. I have to say, the Twitter experience was minor, but it's really the excesses, the outright lies that I've seen, firsthand now from a local Department of Health, and they're getting their marching orders from the CDC. It's just rather quite shocking to me. I guess I lived in an insular way, doing my own research and not really paying attention to these kinds of phenomena, but it's been quite shocking. I guess the other thing is, I would just add, as a clinical trialist, I'm actually quite shocked the way vaccine trials are conducted. I did the best I could, again, not as an expert in vaccine trials or the epidemiology of infectious disease, but going through the literature as best I could. I can't find an adequate randomized controlled trial vaccine with a hard outcome. I had to go all the way back to the polio trial, where they enrolled 1.8 million children, and you actually saw the vaccine prevent about 375 cases of crippling polio. Vaccine trials use surrogate outcomes. They don't get to the basic questions of preventing hospitalization and death from any given infectious disease. They just don't do it. And again, I find that shocking as well. So
Lisa, I'll let you respond to Lisa. I think you'd be perfect to respond to Andrew's points.
Yeah, I think that one of the most important things to know about vaccine trials is that you are not supposed to see death or a bad outcome. So it's like if you look at the data from
how about
measles,
hospitalization?
Well, but even hospitalization, people don't die from smallpox anymore. People up until early 2000s stopped dying from measles, and measles is a big deal. So I think that when you've got the benefit of not having a disease around very commonly because of vaccines,
so no one was dying from COVID?
No, that's not what my point
okay, but
is.
this is the point. So we had a unique opportunity with this pandemic to look at a hard outcome, certainly hospitalization, for heaven's sake. And yet that was not part of the trials.
So go ahead, Lisa. I'll let you respond. Go ahead, Lisa.
So the vaccinations definitely helped decrease hospitalizations in high concentrated areas like New York. The vaccinations
we have but that's the problem that I have with that type of statement. We have no randomized controlled trial evidence to demonstrate that. Zero. Absolutely zero.
He's right.
And that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable when we're supposed to be engaged in evidence-based medicine.
I understand,
And
but
you
here's the
know,
problem. Can I just
Yeah, I'll let you
comment?
finish. Yeah, so Andrea, yeah, Lisa, I'll let you finish your point, and then Andrea will respond, just so Lisa can finish
Yeah.
the entire point. Go ahead, Lisa.
When you're in the middle, so just as a background, I'm a medical toxicologist and an emergency physician. Most of my practice has to do, I can't do a randomized double-blind control study on cyanide poisoning because I'm not going to poison half of my patients, right?
yeah,
To find out whether or not
that's not a very
remedy
good
works.
analogy.
But
Excuse me,
no,
but that's not a
So
very
I'll
good
let,
analogy.
Can I finish?
I'll let you respond at the end, Andrew. I'll let you respond at the end. Go ahead, Lisa. I'll let you finish.
And so I think when you are in the middle of a pandemic where there are people dying, you do the very best you can. You prescribe some things off label. And then if somebody comes up with a preventative measure that appears there were 70,000 people in the Pfizer studies. And that clearly demonstrated some benefit with hospitalization, preventing hospitalization and preventing death.
No, they didn't. I'm sorry, but that's just not correct. That's just not correct. The data have been analyzed. They did not prevent hospitalization.
Anyway,
Not within the randomized controlled trial design. I'm sorry, they just didn't. And this is the problem that I have with this type of approach. Here we had a unique opportunity to actually reproduce what was done in 1954. I mean, we certainly put as many resources into COVID as were put into the pediatric polio epidemic in the 1950s. And that was frankly a much more lethal disease. And you know, why are we willing to use these surrogates? And now all we're left with are very, very troubling questions about which group actually benefits from the vaccine. You know, if we're going to just use observational data, I can tell you that in Norway, when they had a temporary pause on vaccination in care homes, and certainly of the elderly, and then they went back and continued to vaccinate. When they finally quietly published information about the first 100 deaths in those care homes in the elderly, they concluded that 10% of them died as a result of the vaccine. That's an extraordinarily high complication rate. And so what I'm saying is, yes, I understand all the pressures.
I don't know.
I understand all the pressures.
I don't know.
But we're still obligated to do the best job of randomizing patients and getting a much more definitive answer than doing trials that basically tell us very little other than, well, you might prevent some infections in the short term. That's not the outcome.
Evidence.
Lisa, I'll let you respond.
I think there was evidence in certain populations that you definitely decreased mortality and that you definitely decreased hospitalizations. Now, I think that there's a lot of sort of controversy about how different age groups, younger age groups, in terms of boosting and things like that there has not been an open discussion about. But I think that it's fairly definitive that elderly people benefited from the vaccine. And I don't know if any other physician would like to comment, but I think that there were demographics that there was a clear improvement.
The young did not benefit. The young did not benefit and actually were hurt. Okay.
This is Tom Fitton. Can I jump in here? The least we can agree on, I think there's kind of a meeting of the minds here. It's one thing for a physician to recommend a vaccine for certain age ranges, as Dr. Drew has highlighted. I think it's persuasive as a layman, based on what I understand, that the vaccine for extremely elderly compromised folks might be a good bet. As you get younger, it becomes more controversial. But that's a big difference between public health authorities making statements of fact that it's safe and efficacy, there's efficacy, in all traditional measurements when they didn't have any basis for doing so. And in the case of Judicial Watch, we know that the issues that they were hiding documents that suggested otherwise, that it wasn't safe, that they were lying about where the vaccine or the mRNA and the LPNs were residing within your bodily systems, that they were internally talking about the myocarditis risk while prohibiting discussion of it on the outside. So to me, there's no excuse here. It's one thing for physicians to say, I want all options for my patients, and I don't want the FDA to get in the way unreasonably. It's another thing to have big tech companies in league with massive government entities, both national and transnational, WHO, prohibit discussions of these debating points, on which Andy is completely correct. And, and just quickly, Andy, I mean, it must have been frustrating because you and I were working together on some of this stuff. You were so careful, and I know some of the other physicians here have been so careful. I had been so careful because we knew the ban hammer was always over our heads, and they still nailed us. That to me is one of the more frustrating parts in dealing with this totalitarian approach, is that we could never have this debate, however carefully couched we wanted it to be, given the dictates from on high. It's extraordinarily frustrating, and that's the public policy crisis we're facing, and the First Amendment crisis we still have got to try to get some fixing on. Because if I say COVID, and no matter what the context is, on Facebook or YouTube, they will vandalize and suppress my content and Judicial Watch's content just by saying COVID. Nothing else. That's enough to get a ban. That's enough to get censorship and suppression. So again, this is not an academic debate, and it goes well beyond the medical discussions we're having here. Thanks.
Andrew, did you want to add anything to this? You're muted at the moment. So you got to unmute your mic, Andrew, bottom left corner.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, look, I mean, again, I understand how important, the censorship of people like myself and many others, and in many other on many other issues, how critically important it is not to have censorship, like we've now seen about COVID, about the Hunter Biden laptop, et cetera, et cetera. But I think one of the reasons we need open forum and open fora is to discuss, what was the basis for the mass vaccination program? I mean, and I understand that these trials are extraordinarily expensive to run, but at no point in recent history did we ever invest the vast fortunes that we invested, including by the government. And again, I'm sorry, I get back to 1954. We could have engaged in the type of proper randomized control trial that they did in 1954. And even for a disease where they were targeting children, they enrolled 1.8 million children to actually have a definitive answer. There's no reason, given the resources that have been spent on COVID, that we couldn't have studied 1 million or 1.5 million people and begun to actually tease out, instead of just looking at average and actually average to low average risk persons in trials that sound very large when you pool them together and you've got 70,000 persons, they were still very underpowered they didn't have enough people enrolled to look at outcomes, which is actually interesting in and of itself, that they didn't actually have enough hospitalizations. They didn't have, unfortunately, this is what happens in trials, they didn't have enough COVID deaths to really get definitive answers to these very fundamental questions. And I just think that vaccine trials have gotten away with this, and it's time to put a stop to it. That they have to be able to show hard clinical benefits as we require of drugs. And there's a lot to be desired about some, drug randomized controlled trials, but at least they incorporate clinical outcomes. And if the reason you can't do that is going to be fear, then we're never going to do it right.
Doctor, I've got a question for you. I've asked this to other panelists as well. Back to the topic of censorship. Is there a place where censorship is necessary when it comes to confirmed misinformation relating to health, or is this the answer purely education?
I guess I'm very biased now after the COVID experience, leaning towards the answer is purely education. I thought you were going to ask, and maybe when it comes to national security, although there's there's obviously huge debates there now too. But no, I would think when it comes to COVID has taught us the lesson that we better err on the side of just putting more information out, better information, more education.
Stephen?
Yeah, this this question is for Andrew. I was just curious, since you keep referring to the 1954 polio vaccine trial, this was a pretty, as you know, this is a really enormous trial consisting of about 2 million children. So a two-part question quick. To what would you attribute the main obstacle in why we didn't conduct something similar? And two, how feasible would it be to get such a randomized trial so massive underway in the midst of everything that we were going through?
Again, I would agree that it would have been a gargantuan undertaking, and I think the only time that we could have matched the effort that was completed in the 1950s would have been. I mean, look what we did do. Look at the trillions probably that have been spent now. This would have been the one unique time to actually engage in such a trial. But instead, I would say very inadequate trials were run in lieu of what really needed to be done. Particularly when, I was shocked when I thought this was going to break when the trials were done. I thought this was going to be the vaccine was going to be administered akin to Pneumovax, where you'd offer it voluntarily to a high risk population. Period. That was it. I had no idea this was going to be a mass vaccination campaign, and I think a lot of people were caught off guard about that. And if that was going to be the answer, if that was going to be the way this was going to be approached, then you were. I think it was a requirement that you conduct a trial akin to the polio trial, which was not a perfect trial either by any stretch of the imagination. And they had a lot of pitfalls, including, failing to inactivate certainly one of the large batches and actually damaging and killing children at the beginning.
Joanna, I know you had your hand up earlier.
Thank you.
No, I just wanted to agree with kind of what was being said. I think going back to what is practical, and at this point, we don't have the data that really supports this type of mass vaccination. I'm curious, actually, there are a lot of physicians who are on this platform, which is great to hear. I'm again, an intensivist anesthesiologist out here in New York City. And my hospital still enlists the policy for vaccination. They do not require a booster, but everybody must wear a mask still, as long as you are in the hospital. I'm just curious what other people are experiencing right now, as far as policy goes, I guess.
Do you want to take this one, Andrew? Your mic is muted.
Sure. I'm retired, basically. I'm still doing some research, but I'm basically retired. My wife is a very, very active academic clinician, and it's masking, as useless as it is mandated throughout the hospital. And again, here too. I mean, here this was also shocking to me because I was involved in litigation in the state of Rhode Island where parents were petitioning to get rid of the mask mandate for children. And you have to review and debate the literature on masking, and the literature. I have never seen a randomized controlled trial literature, so uniformly null, so uniformly negative, and yet we saw mask mandates. And null over the course of many decades now. And so this too has been shocking to me.
Yeah.
That these certainly for community masking, the data are uniformly negative, whether it was flu or COVID. We have two trials. There's a third one that's been completed. It just hasn't been reported out of Guinea-Bissau, and yet the mandates persist.
And I
Brian?
think that
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
one thing that frightens me, having learned about AB 2098, which I'm not sure if you're familiar with, is new
I'm not.
legislation that, yeah, it was a bill that was passed back in August, to my understanding, out in California, that essentially penalizes physicians for, quote, misinformation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't familiar with the designation, but I'm familiar with the gist of it. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, how do we as physicians come together when there is a fear of retaliation, when there's fear of the repercussions downstream of disagreeing? Because a lot of these things are not, I mean, we are not practicing science anymore, and that's where this gets really dangerous, when COVID becomes a means of some type of other way to control, as we're seeing in China right now, for instance. And I think that to some degree it has gotten better, being here in New York City, I've seen that since 2020. But it's still not science in practice, and that's a problem.
Well, this is Tom. I mean, you have to figure out what tools you have available to you in our system: litigation, petitioning the government, your First Amendment speech of right of association and freedom of speech, and you exercise them to the full extent possible. And it may involve you doing things you're not used to professionally. I don't mean that just for the physicians on the call and those specifically targeted, but for parents and other activists. Andy is probably completely gobsmacked that he's in the middle of this. And I'm sure many of you are as well. But as a result, there are tools available when you face a problem, just like you have medical tools available to you. In this case, you've got rule of law tools available to you, and you got to exercise them vociferously.
Brian?
I'll say I agree with Joanna, because I think that once again, there are always debates in how to best manage patients in medicine, and not being able to have those debates winds up with one side being able to control the whole thing. And so I think that that's not how you get to best practices. And so I think it's really important to be able, and as an emergency physician, there were always debates with internists as to who you were admitting to the hospital, who what treatment you were going to give them. There were always discussions about that. That's healthy medicine. So I'll just point out, in the 50s, one of the mainstream medical treatment for psychiatric disorders was lobotomy. And lobotomy was widely practiced, and it turned out to be, and top tier institutions supported it. And that turned out to be terribly, terribly, tragically wrong. And so I don't think that I'm not saying that I think that, everybody in their echo chamber is right. There needs to be an open. That's how you evolve.
Sorry, I thought you dropped out, Lisa. I heard everything. Brian, I know you had your hand up.
Yeah, I think a
Actually,
couple.
Brian, I love you, man, but I do have to ask one question. Sorry, Lisa. Sorry to interrupt you, Brian. I know you've been waiting for a while. Lisa, I'm just really curious. I've seen this happen time and time again. How does something become so mainstream like lobotomy and then suddenly become completely shunned? Like, how can it go from one extreme to another? And that's happened time and time again in history. What is that? Just human cognitive bias, herd mentality? What is it exactly?
Yeah, it's really interesting because people see an evolution. They get an anecdotal story that seems to work. Actually, Igaz Moniz was a Spanish neurosurgeon who came up with lobotomy. He also came up with cerebral angiography. So he was a brilliant neurosurgeon, and so people really thought that because it was great at the cerebral angiography and he wound up actually a Nobel Prize for lobotomy because
Yeah, I remember.
it changed people's behavior. But then what happens is that there was no, it's kind of like COVID. There were no good treatments for schizophrenia and psychotic disorders, and patients were put into, some people were actually chained up to walls because of their behavior. It was so self-destructive because they were having such florid psychosis, and this was a huge problem in psychiatry. So it seemed to have a beneficial effect in that patients were easier to control. I'm not condoning it at all, because it turned out to be a terrible thing. More and more it got applied to a lady by the name of Frances Farmer, who was a Hollywood starlet who wound up absolutely devastated by it. JF Kennedy's sister was lobotomized for I think she may have had some mild mental delay, but she got lobotomized and was then hospitalized. And it was because.
Can you tell the audience? Can you tell the audience very briefly what lobotomy is so they understand? Because it's insane. It's an insane treatment.
So a guy by the name of Walter Freeman went around the country sort of selling this procedure to psychiatrists and people with mental health disorders. And once again, there were very few drugs on the market that could treat any of these very difficult to treat problems. And what lobotomy involved was, what the way he wound up doing it was putting patients on a cart and they would take literally an ice pick and hammer it up into the orbit of your eye and cut off into your brain and cut off the communication of the frontal lobe to the rest of the brain. And they would then go, they pound this ice pick into your brain.
Causing them severe brain damage. And the reason I bring it up, just for the audience to understand, is like, and that became mainstream. Like, it became very, very common for very simple problems, not just schizophrenia. And the reason I bring it up is just, it's insane how something can become so mainstream in the medical space that we trust all these doctors, and we should, and I've got a lot of respect for them. But it's just so fascinating to see something become from completely mainstream to just completely insane, and we've seen that happen time and time again. It's something to keep in mind.
I mean, Mario, we just heard on these spaces talk of the needless intubations of patients, injecting paralytic drugs into patients to control their COVID or manage them, and to get into more inflammatory discussion points, the transgender extremist medical agenda that, is just it would make one weep if fairly analyzed. And to go even further, abortion. No matter where you stand, we're aborting late-term pregnancies in the least that ought to cause us as much grief as the stories about lobotomy. So, we point to the medical profession of old as being morally bankrupt and oblivious to the consequences of their treatments. Physician, we need to heal ourselves.
I do want to say before I go to Brian.
That's why you have conversation. When you start seeing people get hurt, you start realizing that, okay, maybe we need to reevaluate. Now, once again, I'm going to contend that these vaccines, from all of the research that I've seen, I think have great potential.
I do, Lisa. I want to be also clear, like, just to kind of make your point. I just don't want to compare the lobotomy example to vaccines. That's not the intention of what I did. Nor to diminish the medical industry in any way.
It's a great example, though, man. It's a great example. Don't get away from it. Tens of millions of kids every year are put on drugs with no chemical test after being labeled ADD, ADHD, zero blood tests, hair tests, no kind of biological tests, but they're labeled and then medicated for who knows, maybe the rest of their lives.
Well, I
I
think
think
the
it
bigger lesson
really
here is that, go ahead. I think the bigger lesson here is that we can't blindly trust, the science, because, we learn new information and we find out that maybe some drugs don't work, or maybe the procedure through which something got approved was not the correct procedure, right? And so this idea that, we should place our blind faith and not question things, that's really not the right approach. And so we need to make sure that we have systems in place that don't allow things like what happened during this pandemic to happen again, in terms of shutting down dissent and allowing people who disagree to be able to kind of go back and forth and refine and do studies and publish and have the peer review, and not be threatened if they disagree of losing their peers or their career or their funding. And because that's really where the danger lies, because sometimes we're gonna get things wrong. That's bound to happen.
And it's just before I go to Brian, it just makes it so difficult for us, because on one side you've got all these different biases in the medical industry and the misalignment of incentives, and then on the other side you've got all these misinformation theories and cures by different grifters taking advantage of the situation to sell this new natural cure, and just make some money on the side and then disappear. So it's like finding that balance between the two is such a delicate thing, and I think we all agree that censorship is not the way to do that. Brian, I'll let you go before Joanna jumps in, and then we go to Piotr.
Yeah, I heard somebody say something about studies show that masks don't work, but in 2021, last year, there was a very, very large study, I think like 300,000 patients. The study was conducted by Stanford Medicine as well as Yale University, and they found that surgical masks actually increase protection by over 35% in 60-year-olds plus. No, it is true. It's a study.
No, it's not true. It's not true.
It's a study from the Stanford Medicine and Yale University.
No, actually, it was Yale University. It was the Abeluk et al. Study. So the raw data were obtained.
Can
Excuse
I
me.
finish what I'm saying really fast? Do you mind?
Well, that's incorrect, but go ahead.
Okay, well, you can go on after that. So additionally, I think that comparing vaccines, polio vaccines in 1954 and the studies that took place back then to present day, 68 years later, when we have so much more knowledge about vaccines and so much more technology capable of checking on the efficiency of these vaccines and the dangers of these vaccines, I think that's a little bit, I don't know if that's a really good comparison.
Okay, well, my point was that if you want to talk about the 1954 polio vaccine trial, we had a hard clinical outcome, which was appropriate. It was the outcome was paralytic polio, and in a properly conducted trial, 375 cases of paralytic polio were prevented in the vaccination arm. So there you have something to hang your hat on. The trial that you're talking about from Bangladesh was about 340,000 patients. The impact of masking in this trial was zero, because the investigators, I don't know, they're economists, I guess, maybe that's the excuse. They used a particular technique which is called cluster randomization, and it has a very appropriate specific statistical techniques that are supposed to be used to analyze the data, and they chose not to do so. I don't know why they chose not to do so, whether it was ignorance or some other reason. The raw data were obtained by outstanding biostatisticians from Carnegie Mellon University and from UC Berkeley. The raw data, and it was very appropriate that at least the Yale collaborative investigators were willing to give over their raw data. But the point is that the data were reanalyzed, and there was absolutely no impact in any of the subgroups. The overall impact was null. Even the original investigators, by the way, had reported that cloth masks didn't work, although the red masks appeared to work better than I think the other colored mask. I mean, it was the trial was uniformly negative when analyzed appropriately, and those reanalyses have been published in peer-reviewed journals. So, no, it fits in line with decades now of negative randomized control trials for community masking to prevent respiratory viruses.
You know, and debate about the studies, it's always very interesting. If you questioned a study that was pro-mask, you were knocked out. If you questioned a study or promoted a study or misstated a study that was pro-mask or anti-mask, you know, you were kept on. So, I mean, this is, you know, you know, my view is that we should be able to debate the safety and efficacy of the mask without being deleted. And that happened repeatedly online.
Yeah, and I completely agree with you, Andrew. I think that, you know, if there was any dissent, automatically you were shut down, and multiple physicians, myself included, you know, were banned on social media platforms amidst that period of disagreement. And that's a problem in itself. That's not how we do science. It's okay to have a differing opinion. I think one thing that Catherine brought up as well that I just wanted to underscore, we do need to be able to depend upon the science. That is essential. But in the meantime, if we are going to integrate a practice which is a black box, like something like a therapeutic lobotomy, which, you know, in retrospect is mortifying, or a COVID vaccine, which, you know, we're living right now, you know, we don't really know what the long-term effects are going to be. There's very limited data. Or even something like transgender medicine, transgender care. I think somebody brought that up, and this is a fascinating area because we don't have double-blind data. We have to be able to provide informed consent to our patients. I think that that's really what it comes down to. And whether or not a patient may consent, for instance, if they're a child, that is a whole other discussion. But in adult populations, if they choose, you know, to undergo something, I think that it's really a balance, you know, between patient autonomy and the practice of non-maleficence, which is a very complicated area of medical ethics. But I hear both sides on this. I think, you know, there may be advocacy for masks, but what the science says, I think, is still, you know, I don't see good data to suggest necessarily that some of these interventions are that they have much utility in the long run.
Before giving the
Can I
mic,
bring up a topic really quick, if you guys
yeah, I'll
don't
give you.
mind? I just
Of course,
quickly
just want to
wanted
give a
to
shout
bring
out
up the fact
to
that these
Kim
are.
and Eric as well.
Oh,
So I was giving a quick shout out to Kim
okay.
and Eric who was on stage. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
I
Tara.
invited Kim up. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up that these are publicly traded companies, these big pharma companies, and how many of our Congress people are invested in these big pharma companies and then are in charge of pushing mandates that essentially drive the prices of, for example, Moderna from around $5 a share to $500 a share. I mean, I think that there is a huge issue there that isn't talked about often enough, and a major conflict of interest.
If I may, one of the things that I think is going on across the board is that we have to recognize that there's a large percentage of academics, of people in government, particularly sort of the administrative state, and others who have a very clear sense that we need to have non-noisy narratives in order to conduct statecraft, and whether that has to do with the Ukraine or actions of the intelligence community that might involve Jeffrey Epstein, or may have to do with COVID and its origins, or the vaccines, or changing the money supply with M1. In all of these cases, the official world believes that you are entitled to a narrative because it is essential for the purpose of statecraft. And the problem that we find ourselves in continually is that many of these narratives do not represent the reduction of variance in the relevant expert communities. So for example, in mathematics, the number of mathematicians who believe that 2 + 3 = something other than 5 is negligible. And so we can represent that that is a consensus position. But what happens when we say that COVID's origins almost certainly don't have anything to do with the Wuhan Institute of Virology because that's only coming from racism? That represents a wild pathological distortion level from dissent within the expert community. Even the ex-head of the CDC didn't believe that. So I think what we're running into is when we talk about science versus the science TM, what we're talking about is division among the adults in the room. And I don't mean the Twitter adults. I mean like the people with MDs and PhDs in the relevant areas as to whether or not it is legitimate to hand somebody like Anthony Fauci or Francis Collins control of a narrative that willfully and deliberately distorts the variance of expert opinion, not public opinion, but expert opinion, in the service of statecraft performed through narrative. And what we are doing continuously here is we're bumping into the exact same thing across field after field, whether it's economics or spycraft or biology. And what I'm claiming is that nobody has figured out that this is a pre-internet phenomenon where you can do everything of this nature through narrative control. There's no way to do it now. What we're doing is we're taking many of the most important people, the dissidents who didn't believe that ulcers were caused by stress, who didn't believe that lobotomies were a good thing. And what we're doing is that we're saddling them with concepts like fringe, like grifter, like charlatan, in order to keep a pre-internet concept, which is statecraft through narrative, advertising artificial reductions in variance of opinion among experts. That's really, in some sense, the mother issue of all of these issues, from Epstein to M1 to the Wuhan Institute of Virology. And I just think we should really just be talking about, do you believe that experts have the right to reduce expert variance brutally through the destruction of their colleagues in order to conduct pre-internet, narrative-driven statecraft? That's the big question in front of us.
What's a better alternative? Because there's a bit of, because someone has to decide where that line is drawn, or should there even be a line on what should be censored or considered misinformation and what isn't?
If I may, I guess the way I see it is, the first thing is, let's assume that you're even going to try to rescue the old idea of narrative-driven statecraft. You are insane. And I mean that in the way that Stanford University won't let us use the word insane. You are insane to try to do this without bringing people who are competent and credentialed into the room. Jay Bhattacharya is a great example of this. The idea that you're going to portray this man as a fringe epidemiologist so that we don't have to talk about why the Defense Threat Reduction Agency is giving $50 million to a zoologist in New York, because obviously this is some sort of a military workaround of the Bioweapons Convention. You couldn't pull that off without bringing in people like Jay Bhattacharya and saying, look, here's the plan. We've got a problem with emergency use authorization. We can't give out a vaccine without it. This isn't that safe, but we think it's fairly safe, and we have to work around the rules we've made for ourselves in the 70s and more recently. You can't do that if what you're trying to do is to reduce a consensus beyond, reduce variance beyond the level that's plausible. And so in part, my claim is we're going to have to choose less ambitious narratives if we want to do this, and we're going to have to bring in more experts early on. We can't just suddenly opine in public about things that everyone in the field knows are totally wrong.
Piotr?
Yeah, I've been jumping in and out of the stage for a bit, and I think what Eric's saying is very important from an international lens as well. Firstly, I would say, Mario, that I think it would be a very good idea to have a international focused room on vaccine diplomacy, because one of the biggest elements to this whole vaccine fallout has been about how advanced economies were basically withholding the provision and supply of to protect their own populations. And so what certain countries were preaching versus what they were doing was very inconsistent. And that played into this broader just sort of skepticism and lack of belief, or loss of belief, in sort of particularly the Western narrative of of, you know, we're in it together, right? When Omicron was discovered in late 2020, it was the idea that basically, or 21, excuse me, was that it was found in South Africa. And it was a global South thing, and therefore we have to cut off all the flights from Sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, and so on. And it was actually discovered to have been developing in Belgium and in the Benelux area of Europe. So I think when we're talking about these things, we need to also have a very international focus to the conversation, because Dr. Drew's comments were very important, but I also thought it was very useful to bring in that multilateral element, because it does distort sometimes the perspectives that different medical practitioners can have about something.
We did have a European regulator that was trying to come up earlier that was involved in the European mandates, but it glitched for them. I appreciate you making that point, Eric. I want to kind of go back to, because I've seen you in the space before, so I want to ask you a question about the whole Twitter censorship and the Twitter files. How do you think Twitter handled the quote unquote pressure by the FBI and the CIA in dealing with censorship and knowing what to censor, and how can that change moving forward? Because we had Mark Andreessen come on the show and say that other platforms, other companies are watching this quote unquote experiment by Elon, and to see whether it will work and whether they should amend their censorship strategy to what Elon's doing now with Twitter, just increasing transparency. What do you think about this, how this was handled? Why, how did we get to this stage where it kind of got out of control? And how can they do it moving forward?
Well, let me put it in the terms that I feel it. If I, as an American PhD, cannot speak out in my own country without having my reputation destroyed, making obvious points, then this isn't my country anymore. So this is definitional for me. I think Twitter handled it abysmally and unethically. I think we don't appreciate that it's not a private company, it's a utility. And that utility is carrying a public conversation. And by doing the bidding of the intelligence community, what Twitter did was that they reordered our conversation. They made certain dumb people look smart. They made certain smart people look dumb. They made certain people look ridiculous. They gaslit other people. If you look, go to my social blade, Eric R. Weinstein for Twitter, and you see me being throttled. And I was saying all through the time, my account is being throttled. Now, I have a dedicated hater community that took the opportunity to say, Eric, your tweets suck. Nobody cares anything about what you say. You're just advertising that you're not even in on it. What we did is we reordered the conversation. And we created a world that doesn't exist. And we created a Truman Show in logical space, where the movie satirized a situation that was in physical space. But I was in my own Truman Show in a bubble created by Twitter idiots. And I'm sorry, I think that Vijaya and company are morally moronic. It's completely unethical. And the idea that an entire cadre of managers has signed on to this throughout Silicon Valley, who go to Burning Man and talk about all their libertarian ideas and information just wants to be free. What we're talking about is a level of malfeasance, of unethical behavior, of anti-American behavior, of anti-Western behavior, the likes of which I don't think I could have even envisioned. And we've got it normalized to the point that this is to us normal. When I talk to Mark, he's, oh, sure, this is happening to all the tech companies. Well, first of all, if Elon buys one, the reason I'm a lot more vocal at times now is that all it takes is one crack in this otherwise unbelievable phalanx. And they won't be able to run it because you'll have a choice. You can either go to Twitter or you can go to Facebook, where the CIA and the FBI have a proctoscope up you and are able to get favors done to create conversations which would otherwise never have existed. So I think that this is a calamity. And I think probably the most interesting thing about it is the idea that when caught, the FBI goes after Barry Weiss and Matt Taibbi as conspiracy theorists, because that taught us what it means. It means somebody who's not necessarily going to stop reporting when somebody waves the flag of sources and methods. Oh, you can't talk about Jeffrey Epstein because sources and methods. I think we're about to learn a lot more stuff. And I think that we all have to prepare for one thing. I'll leave you with this. I want you to consider that something like 30 to 40% of your life is a fiction that you have not been let in on. What happens when that portion of your life, your civic life, your intellectual life, your scientific life, becomes revealed to you to be largely orchestrated, as we've just found with the Twitter files? We're going to find this about Epstein. We're going to find this about the economy and M1. We're going to find this all over the world. And what we're going to see is that different people are going to freak out at different levels when they find out that an enormous chunk of their life is actually orchestrated fiction, and that there are actually conductors and composers who are making this fiction to be delivered daily. Thanks.
Eric, just wanted to ask you a question as a follow-up. You mentioned that Twitter and other social media platforms, I assume you see them as more utility companies versus private companies. What would be your strongest argument to support that view?
Sure. I can define private in contrast to public. A private park is distinguished from a public one. If I cannot access the internet because there's no public ISP, there's no public bulletin board, there's no public social media, then effectively it's like a town where everything is private. To use the roads, to use the parks, everything requires a key. By virtue of that, and by virtue of the fact that digital speech has eclipsed all other forms of speech, I can always take a megaphone and go out to Will Rogers State Park and talk to a tree. But that's not meaningful. So the fact that digital speech has eclipsed regular speech and that digital speech is 100% company provided is the same problem we get into with something like the UAP question, where if you have FOIA passed in the 60s, you move all secrets into aerospace companies because private tyranny is used to evade public transparency. And I think that in our situation here, you could make my objection go away by saying, here's a public ISP, here are public parks, here are public forums where we can actually interact under the rules of the US Constitution. And in that world, you're free to have a private Twitter. But without providing a public option, then we must assume that this is a utility in a public square because it eclipsed and ate the public square. We cannot have a private company eat the public square. And I'm happy to create a public, high quality public offering, and then we can go right back to the joys of capitalism. This is not a communist plea. It is a plea that we need some place where the government cannot act through contractors to impart tyranny under the banner of narrative-driven statecraft.
So if today we had, say the government created a public square that's a digital square that had sort of the principles of free speech.
Catherine, again, your mic again is messed up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well, hopefully you heard that, Eric, that would be acceptable.
It would certainly be an enormous improvement, and if it was high quality enough, it would be acceptable.
So I've got another question for you, Eric, and I see Dr. Drew's back, so I'd love to get his take maybe in a future room. But, talking about statecraft, now Twitter is an American company, obviously, but it has the capacity to influence a lot of policies around the world. Just for example, I lived in Africa for about 18 months, and over that time, Ebola happened, and we had to shift quite a lot of our work towards more epidemiological stuff. And one of the things that became very apparent to me quickly was the, not necessarily over-reliance, but certainly a large amount of sort of allocation of attention was given to large social media organizations and companies like Twitter. So when we're talking about trying to influence statecraft or the narrative, how do we do that in a way that is obviously, it's still an American first company, but that it is truly a international sort of, or at least representative town square or public square? Because it's a difficult thing to balance for me. and just something that I keep coming back to in sort of public health, Claire, from a global perspective.
Sure. Just very quickly, I would say the following. I'm not sure that I share your objective. Having been told that I have violated Pakistani blasphemy laws or something like that by Twitter, which has a duty to report to me when a foreign country complains about my behavior. I took umbrage and exception to that. And so my feeling is maybe I don't care about Pakistan's sensitivities to my acting as an American citizen in my own company on an American platform. And if they don't like it, they should come up with a Pakistani version of Twitter and block access to the internet. But I'm concerned, to be entirely honest, that one of the previous best features of Western culture and civilization is not only our openness to look at ourselves, but our willingness to undertake self-flagellation when we have erred. And I believe that that's being weaponized against us. So what I want to say is, I personally think that this is an issue that you bring up. It's of concern, but I'm much more concerned that for a period of time, we Americans start behaving as Americans and being the flagship of the freedom brand. And I think that's our job. And if Pakistan decides, or Saudi Arabia, that they want to be the vanguard of the anti-blasphemy wing or anti-bid'ah, they don't want any innovation, who knows? Doesn't matter. I think that they should do that. But I don't think that for a long time, Americans should be continuing this process of over fetishization, over self-criticality, over self-hatred of our system because we are so exquisitely sensitive to other countries. And I think that countries who sign on to sort of the American API, which is pro-freedom, we should be promoting those countries' interests above the ones that are really antagonistic to our views. And then with respect to global leadership, boy, I really want to help out countries that are in tough spots and remind them who their friends are when we need a favor to advance the freedom agenda. So thanks very much.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I totally see what everybody's saying here, and I don't think Twitter acted justly, especially with some of those tweets they removed related to what they consider misinformation. But also, I think that freedom goes both ways, right? I mean, just as we all think we should be free to be able to say what we want, tweet what we want, shouldn't companies also have the freedom to monitor and moderate content that they think is best for them as well?
Yeah, I think Eric dropped out, and I'll let Kim maybe take that question. Appreciate you being back, Kim. Would love your take on what Eric was discussing in the file so far.
Yeah, so first of all, good morning. I just woke up and are getting up to speed about what's happening. So I'm still reading through the latest Twitter thread. I want to say what Eric just told us is on the money. 100% on point. For those who don't know, his brother Brad was one of the first victims of the censorship and de-amplification when he and Dr. Malone started talking about the issues with the vaccine and potential alternative treatments. So, I'm happy that Eric is here, and to anyone who's going to listen back to this recording, those three answers that Eric gave just now really sum it up. The only thing that I would like to add is that, they've really shot themselves in the foot with this, because if we have any future pandemic where people need to get vaccinated, no one is going to do it. They've lost all the trust by manipulating opinion in this way, by, modifying the way people view the vaccines, especially in the scientific community. There's just no way that something like this is ever going to work again. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, because I have a feeling with the technology of genetic editing, where viruses like this can now be created in a lab with a couple $1 million, we will surely see more of this. And I also have a feeling that, just like with the military industrial complex, this may be a new revenue stream that is being opened here, that is being repeated, that is becoming more frequent, because just look at the amount of money that exchanged hands in this whole COVID fiasco, and who the beneficiaries are, and how small the group of people is that are benefiting in a big way, and they're also then in bed with the people in the government that are making all the decision. I'm just pointing out the relationship between Bill Gates, who spent billions in the last decade to get a foothold in this whole vaccine business, and his friendship with Fauci, who now obviously, has lied to the people about gain of function research, and what it all led to, millions of deaths because of a US government funded gain of function project in China. So, like I said, Eric's points are on the money, and any journalist who's here should listen back to this recording once the space is done and just take notice of what he said.
Lisa, I'll give you the microphone to respond. You or Catherine or Joanna, to any of the points made, or add anything. Viva, good to have you back.
Yeah, sorry guys, I've been listening. I've been driving, so I haven't been able to check in, but I've plugged in my earbud. Just to get to Krasenstein's point, or Brian, about shouldn't the platforms have their right to moderate or curate content? Now, not when they are acting as de facto public squares. That's the whole issue here. Like nobody expects to have their editorial published in the New York Times because they view the New York Times as an editorial type publication where it's not free speech oriented, it's not open to the public, it's merit based, and they make their own decisions. That's not what Twitter was sold as, and it's not what the Twitter execs testified Twitter was before Congress when they're hauled in for to give testimony, and they deliberately misrepresent what it is to falsify a debate and to fabricate a debate. So it's not quite so simple to say, well, they should have the right to curate and eliminate content that they don't like when they are putting themselves out as the public square in order to draft and craft narratives.
Yeah, so, I would Brian, I just want to echo Viva's point. We'd love your counter to that. Is like, it's past the stage of it. While technically it's a private company, legally it's a private company. Eric's point that it's more of a utility now is they're controlling speech. Like the ability to speak in the physical world, walking down the street, is a utility. It's part of life. Now it's controlled by entities online. So I just think that regulation need to treat it as such. Not sure how. Because there's just too much concentration of power. Would you disagree with that point, Brian?
No, I don't exactly disagree, and I agree with what Viva said for the most part. It's just that it depends if it is considered a public square. And yes, Twitter might have said they're the public square, but are they really a public square? And if they are, then how about when Elon Musk starts banning people like he has? Is that going to be a problem as well?
Yeah, like Viva, what would be the solution in your opinion, Viva?
Well, Robert Barnes and I, we've drafted terms of service for Rumble. It's not having rules that's the problem. It's having rules that are equally applied and not politically and partisan motivated. That is the problem with Twitter. Not that they have rules that if you dox Elon, you get kicked off the platform, but that when some people do it, they get kicked off, and when others do it, they don't. So it's not the existence of rules, it's the partisan application of opaque rules weaponized for political purposes and for driving narrative.
But would you say, so Viva, would you say that as long as humans are applying those rules, wouldn't they eventually, become susceptible to biases, including political bias?
Yeah, and there's ways to get around that, incidentally. I mean, one way is to submit it to community review of sorts, which is, part and parcel of the terms that we've drafted for Rumble. Is okay. Well, Elon's been in God mode for a while, and he's finding out the risks and perils of being in God mode. You have to answer everybody's wishes at the same time, and some of them are mutually incompatible. But when you have a community of people who care about the platform, overlooking the application of the rules, you can ensure that they're going to act in a way to preserve the neutrality of the platform. But I just actually want to harp on one point that I'm not sure if it came up, but Twitter deciding what it removes is basically, to some extent, especially when they're eliminating doctors from the platform, they are basically giving out medical advice or acting as doctors unlicensed. And some of the censorship that they've implemented from the beginning, it's not even arguable, has cost people lives. And censoring the origins of the virus from the beginning has cost people their lives. Censoring nefarious side effects of the vaccine has cost people lives. And they're basically acting as medical practitioners without a license by usurping the voices of licensed medical practitioners.
Should any platform censor something that's not illegal?
I think that there are things that maybe not censored, removed, but I think pushed down. And I think that's something that Elon has kind of championed, is that everybody has free speech, but we have the freedom to push things down and not make it discoverable unless you're looking for it.
But
And
that's
I think
that
that's a
would
solution.
wouldn't you say that's the same as censoring? Like, wouldn't it? I think Elon's solution was giving clarity. Like, if there's something that's considered quote unquote misinformation, offering clarity below it to let the audience make their decision. Like, hey, this is a deep fake video. Or, hey, this document has been tampered with, or there's a legal case against this claim, rather than pushing it down in the algorithm. Because pushing it down the algorithm is almost like just completely blocking someone.
Well, Elon has said that it's freedom of speech, but not freedom to be amplified or freedom to be boosted. And
Freedom of reach.
his examples seem to suggest that he was okay with pushing content away from search being found in streams. Maybe you can search for it, but he seems to agree that some stuff should be pushed down and not boosted.
I would love
Don't
Kim.
speak
Yeah, I
for
would love Kim
Elon.
and Viva's point.
Elon
of
is
view.
against shadow banning. Elon only used these terms in terms of spam bots that are obviously pushing crypto scams. So there's absolutely no case in which Elon would be okay with the kind of de-amplification stuff that Twitter did.
But he used it for certain hate speech and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, Elon had a bit of a catch
hate
here.
speech would.
He had the catch here, which was freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach. And that was
that's it.
That was in terms of as relates to hate speech, harassment of sorts, or bad stuff,
The
which
is considered illegal.
Kind of stuff.
That's considered illegal. And
Yeah,
that's
but
considered illegal, yes?
Child exploitation was a huge problem.
Oh, no, but-
Also, another problem that ran rampant on Twitter and was on Twitter actually prior to Elon Musk taking over, while people who supported Trump or people who spoke up about the vaccines were banned and suspended and so forth.
But I think that even hate
what can be
speech.
said for sure is that Elon would not agree with the amplifying scientists.
Yeah, no, and I just want to add in. I agree with that. I don't think he should, but I think that hate speech, who draws that line? And I think that's where things really get kind of a gray area, is because is he drawing that line? Am I drawing that line? Is a person that works for Twitter drawing that line? What is hate speech? And there's not a true definition of it.
So I'll go to that question quickly, Kim, and then go to Piotr. Just Kim, would you say something that's not illegal, should it ever be censored, whether through reach or just completely blocked? If it's not illegal, is there anything that should be censored when not illegal?
Illegal where? Can we be specific?
Illegal in the
Because there are
jurisdiction.
different laws in different areas.
In the jurisdiction that we're referring to, in any jurisdiction, there's no specific.
In the United States, where Twitter is based.
Well, if it's someone in US and in the US, if it's someone in Nigeria, now implementation will be difficult. But just referring to, because I think we all agree that if something's illegal, we should censor it. Like if someone's sending photos of our heads being chopped off, or sexually harassing someone or child exploitation, I think we all agree, as I think, that that should be
Yeah,
censored.
but those
But then if
things,
is there
those
anything that
things are illegal, Mario, and Elon has made it quite clear. He sees himself as a free speech absolutist. If you think free speech is abusing other people, then you misunderstand what free speech means, right? That is not acceptable, and that is not part of the First Amendment. So you can't go out and call other people, bad things and reduce them, for what they believe in or where they stand on certain topics. That's not free speech. Free speech is, if you express yourself and your opinion. If your opinion is that you don't like someone, yeah, you can say that, but don't use the most derogatory language, which then goes into libel and other things. So I think there is definitely a balance here, and a line that you can't cross, where you hurt or harm other people, right? So when it comes to free speech, it doesn't give you carte blanche to say whatever the hell you want about someone else.
Yeah, but who draws that line? Like you could say legality. So maybe if it's illegal, but what if I wanted to just post swastikas all over my page? Is the line going to be drawn there, or is it going to be drawn
Well,
somewhere else?
in the
Maybe if I'm
United
using that
Well,
anywhere.
you
States,
saw
it
what
is
happened to
perfectly
Kanye.
legal to do that, right?
say
Unfortunately,
so swastikas are illegal? They're illegal in the U.S. Kim, swastikas.
they are legal. You can use
Oh,
swastikas.
Yeah,
legal. Okay, so this is a good example. So swastikas are legal in the U.S. I think we all agree it's something we don't support. Now, Kanye tweeted an image that had arguably swastika, and he was suspended. So that's something not illegal, yet he was still suspended for it.
Yeah, but you have
So
to
would
put that
you?
you
So
have to put that in context with the statements that he's made, right? So Elon has not. If that picture would have been posted standalone, I think nothing could have been done about it, because it's actually a religious group that is using that image. But because he said, Hitler wasn't that bad, the Nazis are not really that bad, they have done a lot of good things. I think in that context, it became such a provocation that you need to see things like this in context as well.
So
Yeah,
Viva, I
but
see your
once
hand up,
again,
Viva. I know your point, Brian. I'll make it. I got your point. I'll make it now because I have that same question. Viva, I think you see the point we're asking. Like what we're referring to now, the context of that swastika that Kim explained. So that's obviously unethical, not something we any of us endorse. Yet it's technically not illegal as far as I understand. So where would you draw that line, Viva?
Well,
I think it's a good place to end the space on that kind of that topic.
it's an interesting one. Kim knows that symbol is actually a Raelian symbol, which is sort of something that was deemed a cult. It's been used, in different contexts without leading to bannings. For total transparency, I don't agree with the Kanye banning. I don't think Elon's doing it maliciously or politically motivated. I think it's one of those things where Elon's read context into it, which I don't think exists, and that's the line that you would want to not cut too short. But the bottom line, again, it's just a question of having clear rules that are going to be applied uniformly throughout the platform, so people know what the rules are. Banning a swastika, if people don't like that rule, they can go to another platform. From the free speech argument, you can't post porn on YouTube. Nobody's complaining that that's the free speech issue on YouTube. You just need to know the rules and have them applied properly and not abused. Elon is working, I think, towards more of the set your own guidelines. If you don't want to see the N-word or derogatory slurs, ban those words in your timeline or in your profile and you won't see them. But generally speaking, the awful but lawful should be the rule. And I think Elon's working towards it. I think he made a mistake with Kanye. He might have done it for Kanye's own preservation, but time will tell. It's just a question, though, of having rules that people understand that will be applied evenly, uniformly, and without political bias. And if people don't like them, find another platform, but at least know the rules.
Via, I agree with you, by
He's
the
also
way. I also
mentioned that
think
people will
that.
be deboosted
Hey,
for
Tara,
being blocked. And when people are massively blocked, Kim, just a moment, people will be deboosted. He already mentioned that that's going to be part of the new system. So if people are if people are using those slurs and tons of people are blocking them, it'll register on Twitter's end.
Yeah, by the way, Weaver, I wanted to agree with you that I think this is more a preservation of Kanye, because he's going a little bit off the rails, and I think Elon and Kanye are good friends, and I think he's trying to protect him a little bit to not go too deep into trouble. But I do agree with you that this wasn't something that I would have banned Kanye for.
Piotr, I know you had a point to make on this, and we'll go to Joanna.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've touched upon many different things today, and I just wanted to sort of summarize a couple of main ones, which is, I think at the end of the day, communication and engagement is far more important than simply censorship and sort of echo chambering. Absolutely, we have had some opinions that many of us haven't agreed with. Brian, I think, has a good, important voice on it. I think Dr. Drew's, you asked him some pretty blunt questions that many audience members probably didn't like the answer to. And I myself stand in a different place to some people. But I think siloing people or simply just banning them off platforms is not just one, I think, doesn't go on this whole freedom of speech narrative or theme, I prefer to use that word these days, that we've got going through many of your spaces, Mario. But equally, it's dangerous. Because if you don't have medical professionals, even if they haven't had their pieces peer reviewed or whatever it is, actively being able to challenge one another on their specific areas of expertise, then how on earth are you supposed to progress medicine even more? Because it's through actual conversation that you debunk people's points, not through aggression and personal attacks, but through simply bring them around to your side of argument through better facts and reasoning. So I think that the medical point is a very good encapsulation of what we're talking about now more broadly with Twitter. And I think, I don't think that really ye should be or yay should be on the platform. But again, I agree with Kim on this point, which is context is everything. If you don't have the context, like, Ricky Gervais, one of the most popular, my favorite comedians, he's banned how many times or isolated because he says things that people consider to be too strong or forthright. And it's like, well, if you don't like it, don't engage with his profile. But it doesn't mean that he doesn't have a truth to what he says.
Ricky's been suspended.
I don't know if he's been suspended on Twitter, but he certainly had certain things censored and played down at times, for sure. Many comedians have. This is a problem
Does
that
does AI have the ability to read context? That's the question. So many people like Brian keep saying there's going to be this human element, but does AI have the ability to look at context or to understand sarcasm or any of those things? I mean, that's where it's an issue, putting AI in control.
Twitter's AI is not even an AI, right? It's just a bunch of scripts, and all it does is it detects specific words, and it's unable to read context. That's the issue with Twitter.
Tell us ChatGPT
ChatGPT, like that would be the future, right? If you wanted to actually start banning people using something like ChatGPT, you could probably train it to do it, and it would understand context because it does understand sarcasm. Whereas Twitter doesn't really have an AI. It's just a bunch of scripts that ban certain words or when used in conjunction with other words. So it has no way of telling if you're being sarcastic or if you're being serious.
Do you think, Ian? Do you think then before I go to Joanna, do you think AI could be the answer to human bias?
Yeah. No. Well, I guess it depends, right? I mean, how many people are programming it? What? Sorry. Anyway, no, I do believe, I do believe that AI can be absent of human bias, but you would have to program it with a lot of input, right? I mean, and when I say a lot of input, I mean from very diverse perspectives. You cannot just have a single programmer or a single group of programmers decide that it can't learn certain things. For instance, with ChatGPT right now, one of the issues is that the people programming it have put some hard limiters in there to prevent it from being pro carbon, like fossil fuels, right? And that's the issue with it right now. Is that it's not really learning. It's more like it's lying. It's being trained to lie. That's not really training, right? That's just a hard limiter. So they shouldn't be doing stuff like that. If you want to actually make an effective AI, you have to remove those limits and allow it to learn by itself. But at the same time, you can't just feed it 4chan. It might just get psychopaths in there.
Yeah. Joanna?
Yeah, thank you. You know, I just, as we're kind of wrapping up here, I just wanted to say one thing that's really kind of stuck out in discussion about everything is the value of history. And, you know, I think it was Mark Twain who said, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. And I think we really need to learn from the past and help that to inform the future. And even this mention of, um, you know, Kanye West and the swastika, it actually brings a memory to me. Not a few years ago, parts of Europe wanted to ban the swastika from history books, and you know, it in itself is not to be forgotten. You know, we don't want to forget our history, and it should inform how we live our present. And I think that as Kim and as Viva mentioned, context is essential.
Can I mention a few
But I
things
think
about that,
moving
about
ahead,
Kanye? Yeah. First of all, he's not a history book, right? He's not promoting Nazis as being bad guys in history. He actually looks up to them and has looked up to them for 20 plus years. He's promoting them, and in the context in which he
I'm
posted
not
them.
saying that.
Okay, yeah, I know you're not.
I'm
I
not
just want to clarify
saying
to
I'm
the audience. Yeah,
supporting Kanye.
this idea that he
No,
was
yeah,
just
no.
he was using the Raelian symbol. No, he wasn't using the Raelian symbol. He happened to draw a Jewish symbol with a swastika in the middle. It's not the same as a Raelian symbol, which, by the way,
No,
they haven't even used for 20 plus years. Again, that is an excuse that some people are making for him, which I'm not saying that's what Kim said. It's not, but it's some people are trying to be disingenuous and saying, oh, it was a Raelian symbol. He's promoting this weird alien cult. No, he's not. Like, absurd. That's absurd, right? Listen to him actually speak fondly of Hitler as if Hitler was a good person who was misunderstood, who, you know, and judging from what he himself has said, he doesn't believe the Holocaust was real. He said, no, that was fake. He literally told Alex Jones that the Holocaust was fake, and he doubled down on it when he talked to a bunch of other people that interviewed him. So the guy is, and he's not mentally ill. You know, this idea that, oh, he's mentally ill. Being bipolar doesn't make you anti-Semitic. The guy is just anti-Semitic, and being bipolar means that maybe he's more likely to talk about it. But for all intents and purposes, Kanye is
and
not, you know,
I
he's
think
not some good innocent boy. You know, like,
exactly what you're saying. You know,
yeah.
context is essential. It's the context of, you know,
I'm
what
gonna.
the image itself, you know, may need to be remembered, you know, historically to help inform our present and future. However, the context of that, absolutely.
So
I hear
you
what you're
think
saying.
I have a question for you. You think banning him? So Kim thinks, from what I understood, that he doesn't agree with what Kanye posted, but Kim and Viva don't agree that he should be banned for that. Guys, if I got it wrong, please do correct me.
So let me
Kim,
just
is that
chime in
right?
on that. I think what happened here, if we really zoom out and look at the whole Kanye situation, and then after this, let's be done with it because we're really talking about COVID and you're wrapping the space up anyway. But my view is that Kanye felt that the Jewish business community has been biased against him and has been working in a way that didn't benefit him. And that is where all of this animosity against Jews came from. And when they then, uh, did make moves to ban his business from Adidas and stop his partnerships with Balenciaga and all that, he was definitely personally hurt by that. But then to double down like a child, right, and not to see that what the damage that he's done has led to this kind of problem, to double down and then say that the Holocaust wasn't real or the numbers are all fake and that Nazis are kind of good. That was just him trying to get back at the Jewish community who had just basically punished him for what he said earlier. So,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
like
but
so
I
like a
mean, you
child,
can't say.
like an arrogant child that doesn't really understand when enough is enough. He doubled down, and that's when people like Elon or his best friends were saying to him, don't be so stubborn, don't be so crazy, you are burning all bridges and you are really destroying yourself, and in the future you will have great difficulty using your talent that he undoubtedly has to achieve things, right? So yeah, that is just my 5 cents.
I just want to add, I agree with that he probably said that stuff trying to piss some people off. But I don't agree that he's getting back at people that hurt him. I mean, he's claiming that Jewish people are out to get him because maybe one person that happened to be Jewish harmed him in some way. So I think it's important to note that his whole first line of thinking that it's the Jews that are trying to get me, or the Jews are out to make me lose money and lose my fame. I think that that's just, it was wrong from the very start.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kevin, I was just.
well, I mean, he does have
Go
a
ahead.
point.
No, I will go.
He does have a point, and this is not.
Well, a point in what way?
Well, he does have a point in that the entertainment industry and the media industry is dominated by Jewish actors, so there's no problem with that, right? Let me just finish my point, and then you can
No,
reply.
finish, Kim. Go
Okay.
ahead, Kim. Yeah, go ahead, Kim.
So that's just a reality. And for example, what I didn't like about the interview with Lex Friedman that Kanye did is that Lex wouldn't even acknowledge that there is a Jewish community that dominates banking, media, and entertainment. And that's just the way it is, right? But to make it into a conspiracy against him, that they're all working together to give him the bad contracts. That's what he was always mentioning, right? The contracts, read the contracts. So he felt that their dominance is keeping some people that they don't like out and others that they like in. And that was basically his stand. That was all it started with. And then it just went completely crazy. And unfortunately, Kanye has been reacting in an immature way, which led to him being banned and all of that. But the initial point that he made is legitimate.
Yeah, but I need to be
I-
careful with a lot of these.
I'll let Piotr, I just let Brian, because he was trying to jump in, if he can quickly
Okay,
respond to this. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I think that you could say maybe that there are a lot of Jewish people who are involved in the entertainment and media spaces, but to say that since there are a lot of Jewish people involved in these spaces, the Jews are out to get me, I think that's just ridiculous.
That's not what Kim is saying, though.
Ian, I'll let you. Ian, yeah, I'll let you wrap it up. Ian,
Yeah.
No, and I didn't say Kim.
Oh yeah,
said,
okay.
just
Yeah.
explaining it.
For what's his face to say it, for Kanye to say it, it's absolutely ridiculous because there's a historical reason for why the Jews run Hollywood. It's for the same reason that the Chinese run China, and not the Indians. I mean, like it's just geography and its history, right? Like it's contextual, and it's not because they dominate it. Like this idea that there's some Jewish cabal that controls everything. They all talk to each other secretly. It's absurd, because if that were truly the case, then the Orthodox Jews would not have been like the primary group of individuals oppressed by the government when the lockdowns happened. And in fact, they were. Nobody talked about it except for a few sites. But the Jewish people were the primary oppressed group by Andrew Cuomo's government in New York City, and it's the same thing in Quebec, where they were considered, a nuisance to society because the society wanted to lock everything down, and they didn't like the fact that these people kept congregating in their synagogues. So, so the idea that they control society is absolutely ridiculous, and Kanye ought to be fucking ashamed of himself for even thinking of that, right? So, going back on the COVID files, that's one of the things, right? Like a lot of voices were suppressed, and not just, I'm not talking like, anti-vaxxer voices are suppressed because they're talking about vaccine shedding. I'm not even talking about that. Like a lot of like normal people, right? Mostly normal people, 99% of the people suppressed by these measures that were put on by Twitter and by YouTube and by Facebook, and coerced into doing so by Fauci's administration. I'll call it Fauci's administration because it has persisted since Trump to now. I mean, so a lot of people were suppressed, right? Jewish people are suppressed. Any Jewish people talking about the issue about the lockdowns being bad for their kids and things like that, their voices were suppressed by all of this. And it's funny how you see the government nowadays, they have this whole diversity, equity, inclusivity thing, and they love to talk about how minorities are most affected by government policies, in like a negative way, and they want to undo it by having even more government policies, because we have to be more diverse and more equitable towards the trans and all the non-binary people. But what they don't talk about is how they're actually marginalizing Christians and Jews and Muslims who are refusing to abide by these crazy lockdowns and these vaccine mandates, right? So for all the talk of equity, they don't care about that. They only care about their narrative. It's just a way for them to control people. So, seeing this come out now, confirming that this was all done. I mean, we all knew it was being done. We knew it was being done. We suspected it, right? But to have actual evidence means that it's something that maybe the next Congress can act on. And it's definitely something that lawyers, individual lawyers, can hold Fauci accountable for. Maybe, a sheriff can have the guts, like some guy in Florida, the attorney general there, have the guts to sue or to prosecute somebody like Fauci, finally, using these files as a roadmap. I would love to see that.
Ian, can I propose a solution?
Sure.
Yep, of course. I just want to say before you propose a solution, I'm just about to. I haven't announced it yet. I'm just going to announce it now because the team just approved it. So we did have a whistleblower come up to us and tell us, Mario, I've got a lot of evidence for Google doing the same thing as Twitter, and we're calling it Google Files.
Hell yeah.
So we're still verifying the information, but we're about to put a tweet where tomorrow we're going to be covering files from a whistleblower. We're still verifying it. So you'll see the space come up, and you can join it for tomorrow at 8 p.m. EST, I think it is. No, 7 p.m. my time, so I don't know what time EST. But
you're in Florida right now, right?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But I'll go to Kevin. Kevin, we'll keep it short because we're wrapping it up. I know it's first time on stage, so I appreciate being here. So, would love your thoughts to as we wrap up the space.
Sure. So I've been stuck in Twitmo a few times as well, and usually from countering some of the NIH information. I've been funded by the NIH over $30 million. I work with Francis Collins. I've got a big history with them. So it's definitely going on. The solution is one solution, I think, ahead of Twitter, in that Twitter is where we all argue about the papers, but this type of censorship is happening in the journals. We all saw Surgisphere happen. That was a complete scam that killed people. But there is censorship happening at peer review. So until we fix it in peer review, we're all going to be arguing over what's already been through a filter. Now, there are ways to fix peer review. We need to make it peer-to-peer, and we can do this with blockchains and Bitcoin and a lot of the decentralized tools we have. So we really need to move toward getting peer review to be decentralized, get these Twitter crowds involved in it as well, because there's a lot of valuable content coming from this audience. But that, I think, is the core, that's the route we need to strike, is we got to decentralize peer review so that the papers aren't coming through as an altered narrative that we all just end up arguing over later on Twitter. We need to actually fix it right at the step so that the science that we're publishing has in fact been looked at transparently and through a lens that can be tracked with blockchains and cryptocurrency and immutable ledgers. So there's a way to do this. We have a group.
Kevin, this is I love what you just said. Like, this is where the focus should be, in my opinion. Like, solutions to the problem of human bias within censorship. We're invested in a company that does exactly this. I can't remember the name of the company. I think they failed. They couldn't do it, or they're still doing it for years now. And there's others trying to do the same thing, where they're decentralizing peer reviews, or whatever you want to call them, journals, studies, etc. And decentralizing the whole process. So yes, I love this solution, and if you know any company doing it, I'd love an introduction to them.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, connect with me afterwards if folks are interested. We have a little group trying to spin this up, so
perfect.
Love other people's ideas.
Cool, man. I'll hit you up afterwards. I'll go to Tara and Ian. Maybe give us your final thoughts on the space, and Sabine, I know you have your hand up. Final thoughts on the space. Lisa, Joanne, first time on this on stage as well. Really appreciate you both being here for so many hours. Would love your final quick 30, 60-second thoughts on what we saw today.
Tara, you go first.
I think it was amazing. I think there's so much important information coming out, and now I'm really, really excited to find out you're going to do a Google one tomorrow, because so many people have pointed out it's not just a Twitter issue. This is all of social media and then search engines as well. So I am setting my reminder for your space tomorrow, Mario, and thank you so much for dedicating so much time to this and to getting all different perspectives on stage. I think it's a really well-balanced you know, conversation. So thank you. Well done. And of course, all of the amazing speakers who come up and share information in DMs and everything. You guys, I don't think anyone up here could do this without the help of the people behind the scenes as well, who don't get enough credit where credit's due. So thank you all. Thank you, Mario, once again. Incredible space. I can't wait to listen back to the recording of the beginning that I missed. So thank you.
I will just say my final bit because I have to go in 2 minutes. I want to thank Elon Musk. Elon Musk is opening the door to all of this information, and it gives us so much knowledge that we otherwise wouldn't have. We would still be speculating. Everyone kind of felt this is happening. Some people who were affected knew that they were shadow banned. Some people, in the science community, were shut down in this whole COVID debate because the government had a certain route that it wanted to take and nothing else was allowed. That's the worst kind of censorship, where it affects people's health, the rights to you making an educated decision about your body. So Elon Musk, with what he's done here, not just with the other Twitter files, but also releasing this COVID information, has done an enormous service to humanity. And those who still can't see that and only see him through a lens of their tribal political biases are really missing the point. If it wasn't for him, this may have all just been put under the rug and continued and worsened. Thanks to him, we now have a debate. We know that there will be investigations, there will be lawsuits, and as a result of it, the world will be a better place.
Thanks, Kim. I wanna thank the speakers as well as Tara did. So what we do in those spaces is an experiment within itself. Having people disagree live on stage, come up on stage, nothing pre-planned, no pre-planned questions. And we've had this for the last few hours, that people that vehemently disagree and they probably wouldn't talk together outside of this space come on and respectfully make their points. So the experiment has been going well so far, and hopefully we can keep doing it, trying to prevent from not avoid becoming an echo chamber. And hopefully the audience is being patient with us. We'll make mistakes, but it's been going well so far. So I hope you find value in it. And I'll give the final 2 words to Lisa and Joanna. You've contributed so much on this space for the first time and helped us understand a lot of points and debate a lot of points as well. So I'll give you the final word, ladies. Joanna, Lisa.
Sure. I'm happy to just say thank you so much to all of you hosts who patiently helped to guide conversation, and to the audience for the interaction. I was able to talk with some of you and ask some of those questions that came up. I think that this was a really just enriching experience, and I'm very grateful. And now it's time for a beer.
Thanks, Joanna. Lisa?
Agreed. Agreed. This was just really, really, it was nice to hear people from both sides of the debate being civil with each other and understanding that this is a learning process. And I just appreciate everybody's input, and it was a very well done space.
Thanks,
Can I
Lisa.
just
I
say,
also
it's not what I expected from my boxing day. That's all I can say. So cheers, mate.
I want to give a shout out as well to Dr. Drew. I know we scheduled him to come on Wednesday. Jump on today and answer so many questions. Really appreciate it. And Doctor, you're welcome to come up on stage. You and other doctors that came on, just DM us and jump on at any time. So appreciate you being here. I see you in the audience. So thanks, Dr. Drew. Thank you, everyone. Hope you found value in today's space. The Fauci files, the drops have begun. So we'll see you at the next one to continue the discussion. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thank you, Tara. Thanks, Ian, Kim, Brian, and everyone else.
Thank you, Mario. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Happy holidays. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.